Becoming Marxist. Studies in Philosophy, Struggle, and Endurance. Ted Stolze. Preface. The question explored in this book of becoming Marxist has little to do with how Karl Marx himself became a Marxist, although this is doubtless an important biographical and historical question. Point 1 Rather, herein lies a philosophical question, how to do philosophy as a Marxist and, at the same time, keep these emancipatory tradition alive by borrowing concepts haters outside of Marxism itself. How to become Marxist is a question that I have personally pondered ever since I encountered the writings of Gilles Deleuze in the 1980s. In 1991 I sent Deleuze a copy of my first serious publication, A Marxist Encounter with the Philosophy of Gilles Deleuze, and he kindly replied with a brief note, which I have transcribed from the following page 2. Cher Ted Stolze. Merci de m'avoir envoyé votre texte. J'elai trouvé très intéressant, allant à l'essentiel, donnant tout essai au thème du devenir. Je suis comme vous, et je me suis jamais senti autant marxiste que dans le triomphe actuel du capitalisme, triomphe, il est vrai, fond sur la Freud exclusion de 3/4 de l'humanité. Bien à vous. Gilles Deleuze. I had once hoped to write a book devoted exclusively to Deleuze and Marx, and bearing the title Becoming Marxist. However, I have not worked on Deleuze's philosophy for many years. This has been largely because after my dissertation proposal in the mid-90s on Deleuze and Guattari's theory of desire was rejected, I turned instead to reading Spinoza in earnest. So this is not the book I had hoped to write, but its title indicates my continued love for Deleuze's philosophy. It has especially been through, and because of, Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze's great work with Felix Guattari, that I became interested in the potent combination of Spinoza and Marx, but not only of Spinoza and Marx. Through its proliferation of references to authors and texts I had not yet read, Anti-Oedipus became a kind of militant philosophical manual to me for many years to come. I should say a word about the essays comprising this collection. Because they reflect the peculiarities and aberrant movements of my political and philosophical development over the last 30 years, I have resisted the temptation to add much to them, especially the two early pieces on Deleuze. Rather, I have altered them primarily by embroidering along their edges and by updating bibliographical references. If these studies have a common theme, or guiding thread, it is the question of how to persist, how to keep faith as a critically engaged Marxist through hard economic, political, and intellectual times. What haunts this book is an image of philosophers as mediators between the pursuit of general claims regarding the nature of reality and the concrete needs of humanity and other species on our planet during this historical conjuncture. Point 5 Another way of putting this would be to add a seventh type of philosopher to Justin Smith's recent six-fold classification 6 of the Curiosa, or inquirer into the natural world, the sage, the gadfly, the ascetic, the mandarin, and the courtier, what we could call the militant philosopher. A militant, in my view, is not someone who is especially angry or impatient, but instead someone who pursues a course similar to the one identified by Paul of Tarsus, who movingly wrote in his letter to the Assembly of Jesus Loyalists in the Roman colony of Philippi in northern Greece that this one thing I do, forgetting what lies behind and straining forward to what lies ahead, I press on toward the goal for the prize. Point 7 Not surprisingly, the black freedom struggle of the 1950s and 1960s. In the United States reclaimed this image of keeping your eyes on the prize of social justice. Although during my youth there were many compelling militant figures, among whom I would like to pay personal tribute to Jean-Paul Sartre, Hal Draper, Herbert Marcuse, Rudy Dutschke, Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X. Malik El-Shabazz, James Baldwin, Ella Baker, Robert Moses, Fannie Lou Hamer, Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, Mario Savio, and Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. The one who especially speaks to me in middle age is Daniel Berrigan, who gave a talk at my college in the mid-1970s, not long after he had been released from prison for his participation in draft resistance. Point 9 I shall never forget Berrigan's soft-spokenness and calm demeanor on the stage, for he was utterly different from other speakers at campus events I had attended. Before us stood a Jesuit priest, and a convicted felon, now wearing a plaid shirt and corduroy trousers with a very large grease stain on the front leg. I suddenly realized that what lies beyond, lies within, as Berrigan succinctly expresses in a poem. 10 Again, if there is a common theme running through these studies, it is surely Berrigan's dialectic between inner and outer struggles for a more just world. Finally, I should note that in this book, in the spirit of militant philosophy, there are no formulae, recipes, or advice for all those movement and party organizers who continue to do the hard work of building alternatives to global capitalist exploitation, alienation, and ecological devastation. I only hope to provide such organizers with a few concepts and arguments that may be useful as weapons in the class struggle. 11 This is the task of philosophers in the service of radical social transformation. Chapter 1. What is a philosophical tendency? Despite serious lapses to the contrary in the past, Marxism is not, nor should it aspire to become, a theory of everything. 1 Accordingly, there is no such thing as a comprehensive and exhaustive Marxist philosophy. At most there are, and can only be, Marxist interventions within a complex philosophical field. 2 Such interventions are unending yet always incomplete. Indeed, as Pierre Macquarie once contended, Marxism is not a finished theory, with its system of prepared responses and fossilized concepts, but is instead a knot of simple and concrete problems. 3 So let us loosen that knot, investigate a concrete, but perhaps not so simple, problem, and engage in doing philosophy in a materialist way. 4 No doubt, as Slavoj Žižek has compellingly argued, philosophers periodically have to rethink the meaning of materialism in light of new scientific, cultural, and political events, such breakthroughs as relativity theory, quantum physics, Freudian psychoanalysis, and the failures of 20th century communism. 5 In that spirit, then, let us return to, clarify, and defend what remains valuable in the materialist philosophical project initiated some 50 years ago by Louis Althusser. 6 In order better to situate Althusser's project, we must consider not only such predecessors as V.I. Lenin and Jean Toussaint Desanti, but also such successors as Pierre Macquarie and Pierre Raymond. 7 However, as we shall quickly discover, this ongoing project to establish a philosophical practice that would be appropriate for Marxism does not simply consist of identifying and defending a materialist position in philosophy against external idealist challenges or threats. On the contrary, it recognizes that there exists an interminable struggle between inextricably linked but ever-shifting materialist and idealist tendencies, a struggle that operates as a defining feature in the history of philosophy. 8 As a result, the problem to be explored in this chapter concerns how best to conceptualize this struggle and to determine whether or not the term tendency holds analytical value and can serve as an important conceptual resource for Marxists working within the field of philosophy. 9. 1 Lenin on philosophical partisanship and realism. Let us begin with Chapter 6 of Lenin's book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, first published in 1908, in which he addresses the question of parties in philosophy and philosophical blockheads and argues that there exist two principal alignments, two fundamental trends in the solution of philosophical problems. Whether nature, matter, the physical, the external world should be taken as primary, and consciousness, mind, sensation, experience, as the widespread terminology of our time has it, the psychical, etc., should be regarded as secondary. That is the root question which in fact continues to divide the philosophers into two great camps. The source of thousands upon thousands of errors and of the confusion reigning in this sphere is the fact that beneath the envelope of terms, definitions, scholastic devices and verbal artifices, these two fundamental trends are overlooked. 10. In this passage Lenin draws a sharp line between the two philosophical camps, between which there can be no common ground. He invokes Marx and Engels in this regard, who he insists were partisans in philosophy from start to finish, and able to detect the deviations from materialism and concessions to idealism and fideism in each and every new tendency. 11. As commentators have noted, Lenin uses the term materialism in a way that would today be called realism, the philosophical position that the external physical world exists prior to, and independent of, human consciousness but remains knowable. 12 A decade later, without disavowing his previous commitment to realism, in the midst of the compelling philosophical moment 13 occasioned by the First World War, Lenin acknowledges in his private notebooks that intelligent idealism is closer to intelligent materialism than stupid materialism. 14 Elaborating on this distinction, he suggests that intelligent idealism is dialectical and stupid materialism is metaphysical, undeveloped, dead, crude, and rigid. 15 To be sure, Lenin's point is that one should not draw a permanent line of demarcation between all forms of materialism and all forms of idealism. For he observes that philosophical idealism is only nonsense from the standpoint of simple, metaphysical materialism. From the standpoint of dialectical materialism, on the other hand, philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apotheosis. However, Lenin rejects the line metaphor as misleading. In his view, human knowledge is not, or does not follow, a straight line, but a curve, which endlessly approximates a series of circles, a spiral. Any fragment, segment, section of this curve can be transformed one-sidedly, into an independent, complete, straight line, which then, if one does not see the wood for the trees, leads into the quagmire, into clerical obscurantism, where it is anchored by the class interests of the ruling classes. 16. Much debate has arisen over whether or not Lenin's emphasis on dialectics in his philosophical notebooks should be read as a critique, even the repudiation and surpassing, of the earlier reflection theory expressed in materialism and empirio-criticism. However, the two works are philosophically compatible. 17 It may be the case, as David Hillel Rubin has noted, that there are changes in emphasis, shifts in focus, but none of this is strong enough to bifurcate Lenin into a philosophically early and late Lenin. 18 Lenin's point in his 1908 book, which was reprinted in Russian 1920, is a scientific one. It is not a narrowly partisan work but one in which Lenin seeks to show that the perspective of those Russian Marxists who were influenced by the idealist turn in physics led by Ernst Mach was an intellectual dead end. 20 It is quite possible, and even desirable, to maintain a robust ontological commitment to realism, as Lenin does in materialism and empirio-criticism, with an equally robust epistemological commitment to non-reductive materialism regarding the process of intellectual production, and practical commitment to the priority of practice over theory. Antonio Negri has argued that Lenin's encounter with Hegel adds a new and more valuable aspect to the most appropriate Marxist interpretation of Hegel, which is Marx's. This is an awareness of the ontologically dominant role of collective praxis, of workers' and revolutionary praxis. At this stage, we can definitively see materialism as a working-class science of revolution, free from the mechanistic tradition, and as the embodiment of a revolutionary and operative realism. Dialectics becomes the weapon of the proletariat, finally equipped to sustain its experiences. 21. Negri's point about the ontologically dominant role of praxis should not be overstated. However, Lenin highlights his epistemological and practical commitments without repudiating his earlier ontological commitment in materialism and empirio-criticism. Indeed, he is philosophically justified in doing so. Thinking about the world and acting within it presuppose that there exists an external world prior to, and independent of, such thinking and acting. Otherwise, recalling Marx's 11th thesis on Feuerbach, there would be nothing to interpret or to change. 22 But let us return to our main concern, namely, how to understand philosophical tendencies. Following Engels 23 Lenin emphasizes the relative priority of materialism over idealism but not the possibility of the former eliminating the latter. The interminable struggle between inextricably linked materialist and idealist tendencies operates as a defining feature of philosophical development. Along this spectrum would range a wide variety of materialisms and idealisms, some of which could be termed stupid, and some of which could be termed intelligent. 2. Desanti's intervention. In 1956, just prior to the Soviet invasion of Hungary that in large part prompted him, after a sustained period of dissidence, to leave the French Communist Party in 1960-24, the resistant and philosopher Jean-Toussaint Desanti published his Introductional Histoire de la Philosophie, a short book that Alexander Mathéron has characterized as one of the best Marxist works concerning the history of philosophy. 25 Desanti deepened and enriched Lenin's brief remarks on the struggle between idealism and materialism as he sketched a Marxist method to the history of philosophy and applied this method to the social background of Spinoza. 26 In addition, Desanti's book provides for the Cold War era a philosophical broadside against both bourgeois historiography and attempts by such philosophers as Bertrand Russell to discredit the value of Marxism for the philosophical enterprise. 27 Although he doesn't use the concept of tendency, Desanti argues that the question materialism or idealism necessarily dominates every philosophy, even if this question is not clearly perceived and is not explicitly formulated by the thinker. 28 Indeed, he maintains that the struggle between idealism and materialism has been the center of the entire history of philosophy. Such struggle, he adds, is neither a merely empirical observation nor an arbitrary reconstruction based on suitably chosen examples, but is the very essence of philosophy. It is the expression of the process of knowledge by concepts at the heart of society. 29 Desanti explains that historians of philosophy, and of ideology in general, strive to determine what is the nature of the relationship between the elements of culture inherited from the past and the new requirements unfolding at the heart of the superstructure, between the objective categories stemming from practice and scientific activity and the ideological requirements proper to society. 30. Yet trying to apply this methodology to understanding specific philosophers in their objective historical contexts, however, would prove to be exceedingly difficult for Desanti. For example, in his 1956 book Desanti falters when it comes not just to identifying the broad internal contradictions of Spinoza's doctrine and of the latter's historical situation in 17th-century Holland, he fails to engage in a fine-grained analysis of the argumentative nuance of such works as the Ethics. Desanti never completed or published a promised second volume that would have achieved his ultimate goal. 31. Although some pages of Introduction à l'Histoire de la Philosophie resemble an orthodox, even vulgar, Marxist manual on historical and dialectical materialism, nonetheless Desanti's great contribution was to redirect questions of materialism and idealism away from global assessments of the value of such prominent figures as Spinoza or Hegel, or even Russell, for that matter, and toward careful reconstructions of their socio-economic backgrounds and attentive readings of their texts. Louis Althusser disavowed any influence of Desanti over his own thought. Indeed, he indicted the latter for both his phenomenological leanings and his, during the late 40s and early 50s, at any rate, Stalinist politics. 32 Yet it was this Husserlian Marxist 33 who not only introduced Althusser to Spinoza's philosophy 34 but also offered him a compelling way to conceive of the antagonism between idealism and materialism in the history of philosophy. 35. 3. Althusser's contribution. Let us turn, then, to Louis Althusser, who addresses the concept of tendency for the first time in a 1960 review essay on the Young Marx, when he criticizes an attempt by the Soviet philosopher Nikolai Lapine to distinguish between Marx's Feuerbachian self-consciousness and the underlying materialist tendency that was objectively in contradiction with that self-consciousness. 36 Althusser argues that Lapine's approach suffered from Hegelian teleological presuppositions. In a word, Althusser quips, we are given an abstraction from the problem itself as if it were a solution. One could envision a different methodology, but, he adds, the very concept of tendency must be renounced. In short, Lapine's Hegelian systematics should be abandoned. As is well known, by 1967 Althusser had begun to reassess his earlier work and to criticize what he called as theoreticist tendency. It is noteworthy that in his lectures in philosophy and the spontaneous philosophy of the scientists, later revised and published in French in 1974, Althusser distinguishes between what he called two elements in any science, element 1 and element 2.38. Element 1 arises spontaneously from within scientific practice itself and can take the form of theses that have a materialist and objectivist character. 39 By contrast, element 2 just as spontaneously originates from outside of science and is a reflection on scientific practice by means of philosophical theses elaborated outside this practice by the religious, spiritualist or idealist critical philosophy of science manufactured by philosophers or scientists. 40 Althusser distinguishes element 1 as the materialist and element 2 as the idealist element at stake in debates about science that especially occur during periods of scientific crisis. Unfortunately, in the spontaneous philosophy in which scientists live and work, the idealist element typically dominates the materialist element. For Althusser, the whole point of Marxist philosophical interventions into science is not to tell scientists how to carry out their research but to upset the domination of scientific practice by idealist element 2 to the benefit of materialist element 1. In this regard, perhaps the key conceptual distinction made by Althusser in his 1967 lectures is between, on the one hand, true or false, terms that designate scientific propositions, and, on the other hand, correct or incorrect, terms that designate philosophical propositions. What is true, or false, has to do with knowledge, whereas what is correct, or incorrect, has to do with practice. In one of his typically bold formulations, Althusser declares that correct is the password that will permit us to enter into philosophy. 41 However, the correctness of a philosophical position is not pre-established, it requires continual adjustment. As a result, philosophers must modify their theses and positions. By taking account of all the elements that make up the existing political, ideological, and theoretical conjuncture, by taking account of what it calls the whole. We know that, and we can show that it is so, every great philosophy, Plato, Descartes, Kant, Hegel, etc., has always taken into account the political conjuncture, the great events of the class struggle. The ideological conjuncture, the great conflicts between and within practical ideologies, and the theoretical conjuncture. 42. In his 1968 lecture on Lenin and philosophy, Althusser pursues this line of reasoning and contended that philosophy is nothing but a tendency struggle, the Kampfplatz that Kant discussed. 43 And in his 1974 essay Elements of Self-Criticism he evokes again the Kantian metaphor of a theoretical battlefield on which philosophical tendencies group themselves in the last instance around the antagonism between idealism and materialism. 44 Althusser again argues that tendencies are neither true nor false but must be evaluated by criteria appropriate to practice, hence they are either correct or deviant. Moreover, he insists, correctness does not fall from the sky, it has to be worked for, and may involve considerable effort, and it must be continually reworked, there must be adjustment. 45 Idealist and materialist tendencies are invariably mixed up, and so in every philosophy there exist manifest or latent elements of the other tendency. 46 As a result, there is no guarantee of success in defending materialism, since a Marxist philosopher must fight, if not everywhere at the same time, at least on several fronts, taking account both of the principal tendency and of the secondary tendencies, both of the principal stake and of the secondary stakes, while all the time working to occupy correct positions. All this will obviously not come about through the miracle of a consciousness capable of dealing with all problems with perfect clarity. There is no miracle. 47. There are no miracles. The Spinozist illusion. 48 could not be starker and more pertinent. 49 Yet something miraculous did appear in Althusser's final writings, the prospect of an aleatory materialism that could escape altogether the trap between idealist and materialist tendencies in the history of philosophy. Or, at least this is the possibility about which Althusser muses, indeed, he calls it raving, in a letter to Fernando Navarro, in which he listed Epicurus, Spinoza, Marx, when he is properly understood, and Nietzsche as producing philosophies that express the exigency to abandon idealism and move towards what may be called, if you like, materialism. Point 50. However, Pierre Raymond persuasively argues that such escape is impossible and risks introducing an insupportable dualism between bad idealisms and materialisms, on the one hand, and a good materialism on the other. Instead, Raymond maintains, the idealism/materialism divide remains internal to any aleatory conception of materialism. Point 51. Of course, one could respond to Raymond's objection that what Althusser means by aleatory is simply a recapitulation and conceptual refinement of certain themes already present in his mature writings, for example, overdetermination, redirected in a non-psychologist direction, and conjuncture, with a renewed emphasis on the singularity of what is historically unforeseeable. Point 52. However, in order to do so, and in order to prolong and sustain the materialist tendency, an idealist counter-tendency must be identified and overcome, encroached upon, to use Althusser's terminology, or reversed to use Raymond's. Point 53. Otherwise, the risk of the aleatory opening up the way for a miraculous idealism of the encounter remains in force. If we are willing to acknowledge the contradictions that haunt Althusser's texts 54, we must also be prepared to draw a line of demarcation within the late Althusser's own philosophical project. Marxists must remain vigilant partisans in what Warren Montag has called philosophy's perpetual war of tendencies. Point 55. Another, more substantial, work by Althusser was completed just prior to his fragmentary musings about aleatory materialism and has been published posthumously, Initiation à la philosophie auxiliary les non-philosophies, which was intended to serve as an introduction to philosophy for non-philosophers. Point 56. Even if this philosophical manual 57 is not definitive, nonetheless it marks one of the high points of Althusser's philosophical project. In it Althusser extends and refines his reconceptualization of philosophy as class struggle in theory, but without quixotically seeking a definitive form of materialism that once and for all would be purged of idealist distortion. For example, he reiterates that every idealist philosophy necessarily includes materialist arguments in itself, and the other way around. There is no pure philosophy in the world, read, there is no wholly idealist or materialist philosophy. Even what is called Marxist materialist philosophy will never be able to lay claim to being wholly materialist, for to do so it would be to abandon the fight by renouncing the idea of preventatively occupying positions held by idealism. Point 58. Let us consider a key issue addressed in Initiation à la philosophie auxiliary les non-philosophies that especially highlights the struggle between idealist and materialist tendencies in the history of philosophy. Althusser contends that idealists have regularly conceived of the origin of the world out of nothingness, whether or not in the religious sense of God's creative act, whereas materialists, Epicurus and Lucretius are his examples, have been interested in the beginning of the world, which arises from pre-existent matter, which becomes a world thanks to the contingent, arbitrary, encounter of its elements. And this encounter which commands everything is the figure of contingency and chance, yet it produces the necessity of the world. Thus chance produces necessity by itself, with no intervention by God. This is tantamount to saying that the world produces itself, and that by substituting the materialist of the beginning, or the event, the advent, for the idealist question of the origin, we eliminate meaningless questions, not just the question of the origin of the world, but also everything connected with it, the question of God, of his omnipotence, of his incomprehensibility, of time and eternity, and so on. Point 59. One could object that the distinction made by Althusser between origin and beginning is analytically imprecise, for the biblical creation stories arguably lend themselves to a materialist interpretation. Point 60. Indeed, the subsequent development of the monotheistic doctrine of creatio ex nihilo suggests an idealist encroachment or reversal. Consequently, a philosophical line of demarcation between origin and beginning should not be drawn in such a way that religious creation narratives are aligned wholly with idealism. A materialist element continues to haunt these narratives. At any rate, a variation on the search for origins, Althusser suggests, was the myth of the state of nature. Point 61. Idealists have tended to search for a pre-social origin to human beings, if only as a thought experiment. The so-called state of nature that figures so prominently in early modern political thought is a mythic state in which idealist philosophers imagine that people lived before entering the state of society, Robinson Crusoe's solitude, for example, or a community without the drawbacks of society as we know it. 62. What Althusser finds instructive about this myth is that it nevertheless contained, in a way that might be called inverted or rather, displaced, recognition of the material reality of the conditions of existence of human, sexual, reproduction, production, and knowledge. Of course, to arrive at that conclusion, we have to be able to interpret these myths and philosophies. But our interpretation is not arbitrary. On the contrary, it is based on elements that well and truly figure in these myths and philosophies, and doubtless do so not by accident, but by a profound necessity. 63. In particular, philosophical myths of the state of nature sprang up in the formative period of the rising bourgeoisie. And they expressed its aspirations, reflected its problems, and held out its solutions, that they were intended, accordingly, to cement its unity, rallying round it all those who had a stake in its social and political triumph. 64. But how did such myths appeal to the reality of these masses' living conditions, of their experience and needs, and thereby win them over? By breaking their resistance, in advance, and by anticipating and forestalling their opposition to the conception of the world presented to them, which serves not their interests, but those of very different human groups, a priestly caste, the church, the social class in power, and so on. 65. According to Althusser, such critical inquiry enables us to grasp that philosophy does not just content itself with stating propositions, or theses, about all existing beings, or all possible and therefore non-existent beings. It states these propositions in a way that has to do less with the knowledge of these beings than with the conflicts of which they may be the stakes. That is why every philosophy, let us not hesitate to go that far, is haunted by its opposite. That is why idealism is haunted by materialism, just as materialism is haunted by idealism, for every philosophy reproduces within itself, in some sort, the conflict in which it finds itself engaged outside itself. 66. Moreover, we can appreciate better the distinctive nature of philosophical abstraction and how it differs from scientific and ideological forms of abstraction. Philosophy is a very strange abstraction indeed, for it aims not to produce knowledge of things that exist in the world, as science does, but, rather to speak about hat exists, and eventuelt hat does not, in a mode that implies a previous conflict, still present, involving the place, meaning and function of these beings, a conflict which commands philosophy from without and which philosophy has to bring within itself in order to exist as philosophy. It is, then, an active, and, as it were, polemical abstraction, divided against itself, which concerns not just its ostensible objects, inasmuch as these can exist or not, but also its own positions, its own theses. For these theses can be affirmed only on the paradoxical condition that they are simultaneously negated by contradictory theses which, to be sure, are relegated to the margins of the philosophy in question, yet are present in it nonetheless. 67. The upshot is that philosophy cannot overcome its internal struggle between materialist and idealist tendencies because it exists and operates only by reproducing actually existing external social conflicts and scientific disputes that continually re-emerge in mediated forms. For Macquarie on the struggle of philosophical tendencies. In an essay published in 1976, Pierre Macquarie refined Althusser's insights and explored the history of philosophy as a struggle of tendencies between materialism and idealism. What is at stake for Macquarie in this essay is not to defend a Marxist philosophy but to explore an alternative way to do philosophy as a Marxist. Macquarie's essay originated in a 1973 book-length manuscript devoted to 3 remarks on Marxist philosophy. In particular, it recapitulated the second remark devoted to the philosophical category of experience. 69. However, when the essay was finally published in the French Communist Party's The Ethical journal La Pensée, In order to shorten an already lengthy piece, Macheri decided to cut an opening section on dialectics. This section eventually appeared in translation in a 1988 issue of a German journal, Los Macheri's personal tribute to the influence of Althusser. 70 Macheri's purpose is to argue that the history of philosophy is an objective process determined by historical, material conditions that don't depend on the coherence of a system or the intention of an author. 71 Moreover, the history of philosophy is a dialectical, and so contradictory, development between idealist and materialist tendencies whose interrelationship is continually shifting. The key question Macheri seeks to address is how such a dialectical materialist understanding of the history of philosophy contributes to enriching our concrete knowledge of philosophy in its historical development. 72 Especially striking is Macheri's argument that no philosophical category is ever fixed once and for all but is continually up for grabs, depending on the objective historical conditions and the outcome of the struggle between idealist and materialist tendencies. For example, Macheri insists that materialism is not realism but instead that realism is an inconsequent materialism. His point is that various forms of idealism have regularly exploited the category of the real and substituted thought for objective a material reality that in fact exists prior to and independent of thought. At the same time, he notes, idealism dissimulates the true nature of philosophy as a struggle of tendencies, claims to be beyond such tendencies, and refuses to admit their existence. 73 The upshot is that materialism can effectively challenge idealism on the terrain of philosophical struggle only by developing it, that is, by transforming it into a consequent, dialectical materialism. 74 The struggle of philosophical tendencies, then, is not an abstract confrontation, a debate of ideas, or the fortuito encounter of todos elances querif in order to resolve a dispute. Rather, it is, Macheri proposes, a contradiction in the precise sense of a unity of contraries or a one that divides into 2.75. 5 tendencies, lines, and positions. So what exactly is a philosophical tendency? To use Kantian language, it concerns how one orients oneself within theory and practice. 76 Furthermore, there exist idealist orientations and materialist orientations, which should be regarded as lines in the sense of regulative principles or procedures. Following Lenin 77 While such thing once proposed that philosophical lines are similar to political lines, because they induce opposed effects, cognitively and socially. 78 Materialist and idealist tendencies, then, serve as principal or fundamental lines to provide guidelines for informed action to bring about certain changes, for example, in the form of programs, stances, attitudes, orientations, strategies. 79, and can be rationally assessed, in general terms, by considering the effects on the political situation induced by following that line. 80 Such thing argued that, since these effects relate to specific objective social forces, materialism and idealism are also lines in the yet further sense of military lines, they divide groups into warring camps. Hence the thesis that the history of philosophy is the history of the struggle between the two. 81. But we should add to such things perspective a note of caution. To say that idealism and materialism are principal lines does not mean that they are the only philosophical tendencies imaginable or identifiable. Paul Ricoeur once objected to the common opposition in orthodox Marxism between idealism and materialism, as if we can choose only between two colors in order to paint reality. 82 Macheri responds to Ricoeur's objection by noting that his own project is to rethink the struggle between opposing philosophical tendencies in light of the dialectical unity of opposites. In other words, idealist and materialist tendencies are really only one, because of the non-reciprocity of the positions to which they correspond. 83 This means that for Macheri, if idealism is the negation of materialism, the opposite is not true. Materialism, which is prior to idealism, is not the negation of idealism. 84. Another way to respond to Ricoeur, however, would be to insist that a finer-grained analysis is both necessary and possible. Althusser's criticism of Lepine's use of the concept tendency as too broad and abstract applies with force here. 85 The struggle between idealism and materialism as principal lines or tendencies does not exhaustively describe the philosophical field of opposing forces. Struggles between secondary or subsidiary philosophical tendencies can and do exist too. There exists a broad array of materialisms as well as idealisms, in the last instance, however. Each distinctive variety of materialism or idealism belongs to just that philosophical kind and not the other. 86 Moreover, although other secondary tendencies exist and cut across the primary materialist/idealist division, they do not thereby erase it. For instance, consider one of Maucheri's least known but most compelling decades-long areas of research, an investigation of what he has called philosophy à la Française 87 as distinct from French philosophy in the sense that the latter would describe an activity completely determined by belonging to the land and by the filiation of the people or the race. 88 Maucheri has instead sought to trace, and demarcate the internal divisions within, the distinctive institutional forms and practices of philosophy in the wake of the French Revolution. To be precise, he has undertaken a history of philosophical tendencies in France since the late 18th century in relation to the transformations of society considered in the totality of its economic, political, and ideological structures. 89 Another example of the struggle between secondary philosophical tendencies is the key pair of tendencies in political philosophy to the study of which Maucheri has recently devoted his attention, the quotidian, or realist, and the utopian. 90 As Warren Montag has argued, although these constitute antithetical ways of grasping reality and imply very different strategies for its transformation, in the last instance they serve as explorations of the same thing from two different perspectives. Indeed, if utopia is, strictly speaking, to be found nowhere, this is surely because it is everywhere, as immanent as it is transcendent, a critique of the present already actualized, prevented by nothing but a fragile balance of forces from possessing, that is, inundating, and transforming the real. 91. One could add to Montag's observation that we find here a striking convergence between Maucheri and Ernst Bloch, who rejected abstract utopian conceptions and embraced what he called concrete utopia. 92 Indeed, in an appendix to his book on the history of utopian thought, Maucheri contends that what distinguished Bloch's philosophy was his attempt to restore to utopia its real or material basis by developing an ontology of the possible that incorporates into being the dimension of the ought to be. Bloch thereby sought to overcome the contradiction of the real and the possible by positing that being is never anything except what it can be, as a function of its conditions of possibility. Anticipating Gilles Deleuze's perspective, Bloch demonstrated that the possible, in this sense, is therefore the virtual, which, being not yet realized, nonetheless tends toward its realization, in the form of a tendency or an élan that propels it beyond, in negation of the given state of affairs. 94. In the compelling foreword to a new collection of his articles on the French philosophical reception of Descartes' philosophy, Maucheri has returned to the general theme of what constitute distinctively philosophical quarrels and what role they play as a driving force in the history of philosophy. 95 After noting the failure of Kant to find lasting terms of peace for the Kampfplatz that is the history of philosophy, Maucheri identifies a number of key philosophical controversies. The quarrel of the friends of the forms and the friends of matter during Plato's time, the quarrel over universals during the Middle Ages, the quarrel of the ancients and the moderns during the Classical Age. The pantheismus launched in Germany at the end of the 18th century that had an echo in France after a gap of decades under the name of the quarrel over pantheism, the quarrel over Christian philosophy in the 20th century. 96. Not one of these fierce disputes was, or ever will be, resolved once and for all. Indeed, this permanent atmosphere of controversy casts suspicion on the rational, indeed even the reasonable, character of philosophical activity, and naturally tends to transform its debates into confrontations whose appearance seems more political than scientific and privileges violence. Therefore, in the last instance, the conflict of wills over intellectual persuasion by formal arguments and demonstrations in order to assert, that is, to make prevail, theses that seem capable of being asserted only by reciprocally opposing one another and seeking to destroy one another. 97. Even if the history of philosophy does not quite reduce to Hegel's grisly slaughter bench, Schlachtbank. 98, it nonetheless remains a site of bellicose quarrels that are not more than personal disagreements between philosophers but broaden to become true-pitched conceptual battles in which opposing camps do not hesitate on occasion to take up arms to the death. 99. Lest one be disturbed by this acknowledgement of philosophical combativeness. 100, it is worth making 2 points. First of all, worse than the possible eruption of conceptual violence would be indifference or even the attempted neutralization of philosophical conflict. Indeed, such an attempt to avoid or eliminate conflict would undermine the very philosophical enterprise. This is because, secondly, the very nature of philosophical activity as a kind of sustained process of argumentation necessitates that every philosophical system engage in debate with a more or less fictitious or real adversary in order for its specific theses to emerge, be identified, and defended. 101. This is the reason, too, that for Macheri, there can be no decisive interpretation of even a single philosopher's oeuvre. On the contrary, the latter remains continually open to reassessment, challenge, and controversy. Consider the mid-20th century reception of Descartes' philosophy in France. Macheri has identified and discussed at length 2 major 20th century Cartesian quarrels, the one that arose in the 1950s between Ferdinand Alki and Martial Girault and the one that arose in the 1960s between Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida. The first quarrel concerned the question of knowing whether reading a philosopher presupposes examining the personal genesis of his thought that makes it a singular mental experience, or else seeks only to reconstruct an impersonal and essential argumentative and demonstrative structure taking place within a global typology of systems. The second quarrel brought to light much larger stakes concerning the nature of philosophical discourse and the events of thought for which the latter is the place or occasion. 102. The upshot of Macheri's discussion is that we have never finished reading and rereading the classics, inasmuch as the latter carry the stakes of thought that go beyond the age for which they have been written. 103. Any great philosophical work, whether Descartes', Spinoza's, or Hegel's, is not a catalogue in which would be recorded a certain number of ready-made ideas that would be set down and somehow frozen pending their reactivation, but it is a machine to forge ideas and arguments in the form of an active and living reflection of which dispute or quarrel is one of the most vibrant forms, which does not prevent it from being meaningful in its own way, at its own level. 104. In this light, Marxist philosophers would do well to follow Althusser's advice, return to the beginning of Western philosophy, and study carefully, if only to reverse the outcome of 105, Plato's Gigantomachia, his tale in the sophist of an imaginary battle of gods and giants, in which the gods signify middle period Platonic friends of the forms and the giants signify materialist friends of the earth, our bodies. 106. At the heart of this battle is an ontological dispute between 2 philosophical tendencies over the nature of being, ousia. For our purposes here it is instructive that Plato envisioned not the eradication of either tendency but the preservation of both in a perpetual state of mutual tension. In other words, dialectical resolution of the conflict can occur just in case that a true philosopher, as opposed to a mere sophist, decides to reject the one-sidedness of either extreme and strives to be like a child begging for both tendencies. 107. In a commentary on the sophist, Martin Heidegger once pointed out that the philosophical battlefield depicted by Plato between those who conceive of being in terms of forms and those who conceive of being in terms of bodies is equally the place of a decision, for the solution of the question resides for Plato precisely in resolving the unilaterality of each position and acquiring a perspective for a concept of being on the basis of which both positions may become intelligible. 108. What Heidegger failed to note, however, and what Plato's dialectic preserved, in the last instance, was the dominance of the forms, whereas a reversed materialist dialectic would preserve, in the last instance, the dominance of the earth and bodies. Such a project of reversal remains open for Marxists who intervene within the history of philosophy. 6. Addressing Carnap's objection. In 1928 the Vienna Circle philosopher Rudolf Carnap published an article in which he exposed and repudiated what he considered to be pseudo-problems in philosophy. In particular, he sharply challenged the very distinction that has been operative in our foregoing account of the struggle between materialist and idealist tendencies. 109 For Carnap, the epistemological theses of realism and idealism are not true or false, they are meaningless and hence not worthy of serious philosophical inquiry. At this juncture, it is worth grappling with Carnap's argument before proceeding further. Let us imagine that there are two geographers, a realist and an idealist, who are sent out in order to find out if a mountain that is supposed to be somewhere in Africa is only legendary or if it really exists. 110. Each geographer, Carnap contends, would arrive at exactly the same empirical result, namely, they would mutually agree that the mountain either exists or does not. Neither the realist nor the idealist thesis would enable, or hinder, the geographers in their investigation. In other words, science has utterly no need of the realist/idealist distinction in order to gain new and accurate knowledge about the external world. It may be true, he allows, that there is a certain emotional accompaniment to the realist thesis, for example, the feeling of unfamiliarity with the mountain, the feeling that in many ways it is not subject to, or even resists, my will, and similar feelings. 111 But such sentiments contribute nothing to science, and philosophers should exclude them from a serious theory of knowledge. How to respond to Carnap's objection? In a way, Hisquiterito insists that science can and does proceed without any special philosophical contribution, whether realist or idealist. And yet he failed to note that idealism invariably tends to distort, to manipulate, in short, to exploit scientific knowledge for its own purposes. 112 Philosophical exploitation of science means that the sciences are never seen for what they really are, their existence, their limits, their growing pains, baptized crises, or their mechanisms, as interpreted by the idealist categories of the most well-informed philosophies, are used from outside. They may be used crudely or subtly, but they are used to furnish arguments or guarantees for extra scientific values that the philosophies in question objectively serve through their own practice, their questions and their theories. These values pertain to practical ideologies, which play their own role in the social cohesion and social conflicts of class societies. 113. To defend philosophical realism, then, is not to instruct scientists or revise scientific method. On the contrary, it serves both to defend the relative autonomy of the sciences and to caution scientists themselves from sliding into spontaneous idealist philosophies that misrecognize the results and implications of their own research. Philosophy, Althusser insists, does not substitute itself for science, it intervenes, in order to clear a path, to open the space in which a correct line may then be drawn. 114 If we think about the relationship between political practice and theory, Althusser's point is further supported. No doubt it is activists, and not philosophers, who continually build movements, organize groups and parties, and make history, within the limits presented by the balance of class forces in a given conjuncture. In this respect, political practice maintains a priority over political theory. As a result, realists from Machiavelli, Spinoza, and Hegel, to Marx, Engels, and Lenin have sought not to give marching orders to activists from the sidelines but to contribute a sober assessment of the objective material forces that activists and movements must confront, and defeat, in order to achieve their political objectives. 115 Carnap himself briefly speculates, but did not follow through on the implications, that the pseudo-theses of realism and idealism express, not the theoretical content of a scientifically permissible statement, but only, a certain practical orientation toward life. 116 In sum, the struggle of opposing materialist and idealist tendencies is, contrary to Carnap's assertions, hardly meaningless in a practical sense. Indeed, this distinction offers a constructive analytical tool by means of which Marxists can take correct, not true, positions within the history of philosophy and seek to diagnose individual philosophers and their writings. Such tasks require them not crudely to categorize warring camps, materialists vs. idealists, but, as we shall see in the next section, carefully to distinguish three levels of philosophical struggle: theontological, epistemological, and the practical. Moreover, the whole point is not, as De Santi cautions in A Moment of Self-Criticism, to criticize a philosophy from outside, by merely asserting how the doctrines professed in it were incompatible with the principles of Marxism-Leninism, presumed to be true. 117. By contrast, non-exploitative Marxist philosophical interventions must occur from within texts and traditions themselves, by identifying the concrete ways in which materialist and idealist tendencies arise, clash, and encroach upon one another's conceptual space. 7. Three levels of philosophical struggle. A question remains, though: why are there tendencies in philosophy? Indeed, why is there such an operation as philosophy at all? In the opening chapter of his posthumously published book on the reproduction of capitalism, Althusser insists that philosophy has not always existed but requires two conditions: the existence of social classes and the existence of science. Philosophy arises and operates as the way in which the class struggle is represented in theory, and barring the final resolution of that struggle, there can be no end to the conflict of materialist and idealist tendencies. 120. Just as Marxists have not created class struggle but only take sides within it, so too they must defend positions within an already existing struggle of philosophical tendencies. Following Roy-Bhaskar 121, we may identify three levels of the philosophical struggle between materialism and idealism: ontological, epistemological, and practical. The ontological struggle concerns whether or not the external physical world exists independent of human consciousness. 122. It would seem that adherence to the materialist position at this level is philosophically non-negotiable for Marxists. One simply cannot envision changing the world without having to identify, confront, and dismantle actually existing structures of domination, oppression, and exploitation. Decisively critical realist philosophers like Roy-Bhaskar and Andrew Collier have preferred the term emancipation to liberation in order to stress that the goal of socio-political transformation is not the attainment of a blissful psychological state or even an amelioration of states of affairs, but the hard-fought transformation of structures. 123. No doubt liberation is good, but emancipation is better. Idealism, by contrast, is, on the one hand, theoretically, unable to explain the constraints which make emancipation necessary, and, on the other, practically, destined to preserve real constraints from which we could have emancipated ourselves, by proclaiming an emancipation entirely internal to the mind or discourse. 124. Yet during the spirited discussion that ensued following Althusser's lecture on Lenin and philosophy, Paul Ricoeur complained that Althusser had imposed an alternative of materialism and idealism that was completely metaphysical and fictive. 125. Perhaps how to respond? If by materialism one means, as Lenin did, a robust commitment to realism, then Ricoeur's objection is beside the point. Either the external physical world exists independent of knowing subjects, or it does not. There can be no third possibility. A realist perspective is indeed metaphysical, but it need not be imposed, let alone fictive. Moreover, realism need not imply direct access to the world but is compatible with extensive conceptual mediation and multiple interpretative and evaluative stances. 126. Indeed, the very reason that philosophy has always and will always continue to be the site for a struggle of materialist and idealist tendencies arises precisely at the level of ontology. Since, as Roberto Unger and Lee Smolin have compellingly argued, the passage of time is not illusory but real. 127. All forms of human knowledge about the external world will always remain unfinished and incomplete. 128. This is because there are no fixed and unchanging laws of nature that science can hope exhaustively to identify. At most, science approximates a complete understanding of the deep structures of the world. To borrow Ilya Prigozhin's deepening of a famous Sartre formula, time precedes existence. 129. Likewise, critical Marxists who embrace a materialism of time, or a temporality of matter, 130 should concur that, at the historically mediated level of modes of production and concrete social formations, the human sciences, e.g. psychology, sociology, and economics, can achieve at most an approximate understanding of complex and varied human beliefs, motivations, actions, and institutions. 131 As a result, philosophy, which, a. directly emerges from the confluence of the sciences and the class struggle but, b. only indirectly and obliquely represents the class struggle in theory, must itself remain unfinished and incomplete. So too must philosophical texts and traditions embody and express an ongoing real struggle of materialist and idealist tendencies. 132 Why precisely these two tendencies, though? The answer hinges on the very distinction to be made between materialism and idealism. Materialist tendency signifies in which philosophies embody the recognition that the external world exists prior to, and independent of, the knowing subject and possesses an expanse and temporal evolution such that it can never be fully comprehended. By contrast, idealist tendencies signify the ways in which philosophies embody the relentless desire to know even in excess of what can be known and, as Smolin puts it, are just making stuff up. 133 Yet epistemologically Lenin was doubtless correct to favor what he called intelligent idealism in comparison with stupid, or what we might call reductionist, materialism that leaves little room for such emergent properties as the free play of creative imagination and the autonomy of critical reason. 134 To his credit, Machiavelli has never regarded science as providing the only, or even the primary, model for philosophy to emulate. Indeed, literature is an equally appropriate medium for encountering philosophy without philosophers. 135 Moreover, idealist and materialist tendencies traverse literature as thoroughly and diversely as they do philosophical texts. This is why Machiavelli sought to explain Lenin's materialist conception of representation as a broken mirror of the external world through the latter's articles on Leo Tolstoy. 136 Materialism at the epistemological level asserts not the primacy of matter in motion, to use Lenin's term, 137, let alone atoms, quarks, or strings, over consciousness but the productive activity of the knowing subject. 138 Moreover, as Raymond argued 139 intelligent idealism may offer important insights that serve emancipatory political projects in ways that unintelligent materialism cannot. For example, Marx's sustained effort to extract the rational kernel 140 of Hegel's absolute idealism would not have been possible, let alone necessary, if the latter had operated simply as an elaborate philosophical diversion from real-world struggles. Antonio Negri has more recently shown that within Descartes' writings lie both the Radicalopinengoff of Renaissance humanism and its eventual closure, reduction, and internal erosion into the solitude of the I. 141 Yet a note of caution regarding epistemological materialism is in order. Michel Péchier once compellingly argued that ideology designates the space of the struggle between idealist and materialist tendencies in philosophy. As a result, forms of idealism tend to identify the process of knowledge without a subject with a centered subject, whereas forms of materialism tend, on the contrary, to dissolve the unity of this identification, revealing the subject as an effect of the process without a subject. 142 Indeed, the materialist tendency posits the real, including thought which, in a specific form, is determined by it, as a non-unified process traversed beneficent contradictions. 143 Péchier concluded that the two philosophical tendencies are not symmetrical. Idealism never meets anything other than itself even when it is opposing materialism, the latter on the contrary, always recognizes the existence of idealism, because it is forever dissociating itself from it. 144 Finally, then, practical materialism serves as a constraint, preventing both imagination and reason from overreaching their theoretical bounds. Indeed, Andrew Collier has suggested that perhaps the main reason that Marx rejected idealism was due to his emphasis on practice rather than purely contemplative knowledge, as the main way in which we encounter reality. In practice, we do not just form ideas about the world, we bang our heads against it, and are forced to move beyond the constructs of our own minds. 145 The most important question for Marxists then is not what exists, or how can one know it, but how should one act. Answering the third question well doubtless presumes that one also has good answers to the first two questions, yet, as Macquarie has stressed, materialism is ultimately not a doctrine, not a theory, not a body of knowledge, but rather a manner of intervention, a philosophical position. A position is not the theory of an object that is course within which the lateralizatons are presented and constituted, it is the manifestation, the affirmation of an orientation, of a tendency, of a way of moving, though not reality, which is not an object of philosophy but the philosophica field itself, grasped in the concrete complexity of its internal conflicts as the specific side of this intervention. 146. Or, in Max Horkheimer's moving words, materialism is not interested in a worldview or in the souls of men. It is concerned with changing the concrete conditions under which men suffer and in which, of course, their souls must become stunted. 147. Indeed, maintaining the priority of practice over theory is at the heart of what we might call the cultivation of Marxist practical reason in the service of working class self-emancipation. 8. For a Marxist theory of action. What might be the conceptual framework for elaborating a Marxist account of practical reason? Here we shall briefly examine the efforts of André Tezel, who has reaffirmed Althusser's and Macquarie's emphasis on the priority of practice over theory, insisted that the relationship between production and action must be reformulated, and sought to develop a theory of what he calls production. 148. Tezel argues that Marx never ignored action in favor of production alone or thought of production as separate from the system of actions that realize it. As Tezel observes, Marx showed that the capitalist mode of production, the labor process as a teleological activity satisfying human needs in organic exchange with nature, is determined as a process of reproduction governed by the principle of valorization that implies production for its own sake. But this process requires the constitution of a system of actions responsible for regulating and directing it in the maintenance of its submission to the principle of valorization. 149. However, Tezel continues, the process of reproduction and the system of actions produced contradictions opening onto possibilities of transformation. The constraint exercised over living labor by the principle of valorization, relative surplus value and real submission under capital, simultaneously stimulate the productive energies under the dictatorship of productivity and provoke the resistance of workers expropriated of the means of production, by revealing the possibility of an appropriation of the conditions of production according to relations freed from exploitation. 150. In sum, there is no production without action in production, since the capitalist production process is always internally confronted with the question of whether it can be transformed in more democratic ways, with the limit case being a society of freely associated producers. Likewise, though, there can be no action without production, since capitalist production displaces its center of gravity from productive actions, toward non-productive activities, whether they be political, ethical, or aesthetic. In opposition to the vertical logic of the real valorization subsumption that reduces the possibilities of cooperation to a constrained placement of individuals in the economic political system, is the germ of a horizontal logic of exchange regarding the ends of being in common, resting on the practices of a really political agon. 151. Tezel concludes that it is impossible to eliminate the pole of production, just as it is unjustifiable to reduce the pole of action. The problem would instead be that of their mediation. 152. A normative theory of democratic action requires both, a logic of collective action to consider macro subjects like classes, nations, states, and modes of production which go beyond individual choices, and b. a logic of individual prudential action. Tezel is aware that there is a risk involved in weakening the separation between production and action, but the moralistic inflation to which an insistence on the exclusive value of practical rationality proper to individual choices can give rise winds up making utterly irrational the logic of collective action by confusing the logics of domination that recover it with the possibilities of communicative interaction that the process of modern labor itself contains. 153. As a result, Tezel favors an explicitly mixed or impure logic of action that would be simultaneously dialogical and polemical, communicative and strategic. Finally, it is worth noting that for Tzell the concept of Purdue action has more than methodological implications, since a system of constraints can also be a system of alternative possibilities. 154 Indeed, the standpoint of communism thus appears as the production and action of the double mediation of production by action and of action by production. 155 This would, however, be a communism of finitude, one that has been reinterpreted within the element of finitude, of irrationalism having become reasonable. 156 Let us conclude by reiterating the theme of this chapter, that Marxists ought to understand philosophy as an unending, always incomplete struggle of materialist and idealist tendencies. Yet a question remains. Given Althusser's argument that philosophy only exists in class-divided societies in which science is present, would philosophy continue to exist in a post-class society in which science persisted? Although Tzell does not indicate as much, one should presume that the establishment of a communism of finitude would not exclude philosophy, render philosophy superfluous, or definitively realize philosophy as a comprehensive consequent materialism purged of any and all idealist elements. Indeed, one should presume that philosophy would persist as a distinctive activity, but an activity that more people would be able to pursue, alongside science, religion, art, poetry, music, sports, and other worthy endeavors. 157 In the spirit of Aristotle. 158 Marxists should expect that a maximal reduction of alienated labor and a maximal increase of free time would in no way diminish the human desire to know, but would even enhance our capacity to wonder at, explore, and flourish within the marvelous world we inhabit. 159 Chapter 2 Paul of Tarsus, Thinker of the Conjuncture**. As St. Paul admirably put it, it is in the logos, meaning in ideology, that we live, move, and have our being. Louis Althusser 1. To the present hour we are hungry and thirsty, we are poorly clothed and beaten and homeless, and we grow weary from the work of our own hands. 1 Cor 4.11-12. What is a conjuncture, and what might it mean to be a thinker of a conjuncture or to think in a conjuncture, let alone to envision a way out of a conjuncture? Conjuncture was Louis Althusser's name for one of the central concepts of Marxist political theory, or what Lenin simply called the current situation. 2 The word denotes the need in politics, for organizers especially, to ascertain the balance of contending forces, to identify the uneven and combined state of the social contradictions arising at any given moment and to which political strategy and tactics must respond. For Marx, for example, Althusser argues that what is irreplaceable in Lenin's texts is the analysis of the structure of a conjuncture, the displacements and condensations of its contradictions and their paradoxical unity, all of which are the very existence of that current situation which political action was to transform, in the strongest sense of the word, between February and October, 1917.3. Althusser later refines this concept in terms of how politically to think in the conjuncture and identifies Niccolò Machiavelli as the first theorist of the conjuncture or the first thinker consciously, if not to think the concept of conjuncture, if not to make it the object of an abstract and systematic reflection, then at least consistently, in an insistent, extremely profound way, to think in the conjuncture, that is to say, in its concept of an aleatory, singular case. 4. But Althusser immediately poses a question. What does it mean to think in the conjuncture? To think about a political problem under the category of conjuncture? It means, first of all, taking account of all the determinations, all the existing concrete circumstances, making an inventory, a detailed breakdown and comparison of them. This inventory of elements and circumstances, however, is insufficient. To think in terms of the category of conjuncture is not to think on the conjuncture, as one would reflect on a set of concrete data. To think under the conjuncture is quite literally to submit to the problem induced and imposed by its case. 5. By this measure, the Apostle Paul of Tarsus was a thinker of the conjuncture. However, Paul's project was assuredly not Italian national unity, as envisioned by Machiavelli Butenstedt the establishment of a vast network of inclusive and egalitarian urban assemblies in opposition to Roman imperial order. Point 6 To appreciate Paul in this way is, of course, to set aside the long history of interpretations of Paul's letters as implicitly containing later Christian doctrines about incarnation, sin, grace, atonement, justification, and so forth. Yet this interpretative approach understands Paul's life and organizing activities backwards. It stresses his theory over, indeed at the expense of, his practice. Retta Halt-Eman Finger has suggested that when we approach the New Testament from a doctrinal model, we tend to read it on the flat, without taking much time to understand the actual historical and social situation out of which a text was written. Point 7 Moreover, as Jerome Murphy O'Connor remarked in his biography of Paul, theological thought actually develops, by historically conditioned insights rather than by logical deduction from a deposit of faith. Point 8. 1. Paul's conjuncture. In order to test the thesis, to be defended below, that Paul can be understood as a thinker of the conjuncture, let us investigate what constituted his own historical conjuncture by considering two episodes from the Acts of the Apostles, henceforth Acts 9 and one passage from Paul's first letter, written to the assembly of Jesus followers in Thessalonica. Point 10 Call these three aspects or elements of Paul's conjuncture. Let us begin with the miraculous healing episode in the Roman colony of Lystra 11 recounted in chapter 14 of Acts. In Lystra there was a man sitting who could not use his feet and had never walked, for he had been crippled from birth. He listened to Paul as he was speaking. And Paul, looking at him intently and seeing that he had faith to be healed, said in a loud voice, "Stand upright on your feet." And the man sprang up and began to walk. When the crowd saw what Paul had done, they shouted in the Lycaonian language, "The gods have come down to us in human form." Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes, because he was the chief speaker. The priest of Zeus, whose temple was just outside the city, brought oxen and garlands to the gates. He and the crowds wanted to offer sacrifice. When the apostles Barnabas and Paul heard of it, they tore their clothes and rushed out into the crowd, shouting, "Friends, why are you doing this? We are mortals just like you, and we bring you good news, that you should turn from these worthless things to the living God, who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and all that is in them. In past generations he allowed all the nations to follow their own ways, yet he has not left himself without a witness in doing good, giving you rains from heaven and fruitful seasons, and filling you with food and your hearts with joy." Even with these words, they scarcely restrained the crowds from offering sacrifice to them. But Jews came there from Antioch and Iconium and won over the crowds. Then they stoned Paul and dragged him out of the city, supposing that he was dead. But when the disciples surrounded him, he got up and went into the city. The next day he went on with Barnabas to Derbe. Point 12. Although many scholars have written off this episode as an instance of confabulation, Barbara Graziosi has maintained that it marks a crucial moment in the decline of Greco-Roman polytheism. Point 13 The narrative not only concerns the difficulty of translation from one language to another, from Lycaonian to Greek, but also, more importantly, the collision of popular polytheism with the novelty of monotheism. As Graziosi observes, the author of the Acts offered a scene of stunned confusion and rapid, even instant, translation. Confronted with a miracle, local people reached out for what they thought they knew about the gods, assuming their universality, anthropomorphism, ability to manifest themselves as ordinary mortals, and need of sacrifices. Point 14. Or, to borrow from Louis Althusser's theory of ideology 15, we could note that the entire episode pivots on a popular reception of Barnabas and Paul as Zeus and Hermes in human form, to which Barnabas and Paul react in a dramatic prophetic manner by tearing their clothes as a sign of protest and thus seek to stop this response to healing. Point 16 Following Althusser, we could say that the crowd's recognition of Barnabas and Paul as Greek deities is at the same time the very source of their misrecognition of them as apostles of the living God. Point 17 There remains in this episode and throughout Acts a fierce ideological struggle between monotheism, s. 18 and polytheism, s. which the latter was decisively, but not utterly, Toulouse.19. Let us now examine a second element of Paul's conjuncture, the conflict that arose in Ephesus 20 when an artisan named Demetrius strongly objected to Paul's missionary activities and set off a citywide riot. 21. The episode in Ephesus, described in chapter 19 of Acts, offers perhaps the most dramatic evocation of any pagan cult in the entire New Testament. 22. Paul resolved in the Spirit to go through Macedonia and Achaia, and then to go on to Jerusalem. He said, "After I have gone there, I must also see Rome." So he sent 2 of his helpers, Timothy and Erastus, to Macedonia, while he himself stayed for some time longer in Asia. About that time no little disturbance broke out concerning the way. A man named Demetrius, a silversmith who made silver shrines of Artemis, brought Nalitabasinus to Thyrtisans. Thesa Hegathiretagathar with the workers of the same trade, and said, "Men, you know that we get our wealth from this business. You also see and hear that not only in Ephesus but in almost the whole of Asia this Paul has persuaded and drawn away a considerable number of people by saying that gods made with hands are not gods. And there is danger not only that this trade of ours may come into disrepute but also that the temple of the great goddess Artemis will be scorned, and she will be deprived of her majesty that brought all Asia and the world to worship her." When they heard this, they were enraged and shouted, "Great is Artemis of the Ephesians." The city was filled with the confusion, and people rushed to the theater dragging with them Gaius and Aristarchus, Macedonians who were Paul's traveling companions. Paul wished to go into the crowd, but the disciples would not let him. Even some officials of the province of Asia, who were friendly to him, sent him a message urging him not to venture into the theater. Meanwhile, some were shouting one thing, some another, for the assembly was in confusion, and most of them did not know why they had come together. Some of the crowd gave instructions to Alexander, whom the Jews had pushed forward. And Alexander motioned for silence and tried to make a defense before the people. But when they recognized that he was a Jew, for about 2 hours all of them shouted in unison, "Great is Artemis of the Ephesians." But when the town clerk had quieted the crowd, he said, "Citizens of Ephesus, who is there that does not know that the city of the Ephesians is the temple keeper of the great Artemis and of the statue that fell from heaven? Since these things cannot be denied, you ought to be quiet and do nothing rash. You have brought these men here who are neither temple robbers nor blasphemers of our goddess. If therefore Demetrius and the artisans with him have a complaint against anyone, the courts are open, and there are proconsuls, let them bring charges there against one another. If there is anything further you want to know, it must be settled in the regular assembly. For we are in danger of being charged with rioting today, since there is no cause that we can give to justify this commotion." When he had said this, he dismissed the assembly. 23. Although there is no reason to believe that this incident occurred exactly as described by Luke, it to Shaviakarif historical reliability. 24. Whether Demetrius was a pious devotee of the cult of the fertility goddess Artemis or simply concerned about decline in his income, attachment to the alluring but ferocious goddess 25 was a powerful influence in Ephesus during this period. The episode has 4 key features. First of all, it continues the theme of the monotheistic threat posed to long-standing polytheistic practices and beliefs, in this case, those attached to the temple of Artemis. Secondly, though, the riot against Paul was not primarily a theological issue. We should distinguish between Demetrius's own motivations and those of the people he was able to stir up. As Robert Knapp has suggested, the popular tumult resulted from a simple affirmation by the people that their goddess not only existed, but it was powerful. Anyone threatening that reality was an enemy. In particular, popular polytheism was based upon efficacious supernatural powers who could, with the proper approach, be enlisted in solving the practical problems of the day such as illness, frustration in love, and vengeance against one's enemies and rivals. To attack the existence of, as here, a goddess, undercut a central tool ordinary people used to address their everyday problems. 26. Thirdly, Demetrius's vehement opposition to Paul's message is depicted by Luke as an expression of non-Jewish opposition to the early Jesus movement motivated by the threat to financial interests and a kind of idolatry rooted in greed. 27 Yet, finally, Demetrius's hostility was hardly Luke's imaginary projection but was grounded in reality. Temples functioned as vital economic centers of activity during the Greco-Roman period. Hans Joseph Klauck has noted that the temple treasury consisted of votive gifts, financial contributions, and dues that were levied, and amounted to a considerable value. One of the functions of temples was as banks in which money could be deposited for safekeeping or loans could be made against a payment of interest. 28. Moreover, as Dieter Georgi compellingly argues regarding the corrosive socio-religious impact of money. For ancient culture and society, debts and contracts called for witnesses and sanctions, all divine prerogatives. Temples became involved rather early as trusted institutions. Their trust became quite real in terms of testifying, depositing, crediting, and collecting interest. The priests witnessed and certified the contracting and trading of debts. They wrote and executed obligations against fees and interest. These obligations were traded beyond the original parties and provided profit to the temple and further traders involved. Thus the temple became a bank, and money became an abstraction, depersonalized and dematerialized. 29. In this light, it is hardly surprising that the Roman writer Pliny the Younger complained to Emperor Trajan in 112 CE about the negative impact of so-called Christians on temple life. For the contagion of the superstition has spread not only to the cities but also to the villages and farms. But it seems possible to check and cure it. It is certainly quite clear that the temples, which had been almost deserted, have begun to be frequented, that the established religious rites, long neglected, are being resumed, and that from everywhere sacrificial animals are coming, for which until now very few purchasers could be found. Hence it is easy to imagine what a multitude of people can be reformed if an opportunity for repentance is afforded. 30. Although Pliny wrote a number of decades after the incident in Ephesus as reported by Luke, his worry was that the presence of Christians would adversely affect the availability of sacrificial animals for established religious rites. Likewise Demetrius would have had recentophial economically threatened regarding his own manufacture and sale of souvenir silver shrines. Consequently, this episode depicts a violent encounter between two artisans, polytheistic Demetrius and monotheistic Paul, over the future economic well-being of the residents of Ephesus and the surrounding area. Not only was Demetrius just as much a product of his conjuncture as Paul, he was determined to protect his material self-interest. By comparison with the shrewd town clerk who was able to calm the enraged crowd but does nothing whatever to address Demetrius' business worries, it merely points to his skill with the mob as a spokesman for Roman order and the status quo. Demetrius, indeed, is the more honest economist and, if we may so put it, theologian. 31. Finally, let us consider a third and crucial element of Paul's conjuncture, one that served as the historical counterpoint to what Alain Badiou has characterized as the apostles' evocation of the resurrection as a decisive event to which he strove to remain faithful. 32 For Paul equally evoked the not yet event of Parousia, the triumphant return of Jesus and the eschatological fulfillment of the reign of God. But what is the meaning of this concept? John Dominic Crossan and Jonathan Reed have provided a Roman template for the experience of Parousia. In its ancient context, Parousia meant the arrival at a city of a conquering general, an important official, an imperial emissary, or, above all, the emperor himself. Whether that advent was good or bad news for the citizens depended absolutely on their prior relationship with the arriving one. It is probably necessary in those cases to translate Parousia not just as visit but as visitation. 33. In other words, Parousia designated an imperial event. In stark contrast, however, Paul identified, anticipated, and sought to restore hope in a counter-imperial event among the distraught Thessalonian assembly members who were grieving on account of the recent deaths of loved ones. At the end of the letter, Paul quotes a Roman imperial motto only to discredit it, when they say, there is peace and security, then sudden destruction will come upon them, as labor pains come upon a pregnant woman, and there will be no escape. 34 Turin forceth the image of a moment into Methodison foreseeable and cannot be dated by a calendar. Paul adds that this counter-event will come like a thief in the night. 35 In other words, it will surprise even the most vigilant among the faithful Jesus followers. It will turn out to be the most aleatory of future encounters. 36 As a result, what was required at the present moment, kairos or conjuncture, was self-control not only over one's desires or emotions, but also over anxious expectation or lapsing into moral laxity. Paul exhorts 37 the Jesus followers in Thessalonica as follows: let us be sober, and put on the breastplate of faith and love, and for a helmet the hope of our deliverance. 38 Paul's nonviolent symbolic reversal of such visible marks of Roman military power as armor and helmets could not be more poignant. As Georgi once observed, the company of Jesus in its collective life, characterized by the triad of faith, love and hope, is engaged in battle. This battle createth the world, or better, in the eschatological context, it creates it anew. The critical event for the fate of the universe does not come to pass in heaven with God or among the gods. It does not involve the mighty of this world. It has nothing to do with force or violence. It takes place within and through a community held together by faith, love, and hope. 39 Precisely because Paul's conjuncture reeked of Roman imperial domination, exploitation, and violence. 40 We must not be content to identify the event, and counter-event, to which Paul remained faithful. It is equally vital to identify his strategy for organizing, nurturing 41 and sustaining a Christian revolution. 42 This would be the way out of Paul's conjuncture, an exit strategy based on the counter-imperial triadic motto of faith, hope, and love. Here we should rely again on Althusser's theory of ideology as interpellation. 43 After they have hailed members of the Thessalonian assembly, indeed, subjects throughout the Roman Empire, with a triumphalist phrase, Paul responds with a counter-phrase of his own. We might try to reconstruct this ideological challenge and riposte as follows. Interpellation, when they, i.e. the Roman authorities, say, peace and security, Irene kai asphalia, Greek for the Latin slogan Pax et Securitas. 44. Counter-interpellation, sudden destruction will come upon them, Aphnidios autwa ephistatai olathros, as labor pains come upon a pregnant woman, and there will be no escape, kai oumi ekphagosin. I.e. the unexpected downfall of the Roman imperial system. As many New Testament scholars have noted, in his interpellation/counter-interpellation formula, Paul was pitting against one another two rival conceptions of peace, namely, the Pax Romana, based on the real or implied threat of violence and dispossession, as opposed to the biblical conception of peace based on the presence of justice and equality. Irene had been used since the Septuagint, composed in the late 2nd century BCE, as a Greek equivalent for the Hebrew concept of shalom. 45 What is more, the end of the present conjuncture, Paul suggests, will give birth to something radically new. Although no one knows when this counter-event will occur, except perhaps a thief, Paul issued the stern prophetic warning that there will be no escape. Yet a danger remained implicit in Paul's counter-interpellation. His reversal and rejection of Roman imperial ideology was caught up in, and may have even helped to reproduce, that to which it was vehemently opposed. 46 In this respect, Warren Carter has identified a central contradiction that emerged as Paul, and other early Jesus followers, sought to negotiate the Roman Empire. For example, Carter has argued that the frequent appeal to Paul's apocalyptic thinking and use of Jewish eschatological traditions needs problematizing. Such traditions are anti-imperial, as is frequently recognized, but they are also imitative of imperial strategies, including the universal imposition of power and rule and the often violent exclusion and destruction of opponents. The ambivalency of opposition and imitation is not commonly recognized. A similar examination of Paul's Christology, Lord, Savior, Son of God, Christ, and apostolic authority in community formation is also needed. Titles such as Lord and Savior, as well as claims that Jesus is a counter-emperor or victorious over the Roman order, express an equally imperial framework. That is, while Rome's imperialism must be exposed, so must Paul's. Point 47. In sum, Paul's counter-imperial praxis may have provided the raw material 48 for an alternative to the Roman Empire, but it could not realize that alternative by organizing effective means to break decisively with the latter's structures of social, economic, ideological, and religious power. 2. Paul's practice. Slavoj Žižek has defined a philosophical event as a traumatic intrusion of something new which remains unacceptable for the predominant view. Moreover, an event in philosophy expresses a moment of madness, the madness of being captivated by an idea, like falling in love, like Socrates under the spell of his daemon. Finally, philosophies that follow an event are all attempts to contain/control this excess of madness, to renormalize it, to reinscribe it into the normal flow of things. Point 49. In the life and thought of Paul of Tarsus there doubtless arose a kind of madness associated with the philosophical event to which he strove to remain faithful. Point 50. But what was the radical opening of the Pauline event? As Althusser might have put it, what was Paul's emptiness of a distance taken? 51. What was Paul's madness that would have to be contained and controlled by the emergence of official Christianity? 52. Georgi memorably concludes that when Lucky turned Paul into a religioso, this full for Christ was given a belated state funeral. When the victorious wing of the church allied itself with the Caesar, Paul, the rebel for Christ whom Caesar had slain, was consigned to a golden hell. Since that day, has up and down been down? Can the gods once again dwell in peace in heaven and the rulers stand secure once more upon the backs of their subjects? 53. In a word, Paul's was the madness of a free, equal, and inclusive collective life against empire. Point 54. As Georgi explains, these was the subversive praxis of faith that got Paul, like Jesus before him, killed. Point 55. Having agreed with Badiou and Žižek so far, there remains, however, the equally, if not more, important question of Paul's practice. In his recent book on Althusser, Warren Montag has argued that in its practical existence, philosophy must constantly pose to itself the question of its orientation, of the place it occupies and that which the conjuncture demands it accomplish. It must constantly ask, what is to be done? 56. What then did Paul believe that he ought to do in his conjuncture? How did Paul decide to act? To be precise, what was his livelihood, his vision, his objective, his strategy, his tactics, his basic message, his mission? 57. In other words, how did the Pauline event arise out of, and unfold within, the uneven and combined elements of his historical conjuncture? Here Badiou's work on Paul is not particularly helpful. As Nestor Miguez has observed, Badiou removes Paul from the concrete political situation and throws him into a type of theoretical struggle that, although present in Paul, finds its incarnation in a concrete confrontation with the practices and ways of the empire. Point 58. Althusser famously proposed that Marx's philosophy largely existed in a practical state and required a theoretical labor to work out the specific concept or knowledge of this practical resolution. Point 59. So too should we read Acts and Paul's letters with an eye toward working out the concepts and knowledge associated with Paul's practice. We ought to approach Paul not as a defender of orthodox positions on various matters, but rather as an advocate for the orthopraxis of nonviolent resistance to Roman imperial domination. It is surprising that radical philosophers who have recently written on Paul have scarcely bothered to consider the question of his missionary strategy, namely his approach to organizing and sustaining counter-imperial ecclesiae or assemblies of the saints that are misleadingly called churches. Point 60. For example, Stanislas Breton rightly noted that Paul was too absorbed by his missionary and administrative tasks to have the time or the desire to reflect on his practice. Point 61. Yet Breton's own philosophical reflection on Paul's practice anachronistically restricted the latter to narrowly religious categories as communion, community, in a religious sense, churches, and the church. 62. Whereas the distinction between religion and politics simply did not exist in the ancient world, during the Roman Empire, or for Paul. Point 63. Moreover, Badiou has argued that Paul mobilizes the new discourse in a constant, subtle strategy of displacement relative to Jewish discourse. We have already remarked that references to the Old Testament are as abundant in Paul's texts as those to the sayings of Christ are absent. The task Paul sets for himself is obviously not that of abolishing Jewish particularity, which he constantly acknowledges as the event's principle of historicity, but that of animating it internally by everything of which it is capable relative to the new discourse, and hence the new subject. For Paul, being Jewish in general, and the book in particular, can and must be resubjectivated. 64. But Paul's strategy had less to do with the resubjectivation of Judaism, which no more existed in a homogeneous sense than did Christianity during Paul's lifetime 65, than with a broad appeal to the conquered nations, THIRD-WORLDISM 66 to participate in an egalitarian counter-imperial movement without economic hierarchy and beyond political, cultural, or religious borders. Badio is more interested in Paul's doctrine 67 and so fails to grasp the importance of the apostle's mission, his practice. Paul's practice can be characterized in four key ways: 1. His self-understanding as an apostle, 2. His organizing strategy, 3. His tactics, and 4. His basic message. 68. Let us examine each of these elements in turn. Paul's claim to apostleship involved 6 components. First of all, Paul insisted that he had received his authority and been commissioned by the risen Jesus. Secondly, he considered himself to be a servant of the truth and authority of the gospel. Thirdly, Paul believed that he had primarily been sent by God to the conquered nations, but also that this mission served, fourthly, as an extension of Israel's own mission from God. Fifthly, Paul embraced an eschatological apostleship, and, finally, he founded egalitarian counter-imperial assemblies of Jesus followers. Paul's stress on equality, incities, as a community ideal is crucial, as can be seen in his discussion of care for the poor as a defining feature of discipleship. This ideal is evident in 2 Cor 8:14, at the present time, and to nyn caro, your surplus, periseruma, provides what others lack so that their surplus might furnish what you lack at some future time, so that there might be equality, incities. 69. Paul promoted not just equality among poor people themselves but, more radically, the equalization of resources between persons of different social classes through voluntary redistribution. 70. As Lawrence Wellborn has stressed, the audacity of Paul's proposal arose from, and was possible precisely because of, the present time, kairos, which is not a mundane present, but the messianic time, which is charged to the bursting point with hope. 71. Paul's strategy consisted of 3 basic elements: to travel from Jerusalem in an enormous loop to Spain and back. 72. Next, to pursue his mission especially among the conquered nations. Finally, to gather a collection from these assemblies to carry back to the Jerusalem assembly. Badio completely misses the strategic importance of this collection for the poor when he writes that in all the groups affiliated with the Christian Declaration, funds destined for the Jerusalem community are collected. What does this contribution signify? Here, we encounter once again the conflict between tendencies refereed by the Jerusalem Conference's feeble compromise. The Judeo-Christians see in this paying of tribute an acknowledgement of the primacy of the historical apostles, Peter and the others, as well as the sign that elects Jerusalem, obvious center, along with the temple, of the Jewish community, as natural center of the Christian movement. The collection thereby affirms a continuity between Jewish communitarianism and Christian expansionism. Lastly, through the collection, external groups recognize that they amount to a diaspora. Paul gives an interpretation of the collection that is the exact opposite. By accepting their donations, the center ratifies the legitimacy of the Gentile Christian groups. It demonstrates that neither membership of the Jewish community, nor the marks of that membership nor being situated on the land of Israel are pertinent criteria for deciding whether a constituted group does or does not belong within the Christian sphere of influence. 73. Badiou offers a traditional interpretation of the collection as a charitable project of internal unification among Gentile Christians and Jews, whereas increasing numbers of New Testament scholars have proposed that this collection served as a material way to demonstrate concrete commitment to solidarity, koinonia, not only among Jesus' followers but also with all those who had been humiliated 74 and economically vanquished 75 by Roman political domination and economic exploitation. For example, Ross and Gloria Kinsler have argued that Paul's collection served as his concrete enactment of the ancient Israelite Jubilee tradition, as renewed by the Jesus movement, of debt cancellation and economic redistribution. 77 Moreover, Georgi observes that the collection of funds for Jerusalem in Paul's interpretation transforms the idea of an economy geared toward growth of production and profit, as the Hellenistic economy already was. The Hellenistic market economy obviously used interest as a major instrument of growth. Paul instead presupposes the biblical prohibition of interest, now extended to everyone. The money collected for Jerusalem grows also, but into a universal divine worship. The money involved becomes a social force, a gift from community to community. It is intended to forge the vitality of the community to which it is given as well as the health of the community donating. Here obedience and simple kindness are blended. In the process the subjugation of the universe under the rich one who had become poor has begun, and the unification of humanity has been initiated. 78. In a succinct and provocative formulation, Georgi concludes that for Paul the collection was meant as the founding of a revolution to come. 79 Paul's mission, then, relied on an overall structural strategy 80 of covering the breadth and length of the Roman Empire, carrying the gospel primarily to city dwellers, helping to set up and sustain assemblies of Jesus followers along the way, and all the while gathering a monetary collection for the impoverished community in Jerusalem. His itinerary, though demonstrated considerable tactical flexibility within the framework of his broader missionary strategy. As Bruce Lungenecker and Todd Still have pointed out, circumstances and forces whether malevolent or benevolent sometimes precludet hyposulsabilitatem of issuild. With this being said, it does not appear that Paul traveled willy-nilly throughout the Mediterranean world with a knapsack on his back wherever the winds and his whims might carry him. The popular notion of Paul, the wild-eyed apocalypticist, racing indiscriminately around the Roman Empire in a holy hurry spouting his missionary message to anyone he could buttonhole does not ring true with the data that we have at hand. According to Acts, Paul spent no less than 18 months in Corinth, 18:11, and some 3 months in Ephesus, 20:31. Moreover, when Paul did have to leave a city prematurely, it was local hostility, not an imminent eschatology, that sent the apostle packing. 81. Paul's tactics were not only city-centered but specifically oriented toward provincial capitals accessible by land and sea, aimed at Jewish synagogues, based on appeals to non-Jews who were nonetheless attracted to Jewish beliefs and practices, self-supporting through his own manual labor, and dependent on a team of co-workers, synergoi. Finally, we can identify the features of Paul's basic message. A thought formed the core of his orally transmitted and then written gospel or good news, Evangelion. 1. A radical turn from polytheism to monotheism. 2. A proclamation of Jesus as crucified, but, 3. Vindicated by being raised by God to become Lord, Kyrios, over all things, with, 4. An expectation of his imminent return from heaven to earth to establish justice over all nations, as a result. 5. Making a demand of exclusive loyalty. Pistis, by Jesus followers, 82, 6, to be baptized, receive a gift of spirit, pneuma, and experience a new way of life. 7. To participate in an inclusive and egalitarian celebration of a common meal, the Lord's Supper, and 8. To engage in practices of ethical and moral development. Consider a philosophically disconcerting fact: Paul of Tarsus was a tent maker, skenopoios. 83 Yet it is striking, and methodologically revealing, that such a simple and well-supported historical observation should have gone largely Unnoticed in the contemporary philosophical attempt to reclaim Paul's ideas. 84 Badio's peculiar description of how Paul might have set up an assembly of Jesus' followers is wide of the mark and fails to grasp that Paul was not just a militant in theory but in practice too. Badio writes that Paul begins his teaching by basing himself on the community's institutions. When he arrives in a town, he first intervenes in the synagogue. Unsurprisingly, things go badly with the orthodox for reason soft doctrine, the stubborn persistence in affirming that Jesus is the Messiah. Remember that Christ is simply the Greek word for Messiah, so that the only continuity between the good news according to Paul and prophetic Judaism is the equation Jesus equals Christ, an affirmation that, in the eyes of the majority of Jews, and for extremely powerful and legitimate reasons, propounds a fraud. Following incidents that, in the conditions of the time, could be extremely violent, and where, basically, one risks one's life, Paul abandons the synagogue and withdraws to the home of a local sympathizer. There he tries to set up a group comprising Judeo-Christians and Gentile Christians. It seems that very quickly the Gentile Christians will constitute the majority among the adherents of the group. In light of the minimal concession Paul makes to the Jewish heritage, particularly so far as rights are concerned, this is not in the least surprising. Once the group has been sufficiently consolidated in his eyes, it will then be called an ecclesia, from which Eglise church undoubtedly derives, although the former should be envisioned in terms of a small group of militants. Paul entrusts its running to those whose conviction he holds in high regard, and who will become his lieutenants. Then he continues on his voyage. 85. Badio is doubtless correct that Paul regularly presented his message in synagogues in at least some cities, as well as in private living quarters, so-called house churches. 86 But he seems unaware of an important new line of shoal. Early research suggesting that Paul conducted much of his evangelization within the day-to-day routine of his workshop. As Ronald Hawk has summarized his groundbreaking research, more than any of us has supposed, Paul was Paul the tent maker. His trade occupied much of his time, from the years of his apprenticeship through the years of his life as a missionary of Christ, from before daylight through most of the day. Consequently, his trade in large measure determined his daily experiences and his social status. His life was very much that of the workshop, of artisan friends, of leather, knives, and awls, of wearying toil, of being bent over a workbench like a slave and of working side by side with slaves, of thereby being perceived by others and by himself as slavish and humiliated, of suffering the artisan's lack of status and so being reviled and abused. 87. As an itinerant artisan, Paul would often have struggled to earn enough money for food. While traveling, he would have had to carry his meager possessions and tools of his trade, slept by the road in cold, rain, and snow, and regularly faced dangers of robbery on land and sea. 88 By plying his trade, though, Paul largely supported himself and was not financially dependent on the community. 89 There is yet one more historical item that has largely escaped not only Badio, but also most contemporary radical philosophers in their turn to Paul. Paul did not think, write, or act alone. As Acts and his letters both clearly indicate, he was not a solitary figure in his missionary work but enlisted the help of a cadre of co-workers 90 like Barnabas, Silas, Timothy, Titus, Phoebe, and Chloe. Paul even worked at the same trade as the couple Prisca/Priscilla and Aquila. 91. Paul's collaborative mission can even, or especially be seen when we read his letters, which Badio rightly characterizes as interventions that are possessed of all the political passion proper to such interventions. 92 But they were, in point of fact, genuinely collective productions. 93 Indeed, teamwork was necessary for the composition, transmission, and defraying of the expense of these interventions, and Paul relied on trusted secretaries, messengers, and funding. 94. 3. Paul's place in the Jesus movement. Christer Stendahl once proposed that Paul's message was unique but not universal and then provided a historical counterfactual to drive the point home. If there had been no Paul, would Christianity have made it in the Gentile world? I think anyone who is brought up in Christian schools is inclined to say that had not Paul come along, Christianity would have dwindled into a little Jewish sect, or something like that. Paul himself is very much inclined to think thus, and many of our textbooks back him up gloriously. But what are the facts? The answer is that Christianity may have made it, and made it very well, and furthermore, in the time when it happened, Paul's activities were actually a tremendously complicating factor rather than an asset for a pragmatically successful missionary program. 95. Raising a slightly different counterfactual question, Richard Bockham has asked what if Paul had traveled east rather than west. 96. But Bockham more definitively concludes that the historical Paul is not diminished if we conclude that, although without Paul much would have been different about the way the early Christian movement would have spread across the Roman Empire, it would still have spread, with much the same long-term effects. 97. Yet contemporary radical philosophers too often regard Paul as a solitary figure and so view him in isolation from the broader Jesus movement in which he played a leading but hardly exclusive role. 98. In reality, Paul competed for influence with other leaders like Peter and James. 99. To say nothing of Apollos, his evangelistic rival in Corinth. 100. Moreover, he struggled to defend his own mission against the backdrop of other missions, both Jewish and Hellenistic, e.g. Stoicism, Epicureanism, Neoplatonism, mystery cults, and imperial state ideologies like emperor worship. 101. As a result, the correctness of Paul's positions was not fixed once for all but required continual adjustment. 102. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, none of his organizing activities could have been funded without the vital participation of women like Eunia, Phoebe, Chloe, and Lydia. 103. What eventually became Christianity, then, must not be retrospectively projected onto Paul's frequently improvised missionary activities. In fact, in his impassioned letters to diverse assemblies of Jesus followers in Thessalonica, Philippi, Galatia, Corinth, and Rome, Paul played the role of a troubleshooter more than that of a theologian or a philosopher as he responded to, and sought to resolve, specific internal community disputes. His radically lay as much in his flexible organizing and nurturing practice as it did in his ideas. In his conjuncture Paul strove to provide concrete analyses of concrete situations in a heroic effort to hold together fledgling groups of Jesus followers struggling amid the clashing theological political priorities and ideals of both first-century Roman imperial and Jewish cultures and traditions. In this respect, the Jesus movement shaped Paul just as much as, if not more than, Paul shaped the Jesus movement. Chapter 3. Paul's gift economy, wages, debt, and debt cancellation. Don't go along with the pattern of this age, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. 1. Some scholars, in particular Scott Meikle, too have recognized the influence of Aristotle's economic thought on Marx, but relatively few have explored the relationship between biblical and socialist economic aims. For example, although Aristotle arguably provided the ancient world's best account of economic value, it was not he but key figures in the biblical prophetic tradition who grasped the danger to social justice posed by mounting economic debt and who proclaimed the need periodically to cancel it. 3. As David Graeber has written in his book Debt, The First 5,000 Years, we are long overdue for some kind of biblical-style jubilee, one that would affect both international debt and consumer debt. It would be salutary not just because it would relieve so much genuine human suffering, but also because it would be our way of reminding ourselves that money is not ineffable, that paying one's debts is not the essence of morality, that all these things are human arrangements and that if democracy is to mean anything, it is the ability to all agree to arrange things in a different way. 4. With such a political vision in mind, my focus here is on the biblical prophetic warning about, and solution to, severe debt injustice, whether individual or collective. I seek to demonstrate the New Testament's continuity with the Jubilee Athemio of economic justician debt cancellation latent Hebrew scriptures. In particular, I argue that Paul of Tarsus well understood the economic difficulties faced by wage laborers in the first-century Roman Empire and the all-too-real possibility of debt bondage, and, through his collection for the poor among the consecrated at Jerusalem 5, devised a creative means to reclaim the biblical tradition of debt cancellation. In short, Paul envisioned what we could call a gift economy based not only on mutuality but also, and especially, on addressing the needs of the weak, vulnerable, and poor. Indeed, Larry Wellborn has persuasively argued that in the historical context of the first-century ancient world, Paul contributed to the tentative emergence of a new category of thought, the economic. 6 In particular, Wellborn argues, the novelty of Paul's collection was its radical alternative to Greco-Roman models of patronage, namely, the equalization of resources between persons of different social classes through voluntary redistribution. 7 Moreover, we see not only a local redistributive pattern of equality promoted by Paul but an unprecedented, and politically subversive, global form of economic redistribution from Jesus' loyalists in assemblies scattered throughout the Roman Empire, but especially in strategic urban centers like Philippi, Ephesus, Corinth, and Rome. Unfortunately, the driving force for such redistributive equality appears as a stumbling block to contemporary Christians and foolishness to Marxists' 8 divine grace, that is to say, an absent cause that initiates what the English sociologist, and socialist, Richard Titmuss called the gift relationship. 9 One need not personify that cause as God along the lines that Paul and other Jesus loyalists did in order to recognize that there must be such an absent cause to set into motion the double reciprocity involved, for example, between a. individuals and the underlying economic structure of debt, and b. among the indebted individuals themselves. 1. The Jesus movement and debt cancellation. Paul, it should be well understood, became a follower, or loyalist, of Jesus 10 after having initially opposed the movement and helped to persecute its members. It is worth reflecting briefly on the nature of that movement during Jesus's lifetime and in the decades just after, when Paul would have encountered and ultimately embraced it. The Jesus movement arose in the socio-historical context of, and as a bold critique of and stark alternative to, economic exploitation, indebtedness, and debt bondage. 11 Indeed, a generation after Jesus's state execution at the hands of the Roman imperial order, a social explosion occurred in Galilee and Judea that had at its core the demand for debt cancellation. The defining feature of the movement, as Richard Horsley has emphasized, was covenant renewal, the appeal to ancient traditions of Israelites in order to address the economic woes of Galilean and Judean peasant, artisans, and their allies, few in number, to be sure, but hardly non-existent. Against this historical backdrop, it is possible to see in a radically new way what have come to be known in Christian tradition as the Golden Rule 12 and the Lord's Prayer. 13 As opposed to the traditional interpretation of these texts as outlining the basis for individual piety, it becomes striking how Jesus's insistence on moral reciprocity entails the economic practice of mutual debt cancellation. 14 For example, in the early tradition conveyed by the author of the Gospel of Mark, Jesus sharply distinguishes between how he exercises lordship and how it is practiced by those recognized as rulers of the nations, in particular, how their great ones dominate them. He cautions his disciples that whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wishes to be first among you must be slave of all. Jesus concludes his normative account of legitimate leadership by presenting himself as the embodiment of debt cancellation for all, for even the human one did not come to be served but to serve and to give his life as a payment for the deliverance, litron, of many. 15 As Ched Myers has noted, the Greek word litron, traditionally translated as ransom, referred to the price required to redeem captives or purchase freedom for indentured servants. 16 Moreover, Richard Horsley observes that such a formulation can scarcely be construed as a proof text for such later theories of diviniatonnement the thevimpesis et vicarious death of Christ. 17 Rather, it should be appreciated as a motivating sanction for the principle enunciated in these verses. Significantly, Horsley adds, what is at stake is the covenantal mechanism in Israelite tradition by which those who had fallen into debt slavery could be ransomed and their land, which had come into another's control, could be redeemed. 18 Jesus once even offered a compelling parable against the refusal to cancel debts. In the Gospel of Matthew, we find the following account of an unforgiving servant, or royal retainer. 19 The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a king who wished to settle accounts with his retainers. When he began the calculation, one who owed him 10,000 talents was brought to him, and, as he could not pay, his lord ordered him to be sold, together with his wife and children and all his possessions, and payment to be made. So the servant fell on his knees before him, saying, "Have patience with me, and I will repay you everything." And having been moved with compassion for him, the lord of that servant released him and cancelled his debt. But that same servant, as he went out, came upon one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii, and choking him, he said, "Pay what you owe." Then his fellow servant fell down and pleaded with him, "Have patience with me, and I will pay you." But he refused. Then he went and threw him into jail until he would pay the debt. When his fellow servants saw what had happened, they were greatly distressed, and they went and reported to their lord all that had taken place. Then his lord summoned him and said to him, "You wicked servant! I forgave you all that debt because you pleaded with me. Should you not have had mercy on your fellow servant, as I had mercy on you?" And in anger his lord handed him over to the jailers until he would pay his entire debt. So my heavenly Father will also do to every one of you, if you do not forgive your brother or sister from your heart. 20. Taken at face value, the author of the Gospel of Matthew has framed this story as a normative counterexample, even proclaiming eschatological divine sanction, against one individual's refusal to cancel another's debts. Yet on closer examination, one can discern the forceful indictment of not only, a. an economic system rooted in debt, threats of enslavement, imprisonment, and violence, but also, b. the illusion of debt cancellation from above by benevolent rulers. This is a compelling example of what John Dominic Crossan has called a challenge parable, which has no clear resolution to the conflict depicted in the narrative and so forces the listener to think, to discuss, to argue, and to decide about meaning as present application. Here is its basic challenge. If tradition is changed, it may be destroyed. If tradition is not changed, it will be destroyed. Point 21. Accordingly, it is nothing to grasp that the central challenge posed by Jesus in the parable of the unforgiving servant is that, as William Herzog has argued, neither the messianic hope nor the tradition of popular kingship can resolve the people's dilemma. To reshape their world, the people of the land must look elsewhere. Just where is not the concern of this parable. Point 22. Perhaps, though, the unspoken implication of Jesus's parable is that the people should look to themselves, to their own power of debt cancellation from below. Bearing in mind the importance of debt and debt cancellation in Jesus's mission, as it was remembered in the nascent Jesus movement. 23. Let us turn now to the theological economic contribution made by Paul of Tarsus. 2. Paul's letter to the Romans. Although my interest in Paul lies in his broad contribution to the Jesus movement, I shall largely focus on his letter to the assemblies of Jesus loyalists in Rome, his so-called letter to the Romans. My overreading concern in providing a closer reading of Paul's letter is to consider how participants in Roman house assemblies would have reacted when they heard it read aloud and interpreted by Paul's co-worker Phoebe. 24, in other words, to overhear their concerns and conversations. The vast majority of Paul's undisputed 25 letters were addressed to assemblies of Jesus loyalists with whom Paul has already established a close personal relationship, a kind of partnership. Indeed, these letters generally functioned as problem-solving interventions in which he tried to resolve a conflict, reiterate an important teaching, or simply reassure other Jesus loyalists. By contrast, Paul's letter to the Romans was written to a group of assemblies most of whose members he had never met. All Paul's letters typically rely on moral exhortation through paradigmatic example, but the letter to the Romans is the most theologically, and politically, complex and is especially grounded in appeals to Jewish scripture, in particular, the Torah and the prophets. Finally, in all his undisputed letters Paul confesses, in one way or another, his exclusive loyalty to Jesus as the Messiah, whose brutal death at the hands of Roman occupation forces he insists has been paradoxically vindicated as the inspiration for an alternative vision for building anti-imperial, egalitarian human communities that Jesus already proclaimed as the reign of God. And Paul calls assemblies, ekklesia, that exemplify solidarity, partnership, koinonia, Point 26. Notwithstanding Nietzsche's uncomprehending complaint in the Antichrist 27, Paul recognized that the transformative power of the Jesus movement lay precisely in its apparent weakness, from the hierarchical perspective of the established power of the Roman imperial order, at any rate. Point 28. This is the concrete sense of Jesus's resurrection as signifying what Alain Badiou has rightly called an event that demands loyalty. Point 29. Consequently, it is hardly surprising that at the beginning and end of his letter to the Romans, Paul clearly and directly confesses his loyalty as a follower of Jesus and thereby issues a challenge to the dominant politics of Rome and the Roman emperor. Point 30. John Stolze reminds modern readers of Paul's letters, who standardly fail to recognize the intertwining of the theological and political in the ancient world, of the implications that the audience to whom Paul wrote, dictated, actually, 31 resided precisely in the capital of the Roman Empire. The center of the city had numerous temples to pagan gods and to the emperors of Rome. Every city block had an altar to the emperor at which people were expected to make confession or offer sacrifices. Every home was expected to have a cove with an image of the emperor. 32. Paul composed his letter shortly after the ascension of Nero in c.e. Point 54 to the emperorship. In this conjuncture, Paul's letter operated as a political theology, a political declaration of war on the Caesar. 33. The basic message presented in this letter of resistance was undoubtedly why Paul was killed by the regime. 34. Indeed, as Stolze summarizes, Paul's opening and concluding confessions in Romans are theological statements. He confesses that Jesus is the messianic fulfillment of the promises to David and the Jewish people. But every word in these confessions and in Paul's opening statement of his mission to the capital of the empire also are loaded with political meaning: gospel, Son of God, Lord, rule the nations, hope for the nations, faith, Father, salvation, righteousness are all understood in Rome as reference to Augustus, the emperor. The emperor is the Son of God, Lord, and Father of the Roman people who rules the nations, who brings hope, salvation, and righteousness to all peoples of the world. The confessions of Paul in Romans are theopolitical assertions. They simultaneously outline Paul's understanding of the gospel and his counter-imperial claims about the politics of the gospel. Paul challenges what the people of Rome say about the Roman emperor. The Romans got it wrong, Paul says. Messiah Jesus is the Son of God, the Lord, who brings hope, salvation and righteousness to all people and who will rule the nations in behalf of God the Father. 35. Stolze argues persuasively that confessions of faith in Paul's letters serve as declarations of loyalty. However, it is hardly obvious had Ashigosin to argue, loyalty to Paul's, and Jesus's, inclusive, egalitarian vision of community, and concomitant disloyalty to empire, requires retreat from politics and political struggles to build a more just world. Such retreat unjustifiably cedes ground to forms of class and state power and only makes more difficult the successful pursuit of one's presumed normative commitment to participate in the Jesus movement. John Barclay has argued that to see Paul's declaration that Jesus is Lord is not purely, simply, and narrowly a presumption that therefore the emperor is not Lord. 36. For Barclay, Paul's challenge is deeper and wider than a direct political challenge to the Roman imperial order. As he argues, in Paul's cosmic scheme of powers and principalities, the Roman Empire is relegated to the rank of a dependent and derivative entity, denied a distinguishable name or significant role in the story of the world. 37. This is because, Barclay adds, Paul's systemic analysis of the world differs from ours. For him the political is fused with other realities whose identity is clarified and named from the epistemological standpoint of the Christ event. In this sense the Roman Empire is not significant to Paul qua the Roman Empire, it certainly features on his map, but under other auspices and as subservient to more significant powers. 38. No doubt this is true, but neither should one argue that since Paul's theological vision was more than political, his theological vision was thereby less than political. A material clash of systems, interests, and values remained. As Mark Reasoner notes, it is clear that Paul's target was more broadly the polytheistic fabric of the first-century Mediterranean world than it was the Roman imperial cult. And yet, Reasoner adds, Somehow Paul, whether he intended it or not, posed a threat to the Roman imperial order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen victim to it. Even if he was not intentionally subverting the Roman Empire in his letters, there existed a relationship of incompatibility between Paul as the apostle to the nations and the Roman Empire. 39. 3. Paul and economic mutualism. Paul's overall theological argument in the letter to the Romans pivots on his drawing a line of demarcation between a conception of justice as retaliation and justice as restoration. Paul sets forth and defends the historical possibility of a transition between a regime of law and a regime of generosity. 40. Or, as Stolze puts it, Paul is calling for the construction of a genuinely egalitarian worldview and value system. 41. Justin Magid has amply and ably demonstrated that in pursuit of such a worldview and value system, Paul was committed to a form of economic mutualism as a strategy for the survival of those living at a subsistence level in the first-century world. 42. Magid defines mutualism as the implicit or explicit belief that individual and collective well-being is attainable above all by mutual interdependence. 43. He insists that this is more than mere reciprocity. Consider an intriguing passage in which Paul observes that wages are accredit das Agift, katakaran, toa workerbutisate etaud, kata offelama. But to someone who doesn't work, trusting, pistuanti, him who justifies, dikai the ungodly, his trust, pistis, is credited as righteousness, eis dikaiasinan. So also David speaks of the blessedness of those to whom God credits righteousness apart from works, logazetai dikaiosinan korisurgan. Blessed are those whose lawless deeds are forgiven, and whose errors are covered over, blessed is the one against whom the Lord will not credit error. 44. As Dieter George comments, Paul demonstrates a profound understanding of the relationship between wage labor and leisure. Georgi points out that whoever works for monetary gain counts on the fact that wages are not given as a favor, that is, in gracious condescension or with a similar attitude. Instead, it is expected and given according to the rate of indebtedness that accumulates according to time, energy, resources, and imagination invested and shown by the worker. This reference to wage as an indebtedness of the employer is an interesting one, certainly true today also, but not so often expressed in this kind of language. Employers on various levels have always tended to give their payments to employees a touch of grace. This is an attitude that Paul condemns outright, and Paul's opinion concerning the relationship of money and labor reflects that of contemporary society. 45. Paul next considers an exemplary person of leisure, King David. Paul's point of contrast hinges on his use of the Greek words pistis, translated loyalty or faithfulness, and dikaiosine, conventionally translated as righteousness but also having the societal connotation of justice. In Paul's understanding of the Abraham story in the Hebrew Scriptures, Abraham is not justified by a set of abstract beliefs about God but rather by concretely expressing his loyalty to God through his actions. Paul does not understand human loyalty as a one-way concept, from the subject to the sovereign. It is a two-way affair, with the divine loyalty, in fact, preceding and causing human loyalty. 46. Paul reiterates and condenses his point in the formulation, for the wages of sin is death, but the free gift, charis, of God is eternal life in our Lord Jesus the Messiah. 47. Later on in the letter to the Romans we also find Paul's commitment to mutualism. Do not become indebted to anyone, except to love one another, for one who unconditionally loves another has fulfilled the Torah. For you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and, if there is any other commandment, it may be summed up in this expression, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love for one's neighbor does not carry out evil, therefore, love is a fulfillment of the Torah. 48. Paul sharply contrasts a negative requirement to avoid indebtedness with the positive requirement to love one's neighbor, here echoing the Torah and Jesus's golden rule. What does the avoidance of debt have to do with fulfillment of the Torah? Paul appeals to a principle of economic reciprocity. Paul is sketching the outlines of an economy of the gift or spiritual economy 49 that would be based on what Peter Oakes has termed a new scale of value, in accordance with which Paul is not calling for realistic assessment of oneself on the usual scales of status and intellect. He does away with these scales of achievement and inherited qualities by putting in a scale based on unmerit gift. 50 As a result, Paul seeks to undermine the very hierarchical structure of honor, status, and household that served as an ideological support for Greco-Roman societies. Instead, he proposes a new egalitarian model of community. Toward this end, Paul offers here, as well as elsewhere 51, the metaphor of a body having many parts and functions, but each contributing to overall corporeal well-being, for just as in one body we have many parts, and not all the parts have the same function, just so, we who are many are one body in Christ and, individually, we are parts of each other. 52 Moreover, within such an egalitarian economy, there exist diverse gifts that are in line with the gift given to us. 53 And therefore should be shared. Finally, though, the new system of value that Paul sketches, which reconfigures and exceeds the boundaries of the classical model of a household economy, recognizes the hard work and suffering undergone by its members. It involves a commitment to sharing and hospitality with all, but with what could be called a preferential option for the poor, be in agreement with one another. Don't be carried away to grandiose ideas but to lowly people. 54 As Oakes comments, the Greek word used by Paul to characterize lowly people is tapeinos, which has customarily been translated as humble. However, the word conveys not a moral but a social category. Indeed, Oakes continues, Paul is probably not urging Christians to associate particularly with people who have the virtue of not thinking too highly of themselves. In this period, tapeinos was much more commonly used to denote the poor. It tended more towards being pejorative than complimentary. 55. Undoubtedly the fullest expression of Paul's gift economy and his commitment to economic mutualism and debt cancellation, a survival strategy, a swashes project to collect contributions to assist the poor in Jerusalem and elsewhere. This was no charitable project, as some have claimed. 56 Rather, as Gordon Zerbe has argued, Paul's collection was to serve as a relief fund for his fellow Messianic compatriots of Judea, impoverished by food shortages caused by both famine and the Roman Empire's tributary system of economic extraction from conquered territories. But Paul does not promote just charity and benevolence, rather, in this project he champions in concrete terms the goal of mutualism, partnership, and equality with the lowly and poor. 57. Indeed, increasing numbers of New Testament scholars have proposed that this collection served as a material way to demonstrate concrete commitment to solidarity, partnership, koinonia, not only among Jesus' followers but also with all those who had been humiliated. 58 By Roman political domination and economic exploitation. 59 For example, Ross and Gloria Kinsler have argued that Paul's collection served as his concrete enactment of the ancient Israelite Jubilee tradition, as renewed by the Jesus movement, of debt cancellation and economic redistribution. 60. For a cosmic jubilee. Finally, Paul bears witness to the stark reality of debt bondage, and the hope of deliverance from it, even at the level of the natural world. As Paul reminds his fellow Jesus loyalists, I consider that the sufferings of this present time, tounyn are not worth comparing with the glory about to be revealed, apokalypthena, to us. For the creation waits with eager expectation for the revealing of the children of God, for the creation was subjected, hypetage, to futility, not of its own will but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be released from its servitude of destruction into the freedom of the glory of the children of God. We know that the whole creation has groaned and agonized until now, and not only the creation, but we ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan while we wait for divine adoption, the deliverance, apolutrosin, of our bodies. For in hope we were saved. Now hope that is seen is not hope. For who hopes for what is seen? But if we hope for what we do not see, we wait for it with endurance. De Hypomons, 61. What is striking in this passage is the metaphor by which Paul identifies how the Roman Empire not only has enslaved human beings but also has undermined and despoiled the created order of things. As Neil Elliott reminds us, Crete Iones, and das Longbin, a political topic. 62 Indeed, the manumission that Paul expects is not just human but natural. Here I disagree with those who have argued that the groans Paul evokes in this passage have to do primarily with the birth pangs of a pregnant woman, essentially guided by the image of the imminent day of the Lord, Hemera Kyriou, that Paul offers. 63 Rather, it appears that the references in Romans 8:18 to 25 have to do as well with the physical and psychological torment brought about through enslavement. These are the sufferings of this present time, literally, of the now time, tounyn karo. As I have argued elsewhere, during the course of his mission to the nations, ethne, subjected to Roman imperial order, and by means of his letter writing, Paul intervenes as a thinker of the conjuncture. 64 But, remarkably, Paul envisions in these lines that even the ecological debt inflicted by Empire 65 will ultimately be cancelled in a cosmic jubilee, indeed, through the divine declaration of what Elsa Tamez has called an amnesty of grace. 66 This serves as the concrete basis for Paul's and other Jesus loyalists' hope. What will occur is not, as Orthodox Christian theology would have us believe, the redemption of souls, but instead the deliverance of bodies. Here is Paul at his most materialist, identifying not only the domination inflicted by Rome, its imperium, but also the glorious overcoming of that domination. Just as in his earliest use of such emancipatory imagery, though, in this passage Paul is not interested in specifying precisely when such deliverance will occur, it is enough for Jesus loyalists to wait for it with endurance. 67 Yet in a real sense, emancipation has already begun, since the Jesus loyalists are the first fruits of the Spirit, who an alternative way of sharing in a new egalitarian and inclusive life together, bound by the mutuality of gift exchange and not by the rational calculation of self-interest. For contemporary Christians and Marxists alike, this emancipatory hope in the already not yet 68 remains a declaration of good news. It is true that Karl Marx considered not Paul but Spartacus to be the most capital fellow in the whole history of antiquity and a real representative of the proletariat of ancient times. 69 But Spartacus was defeated. 70 Although Paul's project came to an equally bitter end, his materialist theology continues to have practical effects, and it retains a greater affinity with the socialist project of constructing an economic system based on solidarity and allocation based on human need. It is true enough that Paul's exhortations, while having a sharp, socially radical edge, fall short of calling for structural social change. 71 Nonetheless, as Peter Oakes reminds us, for suffering people, the gospel validates their suffering and encourages them in their day-to-day endurance. Hope can itself have a transforming effect on day-to-day experience. 72 On this basis we might even glimpse the contours of what could be called Pauline Marxism. 73. Chapter 4. Althusser and the Problem of Historical Individuality *. We are discussing living water which has not yet flowed away. 1. Louis Althusser. Louis Althusser's well-known formulation that ideology interpellates individuals as subjects too has long concealed a key problem that Althusser himself once posed but quickly dropped and never resolved: what is an individual? An answer to this simple, but exceedingly difficult, question would go a long way to explain not only the limits of the interpellation of subjects as individuals but also how resistance to oppressive social structures and institutions is possible. As a point of departure for our investigation, let us first consider two brief references by Althusser to this problem in texts from 1965 to 6. 1. The historical forms of the existence of individuality. In reading Capital, Althusser addresses the question of individuality in the context of his outline of a Marxist concept of historical time, which he opposes to Hegelian concept of history that has two essential characteristics: homogeneous continuity and contemporaneity. 3. For Althusser, this Hegelian approach allows for an essential section, coup d'essence, i.e. an intellectual operation in which a vertical break is made at any moment in historical time, a break in the present such that all the elements of the whole revealed by this section are in an immediate relationship with one another, a relationship that immediately expresses their internal essence. Point 4. According to this ideological and empiricist approach to historical time, we may envisage history as a linear sequence of homogeneous stages or moments, any one of which could easily be segmented from the rest, as indicated below. /past/ /present/ /future/ Althusser argues that this conception is inadequate to the task of accounting for the complex unity of different rates and rhythms by which the historical process unfolds. It also gives rise to a number of conceptual confusions and false problems, of which Althusser discusses 3, the classical oppositions, essence/phenomena, necessity/contingency, and the problem of the action of the individual in history. Point 5. Allow me to bypass the first 2 problems in order to focus on the third. Althusser notes that the so-called problem of the role of the individual in history 6 is a tragic argument which consists of a comparison between the theoretical part or knowledge of a determinate object, example the economy, which represents the essence of which the other objects, the political, the ideological, etc., are regarded as the phenomena, and that fiendishly important, politically, empirical reality, individual action. Point 7. For Althusser, this is more than a tragic problem, it is a false problem, because it is unbalanced, theoretically hybrid, since it compares the theory of one object with the empirical existence of another. In other words, the problem of the role of the individual in history commits a serious category mistake by confusing 2 distinct theoretical levels of analysis. Yet Althusser readily admits that this false problem of the role of the individual in history is nevertheless an index to a true problem, one which arises by right in the theory of history, the problem of the concept of the historical forms of existence of individuality. Point 8. What is more, it is precisely capital that allows this problem to be properly posed. This is because Marx's text defines for the capitalist mode of production the different forms of individuality required and produced by that mode according to functions, of which the individuals are supports, trigger, in the division of labor, in the different levels of the structure. Point 9. Yet caution is in order, for we should be careful not to align or match individuals as they are theoretically construed with individuals as they are empirically encountered and described. This is because the mode of historical existence of individuality in a given mode of production is not legible to the naked eye in history, its concept, too, must therefore be constructed, and like every concept it contains a number of surprises, the most striking of which is the fact that it is nothing like the false obviousnesses of the given, which is merely the mask of the current ideology. Point 10. Althusser concludes with a scathing joke. So long as the real theoretical problem has not been posed, the problem of the forms of historical existence of individuality, we shall be beating about in the dark, like Plekhanov, who ransacked Louis XV's bed to prove that the secrets of the fall of the Ancien regime were not hidden there. As a general rule, concepts are not hidden in beds. Point 11. Althusser's jest about Plekhanov's theoretical naivete arguably overlooks what is really at stake in the latter's essay, namely, the usefulness of counterfactual statements and arguments in historical explanation. Point 12. But I set this matter aside. Point 13. Althusser returns to the question of forms of historical existence of individuality in a lecture he delivered at the École Normale Supérieure in the early summer of 1966, which serves as an occasion for him to reflect on the philosophical conjuncture. Point 14. After addressing such matters as how a philosophical differs from a political conjuncture and distinguishing the internally uneven and combined elements of the former, Althusser launches into an analysis of the 3 sediment historical layers or elements, what Althusser, and Pierre Macquarrie, would later call philosophical tendencies. 15, in the history of French philosophy, the religious spiritualist, the rationalist idealist, and the rationalist empiricist. Althusser further proposes that the intervention of Marxists into contemporary French philosophy should operate on 2 fronts: first, against the spiritualism of Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Paul Ricoeur, and phenomenology; second, against the critical, Rationalist Idealism of Jean-Paul Sartre, Marshall Gerald, Claude Lévi-Strauss, and Structuralism. The first task of Marxists in philosophy is to define Marxist theory itself and to distinguish the theoretical status of historical materialism as a science from dialectical materialism as a philosophy. Then arises a series of key strategic questions in both dialectical and historical materialism. My concern is with the last 3, out of 7, strategic questions that, according to Althusser, have to be addressed in the field of dialectical materialism, namely, to develop theories of the following: ideology, the subject or subjectivity effect, and the historical forms of individuality, including the social formation. As is well known, Althusser's famous essay Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, which was published in 1970 as an extract from a much longer 1969 manuscript on the reproduction of capitalism, brings together the first 2 strategic questions and formulates both a Marxist ideology of ideology and of subjectivity. 16 However, as I have already suggested, in those texts, and subsequently, Althusser never fully worked out his theory of individuality. 2. Sévé's critique. Yet in the late 1960s Lucien Sévé, a fellow philosopher and member of the French Communist Party, also proposed that a non-reductive version of historical materialism would require a theory of historical forms of individuality. The fruit of Sévé's théoritique activité durant cette période was published as Marxisme et théorie de la personnalité. 17 Recently, he has summarized his lifelong research into this problem. Historical materialism is not, as a mutilated Marxism has dramatically believed, the key to understanding human societies alone, but is also inseparably the key to understanding individualities. After having created its own foundations, every social formation includes a related individual formation. This is indeed why communism could not be the emancipation of the human species without ensuring the free development of all individuals. Marxist anthropology thus gives the lie to a double illusion: substantialist, humans have a nature, and existentialist, humans have no essence. Insofar as they are socially evolved beings, human individuals have neither a nature nor a metaphysical essence, but indeed always concrete historical presuppositions from which we can make abstraction only in the imagination. 18. Sévé continues to agree with Althusser's theoretical anti-humanism to the extent that humanism is rooted in a commitment to some conception of the human. However, Sévé stresses that theoretical anti-humanism is merely the critical preamble for a materialist anthropology that for the human would substitute the dialectic of the human individual and human species that has at long last been untangled. 19 To reject entirely such an anthropological dimension to historical materialism would be to lose sight of Marx's ultimate aim of social emancipation, namely, to expand and enrich human capabilities by surpassing capitalism and by realizing a less oppressive, exploitative and alienated society. 20 Although this is not the place to develop at length a much needed appreciation of Sévé's work and its critical relationship to Althusser, it is worth noting that Sévé himself has acknowledged the influence of Althusser's passing remarks in reading Capital on the historical forms of existence of individuality. 21 However, Sévé has offered a compelling criticism of Althusser's non-dialectical approach to individuality. In Sévé's view, Althusser has in mind the general figures of individuality that underpin a social formation of a given type and of which singular individuals become supports, for example, the capitalist and wage laborer in the capitalist mode of production. 22. As a result, Althusser fails to capture the immense variety of the constitutive relations of individuality in detail, in historical forms of individuation in all their diversity. 23 Speaking in general terms of the capitalist and the worker as representative figures of modern individuality falls far short of the fine-grained, concrete analysis that is required in order to show how a given mode of production appropriates human mental and physical capabilities, for instance, by constraining free time or stunting personal development. 24 Sévé has found his inspiration for his conception of historical forms of individuality especially in 2 sources. 25 Marx's sixth thesis on Feuerbach, on which there also exist brief commentaries by Althusser, 26 and a letter written by Marx in 1846 to his Russian acquaintance Pavel Vasilyevich Anenkov. In the first text, Marx observes that the German materialist philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach had rightly resolved the religious essence into the human essence. However, as Marx insisted, the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its effective reality, Wirklichkeit, it is the ensemble, das Ensemble, of the social relations. Point 27 in the second text, Marx argues that the social history of men is never anything but the history of their individual development, whether they are conscious of it or not. Their material relations are the basis of all their relations. These material relations are only the necessary forms in which their material and individual activity is realized. Point 28. In each of these texts, Marx is at pains to emphasize the dialectical interaction of individuals and external social relations. As Seve has argued, employing Spinoza's terminology 29, we should distinguish between the forming form of individuality, or matrix, that occurs outside of human beings as the ensemble of material and social relations, and the formed form of individuality, or figure, that is the historical product of this complex process in its effective reality. Point 30. Consequently, Seve argues, by regarding individuals merely as social supports, Trigger, Althusser fails to address the historical substance 31 of how individuation actually unfolds and so implies that such support is merely passive. 32 Yet such a perspective turns out to be non-dialectical, for individuals are both supports for structural relations that dominate them and actors of social dynamics that make them move. 33 One might add to Seve's objection that individuation results from more than an internalist ensemble of, or support for, an external ensemble of relations. It requires an active unification of experience that is a precondition for understanding, acting in, and transforming the world. 3. Individuals and subjects. There is much to commend in Seve's nuanced theory of the historical forms of individuality and his criticisms of Althusser. However, what I would like now to suggest is that his approach lends additional support for Althusser's materialist position in reading Capital, that a real object exists prior to, and independent of, thought about it. For Althusser, while the production process of a given real object, a given real concrete totality, example a given historical nation, takes place entirely in the real and is carried out according to the real order of real genesis, the order of succession of the moments of historical genesis, the production process of the object of knowledge takes place entirely in knowledge and is carried out according to a different order, in which the thought categories which reproduce the real categories do not occupy the same place as they do in the order of real historical genesis, but quite different places assign them by their function in the production process of the object of knowledge. 34. Let me propose, then, that there exists a counterpart to Althusser's distinction between the real object and the object in thought, namely, a distinction between the concrete individual and the subjected individual. Indeed, each has its own genesis. Although Althusser himself does not indicate as much, nor, for that matter, does Seve, we should equally insist on the materialist position that every concrete individual is prior to, and independent of, the same individual who has undergone interpellation as a subject. It may well be true, as Althusser insists, that even a newborn always already undergoes interpellation through the expectations of others regarding the infant's name, gender, future social position, and so forth. 35 Nevertheless, every individual in process is born at a precise conjuncture of world history, enjoying specific opportunities and confronted by specific material and ideological obstacles. As human beings in our individual composition, each of us strives to persist in our being, and to increase our capacities to flourish. As a result, each of us in our own singularity always threatens to act as what could be called a counter-friction to disrupt the smooth operation of the interpellative machine. 36 Again using Spinoza's language, Seve envisions constructing a science of the singular that would help one to identify and open up an emancipatory path along which all of humanity may journey together. 37. For an example from Christian religious ideology, Simon Peter. In order to appreciate how tension can arise between historical forms of individuality and the process of subjective interpellation, consider the following historical theological case. In his chapter on ideology in the reproduction of capitalism, Althusser proposes that Christian religious ideology says, I address myself to you, a human individual called Peter. Every individual is called by his name. In the passive sense, it is never the individual who gives himself his own name, in order to tell you that God exists and that you are answerable to him. It adds, it is God who is addressing you through my voice, since Scripture has collected the Word of God, tradition has transmitted it, and papal infallibility has fixed it forever on ticklish points, such as Mary's virginity or papal infallibility itself. It says, this is who you are Peter. This is your origin, you were created by God from all eternity, although you were born in 1928 Anno Domini. This is your place in the world. This is what you must do. In exchange, if you observe the law of love, you will be saved, you, Peter, and will become part of the glorious body of Christ. And so on. 38. As Judith Butler and Jacques Bidet have cautioned, religious ideology may not be the most useful illustration of the everyday operation of interpellation. 39 Nonetheless, it remains, as I hope to demonstrate, an interesting example in its own right. In addition, although Althusser is clearly not discussing the historical Simon Peter, for purpose of illustration, it is worth considering the latter's concrete existence as an individual prior to, and independent of, becoming a subject. According to the Gospel according to Mark, shortly after the arrest of John the Baptizer by order of Herod Antipas, the Roman-appointed Tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, Jesus announces his own mission based on good news to the poor, journeys to the fishing village of Capernaum, and at some later point hails two fishermen, Simon, Hebrew, Shimon, and his brother Andrew, to leave behind the tools of their trade and become disciples in order to fish for people. 40 Simon is soon given the nickname Peter, Greek, Petros, and becomes Jesus' leading disciple. 41 However, in keeping with the narrative's recurrent reversals of expectations, 42 Simon Peter's persistent failure to understand, and act in accordance with, Jesus' messianic mission of sacrifice for the well-being of others appears to be all the more tragic. Indeed, at a pivotal moment in the trajectory of Mark's story, Jesus rebukes Simon Peter for his misunderstanding, "Get behind me, Satan." 43 A dramatic interpellative reversal has occurred. Simon Peter's previous hailing of Jesus, "You are the Messiah." 44, has turned out to be a misrecognition, for it incorrectly presumed a conventional hierarchical model of power. Simon Peter, according to Jesus, has wrongly set his mind not on divine things but on human things. 45 As a result, by means of a corrective counterinterpellation, Jesus rejects this model, and presumably so should listeners/readers of the Gospel. 46. Yet apart from this orally transmitted and then narratively embedded remembrance, Simon Peter was a complex embodied individual who lived in a specific region of the world during a precise conjuncture. At the height of Roman imperial power. 47 He was probably an illiterate, or marginally literate, 48 peasant fisherman, the son of Jonah. 49 Grew up in Bethsaida. 50 And later moved to Capernaum on the eastern periphery of the empire. 51 Eked out a living from the Sea of Galilee, and spoke a local dialect. 52 Simon Peter encountered Jesus and decided to follow him not simply as a result of Jesus's charismatic presence but was probably inspired by the latter's message of theological economic hope of debt forgiveness in a restored nation of Israel. 53 He evidently betrayed Jesus after the latter's arrest. 54 And returned, or fled, to Galilee for a time. 55 Eventually he returned to Jerusalem and served as one of the three main leaders or pillars, styloi, in the assembly of Jesus' followers located there. 56 One of the most moving episodes in the New Testament is a post-resurrection dialogue between Jesus and Peter that occurs in the Gospel according to John. Peter and several other disciples have gone fishing in the Sea of Tiberias in Galilee, another name for Sea of Galilee, but they have returned to shore with an empty net. Just after daybreak Jesus appears on the beach as a stranger, and directs them to cast their net to the right side of the boat, with miraculous success. Subsequently, they all sit down to cook and eat a breakfast of fish and bread. When they had finished breakfast, Jesus said to Simon Peter, "Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these?" He said to him, "Yes, Lord, you know that I love you." Jesus said to him, "Feed my lambs." A second time he said to him, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" He said to him, "Yes, Lord, you know that I love you." Jesus said to him, "Tend my sheep." He said to him the third time, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" Peter felt hurt because he said to him the third time, "Do you love me?" And he said to him, "Lord, you know everything, you know that I love you." Jesus said to him, "Feed my sheep. Very truly, I tell you, when you were younger, you used to fasten your own belt and to go wherever you wished. But when you grow old, you will stretch out your hands, and someone else will fasten a belt around you and take you where you do not wish to go." He said this to indicate the kind of death by which he would glorify God. After this he said to him, "Follow me." 57. What exactly is going on in this mutually interpellative question and response between master and student, between absent/present shepherd and caretaker shepherd? 58. At first glance, Simon Peter seems to have redeemed himself. After having previously denied Jesus 3 times in the aftermath of his arrest, and returned to his ordinary life as a Galilean fisherman, in this exchange Simon Peter 3 times expresses his trust in, and devotion to, Jesus and his cause. This trust and devotion will, Jesus forewarns, result in Simon Peter's own arrest and death, for genuine love for Jesus requires action, namely, to feed his lambs and tend his sheep. Yet such action is fraught with risk, to be taken where you do not wish to go. Has Simon Peter understood, and committed himself to, the demands of radical discipleship? Listeners/readers of John's narrative would doubtless have already known about Simon Peter's ultimate fate, which is not explicitly mentioned anywhere else in the New Testament but to which the narrator parenthetically refers here. He was probably executed, along with Paul and other Jesus followers, in Rome as a victim of the persecution initiated by Emperor Nero following the fire that broke out in Rome in 64.59. Simon Peter appears then, to become a model disciple who will comply with Jesus's request to follow me, no matter the risk. Yet several ambiguities destabilize the dialogue. First of all, when Jesus asks, "Do you love me more than these?" it is unclear where in the sentence the emphasis, in English or Greek, lies. 2 readings are possible. 60, "Do you, Simon Peter, love me more than these other disciples do? Do you love me more than you love these other disciples?" Simon Peter's reply is not to the first question, for how could he know the answer, but to the second question. Thus, Simon Peter assures Jesus that, yes, he loves him more than he loves the other disciples. Yet the listener/reader cannot simply evade the first question, which hauntingly concerns the depth of one's commitment to Jesus and his cause. Thus, another ambiguity arises. The first 2 times that Jesus asks Simon Peter, "Do you love me?" he uses the Greek verb agapeo, which connotes unconditional fidelity. However, when Simon Peter responds each time, "You know that I love you," he uses the weaker Greek verb phileo, which connotes conditional fondness or friendship. On the third questioning, Jesus deliberately switches to phileo, as if to meet Simon Peter on his own terms. Again, the listener/reader is invited to reflect on whether or not his or her loyalty to Jesus and his cause is conditional or unconditional. As a final ambiguity, note that, according to Jesus, Simon Peter will be taken where he does not wish to go, in other words, unwillingly. Yet early in John's narrative, Jesus has already announced that he is the Good Shepherd, who lays down his life for the sheep. 10:11. In other words, the model life of an authentic shepherd requires that one sacrifice, and even be willing to die, willingly out of unconditional love for others. By contrast, Simon Peter's death will indeed glorify God, but thou will prove to be reluctant martyr and a less than authentic shepherd. Over generations, from conjuncture to conjuncture, of course, the degree of such loyalty fluctuated. It is worth noting that there are 2 letters in the New Testament attributed to Simon Peter, 1 and 2 Peter, that indicate waning commitment by Jesus' followers to Jesus's egalitarian vision. Both letters express a 2nd century perspective of Jesus' followers who looked back to Simon Peter's life as exemplary and formed a kind of Petrine circle. In particular, the earlier 1 Peter retains a powerful ethos of solidarity to include and care for those who had been rendered homeless and marginalized by Roman imperial rule, and such ethical commitment can be traced back to the historical figures of Jesus and Simon Peter. Yet 1 Peter contains passages that are sharply at odds with the practice of Jesus and the earliest Jesus followers. Indeed, these passages indicate a new conjuncture of increasing accommodation to Roman imperial norms: honor the emperor, 62 to slavery, slaves, accept the authority of your masters, 63 and town equal gender roles, wives, in the same way, accept the authority of your husbands. Point 64 Simon Peter's authority as a disciple is being used to encourage conformity to the status quo instead of supporting critical inquiry into the continuing demands of radical discipleship. 5 From naming using practices to social emancipation. What should we conclude from this thumbnail sketch of Simon Peter's historical individuality, of his biographical life? First of all, we should insist on the extent to which richness of his ordinary Galilean life exceeds our contemporary ability fully to reconstruct through even the best textual, anthropological, folkloric, sociological, and archaeological evidence. Point 65 Let us, for the sake of argument, though, suggest that the name Shimon Bar Yona rigidly designates this concrete individual. Point 66 By contrast, let us reserve Petros, or Kepha, for the subsequent linguistic, cultural, theological, indeed, the interpellative, shifts in how this individual was remembered and venerated over the decades following his death and the subsequent stages of a movement to whose founding he had vitally contributed. Point 67. In this respect, I disagree with Marcus Brockmuhl, who has contended that history's Simon Peter, like history's Jesus of Nazareth, is from the start always already embedded in communal memory and interpretation of one kind or another. This apostle, in other words, is always somebody's Peter, whether friend or opponent, rather than a neutrally or objectively recoverable figure. Point 68. The chief problem with Brockmuhl's historical methodology is that while seeking to reconstruct the transmission of collective memories of an individual, Simon Peter in this case 69, he fails to distinguish between a memory and the individual of whom there is a more or less reliable recollection. A memory is always a memory of something or someone. No memory is an entirely autonomous and purely idiosyncratic fiction. In this respect, memories operate, for better or worse, as intentional acts of transmission. Furthermore, we must take care to distinguish between the production of a personal name and subsequent name-using practices associated with the consumption of that name. Point 70 Producers of personal names are those who have had dealings with an individual X and are in a position to recognize that individual as having been assigned a name, whether through formal baptism 71 or some informal means, and to correct inaccurate information about him or her. By contrast, consumers of personnel names are not acquainted with the individual. Indeed, he or she may now be long dead, but have been introduced into a relevant name-using practice by means of which meaningfully to refer to that individual. Point 72. We can make a further distinction between active and passive consumers. Point 73 Passive consumers of personal names act as mere mouthpieces of the name-using practice. They simply parrot sentences and pass along the information to which they have been exposed about how to use the name in question. Point 74 Active consumers, by contrast, take a genuine interest in acquiring new knowledge and so strive to keep the light burning in the name-using practice. Point 75 For instance, to the extent that they operate as active consumers, biblical scholars may acquire new facts and draw insightful conclusions about Simon Peter that are lacking to ordinary consumers of the name Simon Peter. In this respect, their knowledge of the historical individual may rival that of the producers of that personal name. those individuals such as his family, Jesus, the other disciples, and other eyewitnesses to the events narrated in the Gospels. 76 Once all name producers have become unavailable or have died, of course, only name consumers remain. At this point, in the last phase of a name-using practice, it could turn out that everything associated with that personal name is false, because there are no longer name producers able to correct the inaccuracies. 77 However, such widespread misinformation does not affect the personal name's referent, which continues to be the original individual X. 78 At any rate, the accumulation of falsehoods in the transmission of a personal name can eventually be identified, challenged, and corrected by active consumers of that name. Let me reiterate, then, theological reassessment of the historical individual Shimon Bar Yonah doubtless occurred during the first generations of the Jesus movement, but this does not mean that there never existed an individual by that name who underwent subsequent processes of interpellation by those who in various ways modified the name-using practice. Nor does it imply that there is no good reason today to try to reconstruct the life of that individual within his historical conjuncture in as objective and thorough a manner as possible. Secondly, although individuals are always already interpellated as subjects, even before they are born, as Althusser suggests, it is equally true that naming and reclaiming a concrete individual, Shimon Bar Yonah, for instance, can serve to disrupt an interpellated subject, Petros/Kepha for instance, as much any counterinterpellation has or could. In this sense, although some names are unamiable, they must nonetheless be said. 79. Continuing struggle over how the historical Simon Peter has been remembered and venerated has profound theological and practical impact on the lives of contemporary Catholics in specific, the doctrine of papal infallibility, for instance, 80 and all Christians in general, the egalitarian practice of the Jesus movement. 81 But it equally provides a basis for Christians and non-Christians to agree on the vital role that these individuals played in history and may continue to play through solidarity grounded in positive identification and emulation. If Althusser is right that concepts are not hidden in beds, it is equally true that they are not hidden in Galilean fishermen's boats. And yet there is a world of difference between ransacking Louis XV's bed and carefully reconstructing a vessel used by Galilean peasants as an artifact in order to provide insight into an ancient subsistence fishing economy. 82. This between the decadent reality of social domination from above and the hardscrabble prospect of social emancipation from below. Chapter 5. The Roaring of the Sea, Hobbes on the Madness of the Multitude *. In Leviathan, Thomas Hobbes offers a remarkable account of madness. 1 Hobbes's interest in the phenomenon of madness was not a mere historical curiosity or theoretical embarrassment, though, something on a par with Hegel's later fascination with physiognomy and phrenology. 2 On the contrary, as we shall see, madness figured prominently in Hobbes's political philosophy as he attempts to theorize, and ward off the dangers inherent in mass protest and social upheaval. Madness for Hobbes concerned the passionate excess not just of individuals but, even more importantly, of the multitude. Yet Hobbes grounded his political philosophy in his first philosophy. 3 As a result, in order to understand how he conceived of the specifically political dimension of madness, we must first situate it within his general theory of the passions. Hobbes's analysis of the passions relies on his well-known materialist metaphysics of bodily motions. Hobbes initially distinguishes between two kinds of motion characteristic of animals, vital motion and animal, or, more specifically, voluntary motion. The former begins in generation and continues without interruption until death. Examples of such vital motion are the course of the blood, the pulse, the breathing, the concoction, nutrition, excretion, L 6.1. Hobbes maintains that such motions have no need of the imagination. Voluntary motion, on the other hand, involves bodily movement or speech in such a manner as is first fancied in our minds, L 6.1. Hobbes has already argued in the first two chapters of Leviathan, a. that sense results from internal bodily motion caused by the actions or pressures of external physical objects, and b. that fancy is nothing but the remnant or decaying of the movements. Underlying sense. It is also clear, c. that either bodily movement or speech requires a precedent thought of whither, which way, and what, L 6.1. As a result Hobbes concludes, d. that the imaginationist first internal beginning of all voluntary motion, L 6.1. He insists that such voluntary motion at its origin must be neither visible nor sensible. For let a space be never so little, that which is moved over a greater space, whereof that little one is part, must first be moved over that. These small beginnings of motion, within the body of man, before they appear in walking, speaking, striking, and other visible actions, are commonly called endeavor, L 6.1. Endeavor for can be distinguished according to whether it is directed toward or away from a given object. In the former case, endeavor is termed desire, in a general sense, or appetite, in a restricted sense to cover such desires as hunger or thirst. In the latter case, endeavor is termed aversion. Hobbes suggests that another way to frame such a distinction between types of endeavor is to speak of love and hate. However, a qualification is in order here. Desire and aversion pertain to the absence of a certain object, whereas love and hate imply the object's presence. Although human beings are born having a minimum of innate desires and aversions, these seem to involve general, not particular, objects. Desires for particular things proceed from experience and trial of their effects upon themselves or other men, L 6.4. Desire, then, involves a process of trial and error. Whatever we have never experienced we can know nothing about, we can form no beliefs with respect to, and, hence, we can have no basis to desire, we can only taste and try. Aversion, on the other hand, can result both from what we have already experienced and from what we have eto experienced. In other words, aversion can be a shrinking away in the face of the unknown. Finally, Hobbes argues that no two individuals, nor even the same individual over the course of time, can share the same desires or aversions. Because the constitution of a man's body is in continual movement, it is impossible that the same things should always cause in him the same appetites and aversions, much less can all men consent in the desire of almost any one and the same object, L 6.6. As Hobbes insists in his introduction to Leviathan, there is a similitude of passions from one person to another, even though the objects of passions differ, L intro. 3. These objects vary according to the peculiarities of the constitution, individual and particular education, and they are so easy to be kept from our knowledge, that the characters of man's heart, blotted and confounded as they are with dissembling, lying, counterfeiting, and erroneous doctrines, are legible only to him that searcheth hearts, L intro. 3. As a result, it is crucial for philosophers to compare others' actions with their own in order to avoid biases of either too much trust or too much diffidence, L intro. 3. It is worth emphasizing at this point that Hobbes does not believe that anyone ever consciously experiences the internal motions that underlie the passions. As in sense that which is really within us is only motion caused by the action of external objects, but in appearance, to the sight, light, and color, to the ear, sound, to the nostril, odor, and see, so when the action of the same object is continued from the eyes, ears, and other organs to the heart, the real effect there is nothing but motion or endeavor, which consisteth in appetite or aversion, to or from the object moving. But the appearance, or sense of that motion, is that we either call delight, or trouble of mind, L 6.9. Each of us is usually no more aware of such motions than we are aware of, say, the circulation of blood or the release of hormones. Just as Hobbes has argued earlier in his discussion of the imagination that appearance or fancy is only an indirect experience of the external motions of physical objects in the world that impact on the sense organs and thereby constitute the internal motions of sense proper, so too does he argue now that delight, or pleasure, is simply the appearance of the internal motion of desire. By the same reasoning, pain is none other than the appearance of the internal motion of aversion. Hobbes proceeds to distinguish between two kinds of pleasures and pains. Pleasures of the senses concern all onerations and exonerations of the body, as also all that is pleasant in the sight, hearing, smell, taste, or touch, L 6.12. Pleasures of the mind, on the other hand, arise from the expectation that proceeds from foresight of the end or consequence of things, whether those things in the sense please or displease, ibid. As Eve Charles Zarka has commented, Hobbes regards sensual pleasures as common to both humans and animals, but mental pleasuris as unique to humans. 5 This is because the animals experience the world in ways almost exclusively tied to present sensations, whereas humans enjoy a greater capacity to extend the horizon of experience to include retrospection on past sensation and anticipation of future sensation. Thus mental pleasures and pains, example aesthetic pleasures and pains, exceed the temporal constraints of sensual pleasure and provide the basis for the uniquely human passions of joy and grief. At this point Hobbes seeks to demonstrate how the various simple passions we have encountered so far, appetite, desire, love, aversion, hate, joy, and grief, become ramified according to an intricate taxonomy of various compound six passions. Without examining this taxonomy at length, let us at least note that Hobbes' list of simple passions in Leviathan differs considerably from what we find in the earlier elements of law and the later Dahaman. As Arrigo Paci has suggested, Hobbes, on the one hand, in the elements of law tries to derive every passion from the single primary passion of glory, and, on the other hand, in Dahaman abandons any attempt to establish a pattern among the simple passions. 7 In Leviathan, however, Hobbes appears to be concerned precisely with both the irreducibility and interrelationship of 6-8, rather than one, primary passions. 9 According to Zarka, we can arrange these simple passions into three pairs: desire/aversion, love/hate, joy/grief. 10 There is a powerful rationale for this arrangement in pairs. Desire and aversion refer to whether there is an endeavor toward or away from a given object. Love and hate refer to whether an object is present or absent. Finally, joy and grief refer to mental, as distinct from sensual, pleasure derived from experience with an object. Furthermore, Zarka argues, simple passions differ from compound 11 passions to the extent that the former are characteristic of more or less isolated individuals, whereas the latter require the mediation of other persons. Beyond the emergence of compound passions, of course, we find ourselves in the midst of the conflicts between passions that typify Hobbes's state of nature, and lead to Hobbes' arguments in favor of thesocial contract and absolute sovereignty. However, our concern here is with neither social contract nor absolute sovereignty, but with the forms of passionate excess, madness, that endanger the realization of both. It is no accident that when in chapter 26 Hobbes specifies who can and cannot enter into a contract to constitute a commonwealth, he observes the following: over natural foals children ormod men there is no law no more than over brute beasts, nor are they capable of the title of just or unjust, because they had never power to make any covenant or to understand the consequences thereof, and consequently, never took upon them to authorize the actions of any sovereign, as they must do that make to themselves a commonwealth, L 22.12. Among the compound passions only glory, and vainglory, have an immediate bearing on the topic of madness. So let us now consider the former within the framework of a more detailed investigation of the latter. 1. The varieties of madness. Hobbes's view of madness has two distinctive general features. First, it is a naturalistic account that excludes supernatural explanations of madness as involving possession by spirits, example demonic forces. 12. Second, it is an account that presents madness on a continuum with other ordinary passions whose excessive expression it would be. Historically, Hobbes maintains, there have been two competing views regarding the cause of madness. One view has accounted for madness in terms of the passions gone awry, whereas the other view has contended that madness is attributable to the adverse influence of demons, spirits, etc. Hobbes rejects the latter as a credible explanation. Those who are mad are not possessed by malign entities, they are not demoniacs. On the contrary, as we shall see, they are more like drunken individuals. In order to defend his materialist approach to madness, Hobbes considers a number of ancient, Greek and Biblical, accounts of madness as supernatural occurrences of spirit or demon possession, and argues that we can better grasp their significance as instances of unregulated passionate outbursts. In Chapter 8, Hobbes situates his discussion of madness within the broader context of the intellectual virtues. As a result, madness for Hobbes can best be appreciated as a kind of intellectual defect. But in order to grasp what an intellectual defect is, we must first consider what Hobbes means by intellectual virtues. Intellectual virtues are abilities of mind that are highly esteemed and comparative in nature. In common parlance, notes Hobbes, an individual displaying such abilities is said to possess a good wit, L 8.1. There are two kinds of intellectual virtue, natural and acquired. Let us consider them in order. Natural intellectual virtue, interestingly enough, does not mean innate intellectual virtue, since at birth human beings lie exemplify certain sensory capacities. In this respect, Hobbes is quick to insist on a natural equality among human beings, and even, in this specific instance, between humans and higher mammals. Natural, then, simply characterizes that wit which is gotten by use only, and experience, without method, culture, or instruction, L 8.2. We can distinguish two aspects of natural wit: firstly, what Hobbes calls celerity of imagining; secondly, the ability to maintain steady direction to some approved end, ibid. As a result, a natural intellectual defect would involve mental slowness, stupidity, or dullness. Whether a person is more or less quick or slow depends on the state of his or her passions. By the same token, another defect would take the form of a lack of mental steadiness and direction to some desired end. Hobbes suggests that too great a fancy should be construed as a kind of madness in which an individual is subject to eclecticism, distraction, or digressions. It is important to distinguish at this point between fancy and judgment. Hobbes sets forth a number of general rules by which to ascertain the relative importance to be assigned to either fancy or judgment in specific instances, L 8.3 to 10. In the writing of poetry, fancy should predominate, whereas in the writing of history judgment should predominate. Likewise, in orations of both praise and invective, fancy should predominate, whereas in hortatory speeches and pleadings, the predominance of one over the other should depend on whether truth or disguise is being served. Finally, in reasoning itself, fancy, and its associated metaphors, should be rigorously excluded. To violate these general rules is to foster a defect in what Hobbes calls discretion. Discretion is a virtue that involves good judgment in matter of conversation and business, wherein times, places, and persons are to be discerned, L 8.3. Hobbes proposes that it is worse for a person to lack discretion than to lack fancy. In any discourse whatsoever, if the defect of discretion be apparent, how extravagant soever the fancy discourse will be taken for a sign of want of wit, and so will it never when the discretion is manifest, though the fancy be never so ordinary, L 8.9. Hobbes provides two striking, even amusing, examples in which individuals may be said to lack discretion. The indiscretion in each case seems to hinge on the inappropriate public display of private thoughts or desires. An anatomist or a physician may speak or write his judgment of unclean things, because it is not to please, but profit; but for another man to write his extravagant and pleasant fancies of the same is as if a man, from being tumbled into dirt, should come and present himself before good company. And it is the want of discretion that makes the difference. Again, in professed remissness of mind and familiar company, a man may play with the sounds and equivocal significances of words, and that many times with encounters of extraordinary fancy, but in a sermon, or in public, or before persons unknown, or whom we ought to reverence, there is no jingling of words that will not be accounted folly, and the difference is only in the want of discretion, L 8.10. Let us turn now to examine wit acquired by method and instruction, L 8.13. Such acquired wit is none other than reason itself, which is grounded on the right use of speech, and produceth the sciences, L 8.13. At this point Hobbes advances an important argument. He wants to demonstrate that the cause of the differences in wit among individuals has to do with differences in their respective passions. But the differences in passions among individuals cannot be explained solely in terms of natural, example bodily, variation. If it were the case that people's physical constitutions varied greatly, then one could expect equally great variation in their senses of sight, hearing, and so forth. But this is not the case. Therefore, we must conclude that differences in passions, and hence in mental abilities, derive from artificial differences in customs and education as well. Hobbes seeks to explain which passions serve as causes of fluctuation in mental abilities. The passions that most of all cause the difference of wit are principally, the more or less desire of power, of riches, of knowledge, and of honor. All which may be reduced to the first, that is, desire of power. For riches, knowledge, and honor are but several sorts of power, L 8.15. This is not the place to enter into an extended discussion of Hobbes's conception of power 13, except to note that he holds that the power of a man, to take it universally, is his present means to obtain some future apparent good, and is either original or instrumental, L 10.1.14. Consequently, an individual who has no great conscious interest in acquiring riches, knowledge, honor, or, ultimately power must win de plaque and gaswellgoedfancy or judgment. As Hobbes suggests with a vivid metaphor, the thoughts are to the desires as scouts and spies, to range abroad and find the way to the things desired, L 8.16. But weak passions induce mental dullness and indifferent passions induce giddiness on distraction. Finally, we learn, stronger and more vehement passions for anything than is ordinarily seen in others is that which men call madness, L 8.16. Although Hobbes proposes that there are almost as many kinds of madness as there are passions, he seems to think that the two crucial passions between whose poles madness oscillates are great vainglory and great dejection. As we have already seen in his approach to the passions themselves, Hobbes thinks that madness can sometimes be caused by an evil constitution of the organs of the body or harm done them, L 8.17, but this cannot be the sole explanation. It is crucial not to confuse vainglory with glory. 15. The latter is a perfectly ordinary exaltation of the mind that arises from the imagination of a man's own power and ability, L 6.39. As long as this commonplace passion is grounded in the individual's own experience, it is a legitimate form of self-confidence. However, when self-regard is based on the flattery of others or is only a product of one's own imagination, it assumes the aberrant form of vainglory. This excessive passion often afflicts young men, Hobbes observes, and may be corrected by age and employment, L 8.41. Dejection, the polar opposite of vainglory, is a passion of grief from opinion of want of power, L 6.40. Thus it appears that Hobbes's view of madness fluctuates between two extremes in which the proper moderate passions associated with the self are upset. Madness can be considered in terms of a self that is based on either too great or too little an estimation of its actual ability or, in Hobbes's terminology, its power. 16. To be more specific, the madness of rage and fury results from vainglory, and the madness of melancholy results from dejection. It is important to see that Hobbes does not conceive of madness as discontinuous with ordinary experience. Madness is an intensification and exaggeration of otherwise commonplace passional activity. Hobbes provides an example that clearly places his analysis of madness within a naturalistic setting, drunkenness. 17. According to Hobbes, someone who is drunk resembles someone who is mad to the extent that each exemplifies excessive passionate behavior without the discretion that the sober or sane maintain. Both drunkenness and madness undermine the virtue of discretion insofar as they remove the dissimulation that ordinarily keeps the passions under control. As Hobbes contends, the most sober men, when they walk alone without care and employment of them and would be unwilling the vanity and extravagancy of their thoughts at that time should be publicly seen, which is a confession that passions unguided are for the most part mere madness, L 8.23. Perhaps the most interesting example of all, though, is Hobbes's specific attempt to explain social upheaval as a kind of affective contagion, a madness of the multitude. 18. As Hobbes observes, Though the effect of folly, in them that are possessed of an opinion of being inspired be not visible always in one man by any very extravagant action that proceedeth from such passion, yet when many of them conspire together, the rage of the whole multitude is visible enough. For what argument of madness can there be greater than to clamour, strike, and throw stones at our best friends? Yet this is somewhat less than such a multitude will do. For they will clamour, fight against, and destroy those by whom all their lifetime before, they have been protected and secured from injury. And if this be madness in the multituditis thesamine of every particular man. For as in the midst of the sea, though a man perceive no sound of that part of the water next to him, yet he is well assured that part contributes as much to throwing off the sea as any other part of the same quantity, so also, though we perceive no great unquietness in one or two men, yet may we be well assured that their singular passions are parts of the seditious roaring of a troubled nation. And if there were nothing else that bewrayed their madness, yet that very arrogating such inspiration to themselves is argument enough. If some man in Bedlam should entertain you with sober discourse, and you desire in taking leave to know what he were, that you might another time requite his civility, and he should tell you Godfather I think ye need expect no extravagant action for argument of his madness, L 8.21. In this passage Hobbes dramatically shifts from his preceding examination of madness that occurs in individuals, presumably having organic defects, to consider forms of madness that are supposed to afflict groups or even entire societies. If one were to proceed no further than an analytic reconstruction of Hobbes's argument here, it would seem that Hobbes has committed logical fallacies both of division and of composition. That is, just because a group manifests behavior that we would call mad, there is no reason to conclude that each of the individuals in the group is, equally, mad. Likewise, the individual forms of madness expressed by a great number of persons need not coalesce into a common madness. If madness in individuals sometimes arises, as Hobbes argues, from the evil constitution of the organs of the body or harm done them, L 8.17, then it is hard to understand how, at least in these cases, the onset of collective madness could be caused by the accumulation of individual organic deformations. Although Hobbes frequently uses organic metaphors in Leviathan to describe the structure of a commonwealth 19, surely even a metaphor is inappropriate here. As we have already seen, Hobbes allows that madness in individuals sometimes has a non-organic etiology. In such cases the excessive passions themselves are the cause of any subsequent organic damage. Unfortunately, Hobbes does not mention what these non-organic causes might be. But whatever the causes of madness in individuals, whether organic or not, why should such individual passionate excesses necessarily lead to collective passionate excess? In other words, must many cases of, say, individual vainglory, add up to a kind of collective vainglory? 20 Such a situation is not beyond the realm of possibility, but isn't it just as likely that the summation of varied individual forms of madness would counteract or even cancel out each other? It would appear that Hobbes never accounts for how the excessive passion of vainglory can in fact cascade from one person to another, trans-individually, we might say 21, and thereby intensify its collective effect. At best Hobbes can explain cumulative imitation of the effects 22 in terms of a series of analogical inferences drawn in turn by each member of the multitude. As he observes in the introduction to Leviathan. For the similitude of the thoughts and passions of one and the thoughts and passions of another, whosoever looketh into himself and considereth what he doth, when he does think, opine, reason, hope, fear, and see, and upon what grounds, he shall thereby read and know, what are the thoughts and passions of all other men upon the like occasions, L. Intro. Point 3. Yet even if passions were universalist in this way by each member of the multitude, such inferences would explain nothing. On the contrary, they would presuppose an already operative trans-individual relay of passions from one to another. Point 23 For example, Hobbes clearly applies his theory of the similitude of passions based on drawing analogical inferences between oneself and others in his analysis of pity. In chapter 6 he proposes that grief for the calamity of another is pity, and ariseth from the imagination that the like calamity may befall himself, and therefore is called also compassion, and in the phrase of this present time a fellow feeling, and therefore for calamity arising from great wickedness, the best men have the least pity, and for the same calamity, those have least pity that think themselves least obnoxious to the same. L 6.46. No doubt one's pity for another's misfortune could arise in this way, but why couldn't it just as easily result from a direct identification with the plight of another person? In short, Hobbes conflates compassion with pity. Although pity implies a rift between one's own and another's interests, compassion, literally, in Latin, to suffer with, allows for the possibility of bridging those interests. Something else is peculiar about Hobbes's discussion of the madness of the multitude. In Chapter 8 of Leviathan, Hobbes is purportedly describing the vicissitudes of human beings in the state of nature prior to the emergence of the order and stability that is above all else the aim of a centralist sovereign power. Yet the scenario he actually depicts much more resembles one in which a previously law-abiding people has degenerated into what in Chapter 22 he terms an unlawful tumultuous assembly. L 2.23.33.24. As Hobbes explains in this later chapter, it is not a set number that makes the assembly unlawful, but such a number as the present officers are not able to suppress and bring to justice. L 22.33. Although Hobbes does not explicitly characterize situations of unlawful tumult, L 22.34, as manifestations of collective madness, the implication is there. The upshot of this theoretical discrepancy 25 is that in Chapter 8 Hobbes has already provided an example of pre-political collective madness that would be much more appropriate for characterizing the post-political multitude in revolt against an already existing sovereign power. 2. Madness in the English Revolution. It would be a mistake to see Hobbes's fallacies, appeal to analogy, and reliance on a discrepant example either as lapses in his reasoning to be corrected or hastily passed over in embarrassment or as cases of intellectual dishonesty. On the contrary, they signify his earnest attempt to understand how mass social upheaval can arise. Nor was this attempt limited to Hobbes among his contemporaries. As Michael Haidt has compellingly argued, the critique of enthusiasm was one of the recurring themes of 17th-century discourse. 26. Haidt documents not only the wide variety of meanings that enthusiasm could take, religious, philosophical, scientific, and rhetorical, but also that these meanings all had social and political connotations. Indeed, Haidt has proposed that the phenomenon of enthusiasm was closely linked with the crisis of authority in the 17th century, and it is within this context that it gains its historical specificity. Furthermore, the critique of enthusiasm, that which sought to defend the social and intellectual order, itself underwent a certain crisis in the 17th century. Indeed, it may be suggested that the general crisis of the 17th century was primarily a crisis in the ideological and cultural basis of the social order. Up to the middle of the 17th century, the critique of enthusiasm in Protestant societies was based on the traditional foundations of the religious and intellectual order, namely scripture, humanistic learning, Aristotelian scholasticism, and Galenic medicine. By the second half of the 17th century, however, it was becoming increasingly clear that these traditional bulwarks no longer provided a firm enough basis for the social and cultural order. Indeed, these were precisely the traditions attacked by the so-called enthusiasts. Vis-a-vis such attacks, those who wished to defend the social, religious, and cultural order could do so either by resorting repeatedly to the traditional arguments, or by searching for new responses. 27. In designating religious eccentrics and nonconformists as mentally sick, the critics of enthusiasm imperceptibly redefined religious orthodoxy in medical terms of health and mental balance, rather than, or at least, side by side with, theological terms of correct faith. 28. As we have just seen, too, Hobbes especially worried about the threat to the dominant social order presented by unbridled mass enthusiasm set into motion. His lurid portrayal of the crazed multitude roaring like the sea is emblematic of a much broader elite discourse about how best to hold on to power. Moreover, it serves, as Hobbes has pointed, one could even say panic-stricken, responsitat popular discourse of those contemporaries were praised exactly what he condemned. For as Christopher Hill has argued in his magisterial exploration of radical ideas during the English Revolution, throughout English society in the 17th century opposition to monarchy often assumed the form of a privileging of madness. 29 Although a wide variety of such opponents in 17th century England appealed to visions, prophecy, and divine inspiration to make their cases, it is worth focusing on Gerard Winstanley, who was a leader of the proto-communist true levelers or diggers and especially during 1649–52 wrote and acted as a kind of anti-Hobbes. 30 In January 1649 Winstanley had a religious vision and proclaimed that a new law of righteousness shall rise out of the dust, out of the poor people that are trod underfoot, for, as the declaration of the Son of Man was first declared by fishermen, and men that the learned, covetous scholars despised, so the declaration of the righteous law shall spring up from the poor, the base and despised ones, and fools of the world. 31 In June of that year, 2 months after he and other diggers had begun to plough up and plant on waste land located at St. George's Hill, just outside of London, Winstanley wrote a letter to Lord Thomas Fairfax, Commander-in-Chief of Parliament's recently victorious New Model Army. At the end of this letter Winstanley entreats Fairfax to consider, this business of public community, which I am carried forth in the power of love, and clear light of universal righteousness, to advance as much as I can, and I can do no other, the law of love in my heart does so constrain me, by reason whereof I am called fool, madman, and have many slanderous reports cast upon me, and meet with much fury from some covetous people, under which my spirit is made patient, and is guarded with joy and peace. I hate none, I love all, I delight to see every one live comfortably. I would have none live in poverty, straits, or sorrows. 32 What is striking about Winstanley's writings was his keen awareness of just how bitterly the English nobility would resist the laboring poor in pursuit of their own political, economic, and religious interests. Men like Hobbes, Winstanley realized, could no longer ignore such base and despised ones and so had to dismiss them as foolish or mad. In historical retrospect, though, how might we comprehend these 17th-century outbreaks of passionate excess and disdain for earthly authority evident in the words and deeds of Winstanley and the English multitude at large? Hill offers 3 explanations. First of all, it is often the case historically that mental breakdown serves as a form of social protest, or at least a reaction to intolerable social conditions. Those who break down may be the truly sane ones. 33 Secondly, such extremes in belief and behavior could have been deliberate forms of advertisement, whether self-advertisement or advertisement for the cause, insofar as these could be distinguished. 34 Hill suggests that many radicals recognized that their views were so extreme that they must appear mad to normal members of the ruling class. 35 One of the few ways for the poor and disenfranchised to attract attention to their views would have been to feign madness. Thirdly, such praise of fools and their madness were a means by which social critics could disguise authorities, allowing themselves to express dangerous thoughts under cover of insanity or delusions, from which one could retreat afterwards. 36 There remains, however, a fourth possible explanation that Hill does not explicitly discuss. Mass movements typically release pent-up ideas and emotions that have been dismissed or repressed for years within a given society. They invariably arouse feelings of euphoria through the establishment of intense affective bonds of solidarity. But whatever the best explanation for the countless 17th-century celebrations of madness, we find in Leviathan that Hobbes wants nothing to do with them. He expresses a fear of the masses. 37 That can only envision social protest as the dangerous result of passionate excess, as rampant vainglory culminating in a generalist madness. Thus, it is not surprising, as David Johnston and Quinton Skinner have argued. 38 That Hobbes should write Leviathan precisely as a lengthy exercise of philosophical rhetoric that might help stem, or at least redirect, the tide of passionate excess that was then engulfing English society. 39 Hobbes thought that a new philosophical rhetoric was needed because his philosophical predecessors had been part of the problem. Philosophy itself, especially in its scholastic guise, all too often had evidenced a species of madness arguably more dangerous than either individual or collective follies, precisely because the former madness prepares the way for the latter. In his discussion of reason and science in Chapter 5 of Leviathan, Hobbes had already observed that among living creatures only humans are capable of error or absurdity, because they alone can use, and abuse, language. Philosophers have especially contributed to the generation of errors and absurdities in reasoning, chiefly because they have failed, until Hobbes, to make use of a proper method, for there is not one of them that begins his ratiocination from the definitions, or explications of the names they are to use, which is a method that hath been used only in geometry, whose conclusions have thereby been made indisputable, L 5.7. Without proper method, philosophy risks falling into a form of madness analogous to the madness that individuals or groups suffer by virtue of passions unguided, L 8.23. Hobbes sees the stability of the commonwealth as linked to the psychic stability of individuals. Philosophy has a crucial role to play in assuring the regulation of individual and collective passions. 40. As Albert Hirschman has argued, Hobbes adopts a general strategy of pitting passion against passion, the tamers versus the wild ones to be tamed. 41. The ultimate aim of such a countervailing strategy is to strengthen the passions that incline persons to obedience and peace instead of disobedience and war. In the final analysis, of course, Hobbes does not regard the practice of philosophy alone as sufficient to ensure that the danger posed by the release of excessive passions be forestalled. Only the sovereign can serve as a common power adequate to the task of holding both individuals and groups in awe. Only the sovereign can effect a mediation of fear designed to maintain the stability of a commonwealth. Yet there is no guarantee of such stability, since every commonwealth is capable of being undermined. Hobbes worries that though sovereignty, in the intention of them that make it, be immortal, yet is it in its own nature, not only subject to violent death by foreign war, but also through the ignorance and passions of men it hath in it, from the very institution, many seeds of a natural mortality by intestine discord, L 21.21, 42. As a result, even the sovereign's power of physical force has an ongoing need for the philosopher's power of verbal persuasion. Since the cogency of Hobbes's analysis of madness ultimately rests on the cogency of his theory of the passions, any problems with the latter cannot help but be problems with the former. Yet there are most assuredly serious deficiencies in Hobbes's treatment of the passions. Tom Sarle has well identified some of the main weaknesses, and it is worth quoting him at length. The trouble with this highly individualistic account is that it does not seem to fit the case of creatures whose passions Hobbes is most concerned to catalogue, namely creatures like us. He usually neglects the ways in which appetites and aversions are formed by training or conditioning. Consequently, he seems to leave out of account the ways in which patterns of training can enforce single pattern of values that prevails in a wider community. Hobbes does of course admit that it is possible to have one's passions influenced by the eloquence of others, and by the teaching of others, but he typically regards this as only one influence among others when it can plausibly be claimed to be preeminent. He is typically over-individualistic in his account of how people develop their systems of valuation. In his attempt to tie together the effects of sense with the first beginnings of voluntary motion Hesiem Stoluk for causes mostly inside the agent and not around him. 43. One way or another then we must come to terms with the problem of Hobbes's commitment to both individualism and materialism. On the one hand, he is caught in a dilemma similar to the one Marx and Engels identified in Feuerbach 44. To the extent that Hobbes is a materialist he avoids history, and to the extent that he considers history he is not a materialist. He simply cannot explain adequately the historical dimension of human emotional life. On the other hand, Hobbes's individualism prevents him from fully grasping the mass political significance of the tumultuous events unfolding around him, their proper lightrance individual dynamic. As we have seen, his theory of the similitude of passions inadequately accounts for full-fledged cases of effective identification and thereby reduces the complex psychology of collective struggle to the simple sum of individual emotional aberrations. What does all this have to do with Hobbes's theory of madness? As Michel Foucault has compellingly argued 45, the history of madness can best be appreciated as the history of how madness has been socially and discursively constructed. Madness cannot be explained solely in terms of organic dysfunction but should equally be viewed as the product of one among many means by which social elites have historically sought to regulate forms of beliefs and modes of behavior by distinguishing between what is to be deemed appropriate or inappropriate, normal or pathological. Hobbes proves no exception to this practice. Despite his radically materialist account of the passions and his rejection of supernatural accounts of madness, Hobbes ultimately winds up in the service of political reaction, an unwelcome service, to be sure, since his relentless materialism terrified his royalist contemporaries and continues to disturb liberal pieties about the nature and purpose of the state. Yet, ironically, as we have seen, Hobbes himself recoiled before an unruly multitude that appeared to him to be the decomposition of what could, under favorable circumstances, become a more or less orderly, and submissive, people. By analyzing his own fear we can, perhaps, draw a philosophical lesson of immense importance even, or especially, today, at its height mass struggle always threatens to burst the individualistic constraints of legitimacy implicit within any conception of social contract. Such would be a constituent power to contest the constituted power of both sovereigns and their philosophers. 46. Chapter 6. Spinoza's three modes of rebellion, indignant, glorious, and serene. In the preface to his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, TTP, Spinoza famously raised an unsettling question. How was it possible, he wondered, that human beings could ever come to fight for their servitude as if for salvation, and count it no shame, but the highest honor, to spend their blood and lives for the vanity of one man? This was for Spinoza the greatest secret of monarchical government and its main interest. Aeschylus de los Infelixguaterian Sira marked, in this passage Spinoza had posed the fundamental problem of political philosophy. 1 Yet this would seem to be only half of the problem. The other half, equally important for both Spinoza and political philosophers today, is to know how it becomes possible for human beings to fight for their freedom, to revolt against oppression, and to establish what Spinoza called a free republic. In this chapter, then, I want to consider not an individual's obligation to obey legitimate political authority but instead what can trigger his or her desire to resist illegitimate political authority. This is a very different question than asking what might form the basis of one's right to resist. According to Spinoza's well-known formula, the natural right of each person extends as far as his or her desire and power. 2 The radical implication of this formula is that we always have the right to resist oppression as long as we have the power and the desire to do so. 3 But what is the motivation for such resistance? Perhaps even more importantly, what best sustains resistance over the long run? These are fundamental questions that I shall address below. To do so requires that I examine three key affects in Spinoza's political lexicon that have seldom received the careful treatment they deserve: indignation, indignatio, glory, gloria, and serenity, acquiescentia. Indeed, I shall argue that to each of these affects of resistance corresponds a distinctive mode of political rebellion, namely, indignant rebellion, glorious rebellion, and serene rebellion. 5. 1. The logic of indignation. Let us begin with the affect of indignation and investigate how it can trigger rebellion against perceived injustice. Spinoza defines indignation as a hatred towards someone who has harmed another, alteri maleficit, def. Af 20, and refers the reader back to E3p 27c1, by means of which it is clear that indignation is an imitation of the victim's effects. 6 The intensity with which I experience such effective imitation depends on the degree to which the victim resembles me. From E3p 22, it follows that my reaction will be even stronger if the victim is someone whom I have previously loved. 7 Indignation in Spinoza's account, then, is a three-part relation among oppressor, victim, and bystander, which I diagram in figure 1 below. Spinoza's most complete treatment of the political logic of indignation occurs in TP 3/9, in which he argues that commands that arouse the indignation, indignatio, of many persons hardly belong to the right of the commonwealth. For it is certain that under the guidance of nature human beings conspire together, either because of common fear, or desire to avenge, ulcisendi, some common injury, and since the right of a commonwealth is defined by the common power of the multitude, jus civitatis communi multitudinus potentia definitur, it is certain that the power of the commonwealth, and its right, are diminished insofar as it offers causes for more human beings to conspire together. Certainly, a commonwealth has dangers to fear, and what is true of each citizen, that is, a human being in a natural state, is also true of a commonwealth. The greater the cause for fear a commonwealth has, the less it is possessed of its own right. 6 Civitas eo minus sui juris est, quo majorum timendi causam habet. The upshot of this passage is that since the right of a state is defined by the collective power of the multitude, every state's power, and thus its right, decreases as the number of rebellious individuals increases. As a result, and in keeping with his thoroughgoing political realism, Spinoza concludes that it is strictly contrary to the right of a state to do anything that might incite general indignation. At the end of TP 4.4 Spinoza provides further details of such a connection between excesses committed by a regime and the likelihood that the multitude will cease to be in awe, become indignant, and threaten to topple it. For example, if a ruler were to run drunk or naked through the streets with prostitutes, act on stage, openly break laws or hold them in contempt, slaughter or plunder subjects, abduct young women and so forth, then the multitude's fear would turn into indignation, and, as a result, the civil state, status civilis, would become a state of war, status hostilitatis. Point 8. Consider now how subjects' fear of a tyrant can undergo a reversal to become indignation and then proceed to destabilize an oppressive regime. Tyrants govern principally by means of instilling fear in their subjects. Because fear is a form of sadness, E3P18S2, and hate is sadness with the accompanying idea of an external cause, E3P13S, tyrants invariably incur their subjects' wrath. But, of course, if these subjects were only to remain afraid as isolated individuals, lest their loyalty be detected and punished, the tyrant would remain secure in power. Also, such isolated individuals' hatred would be episodic. 9 Since no tyrant can simultaneously oppress every subject. As a result, as Spinoza remarks in TP 6.4 regarding his paradigmatic case of Turkish despotism, subjects who live under tyranny exist in an artificially induced condition of solitude that is, contrary to Hobbes's position, itself the most glaring example of a state of nature, status naturalis. Such a society approaches a kind of civic death in which people have lost all hope and become utterly apathetic. Point 10 At some point, though, even the most cunning tyrant's excesses become too great to remain hidden. When his subjects become aware of these misdeeds and speak out against them, indignation erupts, and will result in a radical transformation of the situation as soon as each person knows that others are indignant too. We have a situation in which indignation catalyses fear and generates a kind of effective contagion. Point 11 Each subject's externally imposed solitude shatters and opens up the possibility of a collective rebellion against oppressive rule. There are, of course, two possible outcomes to any such rebellion. Point 12 The tyrant could well come to his senses, realize the danger, appease his irate subjects, and so retain power, at least until he again oversteps his authority, oppresses his subjects, who eventually rebel, and so forth. Or, confronted with an indignant populace, a tyrant could remain obstinate and thus pave the way to insurrection. If an insurrection were to succeed in removing the tyrant but then devolve into civil war, Spinoza's favorite example here is the English multitude's overthrow of Charles I 13, and from civil war into a myriad of local conflicts, there would occur a hypothetical limit case in which all social relations would dissolve. Such a fictional scenario is precisely what Spinoza, like Hobbes before him, intends by the term state of nature. But this would hardly be the end of the story, for Spinoza insists in TP 6.1 that socio-political life must re-emerge from such a state of nature. Since human beings are led more by affect than reason, magis affectia quam ratione ducentur, it follows that the multitude, led not by reason by some common affect, non ex rationis ductus et ex communi aliquo affectu, naturally agrees and wants to be led as if by one mind, volutimentus vel, that is, as we said in 3.9, either by common hope, fear, or common desire to avenge, ulcisendi, some common harm. However, since fear of solitude belongs to all human beings, because no one in solitude has forces to defend himself and bring together those things which are necessary for life, it follows that human beings by nature desire the civil state, statum civilum homines naturopatier, nor can it happen that they ever entirely dissolve it. The point of Spinoza's reference to TP 3.9 in this passage is that the way political authority appears analogous to the way it has dissolved. In other words, indignation is responsible for both the fall and the rise of states. In Spinoza's view, such oscillations between oppression and resistance ensure a dynamic equilibrium of socio-political life. Indeed, as Laurent Bove has proposed, indignation is a remedy that the collective body produces and applies to itself. It is the very process of a self-defense and a self-management. Point 14 Filippo del Lucchese has likewise argued that indignation represents the real, actual gap that exists between the power and the right of the commonwealth, the sovereign power, and the right of the multitude. Since these rights and powers may not correspond, general indignation is always possible. Point 15 As a result, even when subjects' indignation against a tyrant does not lead to the successful overthrow of an existing regime, it nonetheless plays a regulative role in socio-political life by forcing rulers to seek more securely to re-establish their power. Alexander Mathéron has argued that the regulative and the constitutive functions of indignation are distinct but inseparable, since no independently existing, more or less stable state of nature could ever exist from which a transition to political authority would later arise. Point 16 On the contrary, the state of nature is highly unstable and symplythentologicalibvers of socio-political life, indeed, its irreducible materialist presupposition. More precisely, for Spinoza the state of nature is but one moment during the continuous process through which every state produces, reproduces, and strives to regulate itself, an effort that Mathéron has designated as a kind of collective conatus. It indicates an extreme situation when socio-political imbalance results from generalist indignation and leads to the possible dissolution of an existing regime. Yet such dissolution will immediately undergo an effective recomposition, and again through generalist indignation a more or less altered form of state will re-emerge. Yet there is a problem with indignation and the mode of rebellion with which it is associated. Indignation is a necessarily bad passion, E4p 51s. Although, as Spinoza proposes in E4p 54s, some passions can be intrinsically bad but instrumentally good, example humility, humilitas, repentance, penitentia, and reverence, reverentia, indignation is not one of them. Indignation is both intrinsically and instrumentally bad, because it is a form of interpersonal hate, and such forms of hate encourage us to strive to destroy the person we hate, E4p 45. Yet this destructive impulse is, as Spinoza writes in E4p 37, contrary to reason's urging that we desire for others the good we desire for ourselves. As a result, we cannot distinguish good and bad forms of indignation. Even if indignation were collectively good for the society as a whole, example resistance to an especially oppressive regime, it would still be bad for those individuals experiencing it, and in turn bad for the larger society composed of those individuals. Point 17 A final implication of Spinoza's analysis of indignation concerns not the repressive nature of the state but the political implications of the affects. Is every passive political affect sad? Not at all. Although monarchies, especially in their degenerate tyrannical forms, tend to rely on such sad passions as fear and shame in order to keep their subjects in thrall, democracies instead strive to cultivate in their citizens such joyous passions as hope and glory. But a deeper question arises at this point: must all sad passive political effects remain instrumentally bad? No doubt THIRD passion of indignation is a natural and unavoidable response by individuals and the multitude to oppression. Nonetheless, Spinoza offers a form of transition from instrumentally bad to instrumentally good passions. Point 18. Let us call this an effective transition of the first kind. Surprisingly, perhaps, it is prophets who lead the way. 2. Prophets and the multitude. In E4p54s, echoing the Roman historian Tacitus, Spinoza famously observes that the vulgar terrify, if they are unafraid, territ vulgus, nisi metuit. But it is less often recalled that he immediately provides a biblical qualification. And therefore it is not surprising that the prophets, who considered what is useful not just to a few but to all, so strongly recommended humility, repentance, and reverence. Propheti, qui non pocarum, sed communi utilitara consiliuerunt tanto per humilitatem ponitentiam et reverentiam commendaverant. And, in truth, those who are subject to these affects, qui his affectibus sunt obnoxii, can be induced much more easily than others to live at last under the guidance of reason, that is, to become free, and to enjoy the life of the blessed. Not only does this passage contain the only occurrence of the word prophet, propheta, in the entire Ethics, the prophet's vocation in this case would appear to be not so much to serve as an intermediary between God and humanity, the object of Spinoza's analysis in first 2 chapters of the TTP, but to perform a properly trans-individual service, namely, to help a passive multitude under the influence of sad passions, in other words, the vulgar multitude, to become a more active multitude by controlling and redirecting its passions. Such an effective transition would be simultaneously theological and political, indeed, it would be properly theological-political. As Henry Laux has exhaustively and persuasively argued, for Spinoza prophecy is not an exclusively religious phenomenon but equally concerns how best to achieve and maintain well-ordered societies. Point 19. Seen in this light, E4p54 has to do less with some esoteric prophetic knowledge that would be inaccessible to ordinary men and women than with an analysis of the affects, applied to social cohesion. Point 20. Consider the 3 affects to which according to Spinoza the biblical prophets sought to subject the vulgar, humility, humilitas, repentance, ponitentia, and respect, reverentia. Spinoza defines humility as a sadness born of the fact that a man considers his own lack of power, or weakness. Def. Af. 26, it is opposed to assurance in oneself, acquiescentia in se ipso, which is defined as a joy arising born of the fact that we consider our power of acting, exp. Def. Af. 26. Spinoza further argues in Part 4 that humility is not a virtue, or does not arise from reason, E4p53. Assurance in oneself is also opposed to repentance, which is a sadness accompanied by the idea of some deed we believe ourselves to have done from a free decision of thement. Def. Af. 27. In the very proposition Tohic heads the note regarding the vulgar's capacity to terrify, Spinoza argues that repentance is not a virtue, or does not arise from reason. Instead, he who repents for what he has done is twice wretched, or lacking in power, E4p54. Finally, the term respect appears in the Ethics only in this passage. In the Tractatus Politicus, however, we find 2 references regarding respect for, and fear of, laws. Point 21. It is precisely the lack of respect for the laws that can convert fear into indignation and social upheaval. For example, as Spinoza vividly observes in TP 4/4, there are certain conditions that, if operative, entail that subjects will respect and fear their commonwealth, while the absence of these conditions entails the annulment of that fear and respect, and altogether with this, the destruction of the commonwealth. Thus, in order that a commonwealth should be in control of its own right, it must preserve the causes that foster fear and respect, otherwise it ceases to be a commonwealth. For if the ruler soar the ruler of feste to or eat or and drunk or naked through the streets with prostitutes, act on stage, openly break laws or hold them in contempt that he himself has enacted, it is no more possible for him to preserve the dignity of sovereignty than for something to be and not be at the same time. Then again, to slaughter or plunder subjects, to abduct young women and so forth turns fear into indignation, and consequently the civil state into a state of war. What is fascinating about E4p54s is the political vocation it suggests for prophets, whether in ancient Israel or thereafter. But why does Spinoza use the term vulgar, vulgus, instead of multitude, multitudo, in this passage? To answer this question we must understand who were the individuals that Spinoza regarded as the vulgar in Holland during the 1670s. One could have the misimpression that he had in mind all of the common people or plebs. 22 However, it seems more likely that he was singling out Calvinist theocrats, Orangist royalists, and their supporters. From Spinoza's perspective, those were especially vulgar who had overturned the Dutch Republic and re-established the monarchy. 23 It is no accident, I think, that in TP 4.4 Spinoza offers Nero as a kind of antitype of those rulers who subvert the laws of their country and provoke popular opposition, to the point of open rebellion and civil war. In short, a prophet's vocation is not to chastise the multitude as a whole but only those elements, indeed, let us call them the vulgar, that lack humility, repentance, and respect for the law. Accordingly, prophets side with the rest of the multitude in defense of the republic against those who would subvert it through corruption, appeals to superstition, and the like. Later we shall consider other ways to control and redirect such negative political passions as indignation. But first let us consider the possibility that resistance to oppression may arise not by means of indignation but instead through a positive mode of rebellion triggered by the pursuit of glory. 3. The drama of glory. In Part 3 of the Ethics, Spinoza defines the affect glory, gloria, as a joy, accompanied by the idea of some action of ours that we imagine that others praise, def. 30, and contrasts glory with the affect shame, putter, defined as a sadness, accompanied by the idea of some action of ours that we imagine that others blame, def. 31. At this initial stage in Spinoza's analysis, both glory and shame function as passive affects, glory being a joyous and shame a sad passion. Moreover, Spinoza considers glory to be an affect whose field of force radiates beyond the individual. As Spinoza insists at the beginning of chapter 3 of the TTP. Everyone's true happiness and blessedness consists solely in the enjoyment of the good, and not in the glory that he alone is enjoying that good to the exclusion of others. For one who regards himself as more blessed because things are going well for himself alone and not for others, or because he is more blessed and fortunate than others, is ignorant of true happiness and blessedness, and the joy he feels, if it is not childish, arises from nothing other than envy and malice. 3.1. In this respect Spinoza offers a striking contrast with Thomas Hobbes, according to whom glory is, and should remain, an individual affair. 24 Indicive, Chapter I, Section 2, for example, Hobbes proposed that all society exists for the sake either of advantage or of glory, i.e. it is a product of love of self, not of love of friends. However, no large or lasting society can be based upon the passion for glory. The reason is that glorying, like honor, is nothing if everybody has it, since it consists in comparison and preeminence, nor does association with others increase one's reason for glorying in oneself, since a man is worth as much as he can do without relying on anyone else. 25. What is even worse, Hobbes argued, and as we saw above in chapter 5, is that collective action to realize glory quickly becomes a dangerous instance of vainglory, potentially erupting into a madness of the multitude. Finally, it is worth noting that Spinoza sought to extricate the concept of glory from its historical associations with the art of war and instead to defend glory achieved through peace and freedom. TTP Preferred 7, 18.5. Here Spinoza parts company with certain biblical and republican themes, for he no longer regards military prowess or triumph as the measure of a man or nation. 26. No doubt, as Pierre Macquarrie has observed, the very word glory has become culturally devalued. 27 But this is not surprising. As Albert Hirschman has powerfully argued 28 during the rise of capitalism the rhetoric of glory yielded to that of interest and interest-based politics. Following Quentin Skinner's lead, one could also chart the ideological displacement of glory by interest from the decline of classical republicanism to the emergence of modern liberalism. As Skinner notes, according to the ancient Roman writers and their disciples in the Renaissance, The most important benefit of living in a civitas libera is that such communities are especially well adapted to attaining glory and greatness. 29 Spinoza's own politics lies at what one could call the 17th century Anglo-Dutch crossroads of that displacement. 30 Although this is not the place one could adventure to construct the semantic field of glory in 17th century political theory and practice. 31 To give just a hint of what would be the value of such a historical reconstruction, consider that, as Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker have argued, during the English Civil War glory signified, not a passive waiting for a future in heaven but actions, to be taken by the dispossessed, to create heaven here on earth. Glorying symbolized historical agency. 32 For example, in 1649, at the height of the English Civil War, Gerard Winstanley, a leader of the radical Digger movement, proclaimed a new law of righteousness according to which Christ was already arising and spreading himself again in the earth, and when he hath spread himself abroad amongst his sons and daughters, the members of his mystical body, then this community of love and righteousness, making all to use the blessings of the earth as a common treasury amongst them, shall break forth again in his glory, and fill the earth, and shall be no more suppressed, and none shall say, This is mine, but everyone shall preserve each other in love. 33 Other such passages that could be culled from the radical literature of this period would indicate a complex interweaving of biblical and republican conceptions of glory that have striking affinities with Spinoza's own views. Notwithstanding the slightly archaic and obscure aspect of the concept of glory, then, it is well worth considering its role in Spinoza's political thought. Macari has argued that there is something highly theatrical about Spinoza's account of glory and shame. To know the feelings released in us by the opinions that we attribute to others in what concerns ourselves and directions that is of very personal emotions, having ourselves for objects, felt in the presence and under the gaze of others, in conditions that appear to make of our existence a theater in which we are permanently in representation, and it is doubtless no accident if the classical theater particularly cultivated the staging of these passions which are essentially theatrical. 34 The dramatic quality of glory is not surprising, given Spinoza's well-attested love of theater and, in particular, the Roman comedies of Terence. 35 Perhaps this accounts as well for Spinoza's positive reference to Cicero's view of glory, in Part 3 of the Ethics, exp. def. F. 44. Spinoza quotes from Cicero's famous speech In Defensio Thesaurian-born Poetarchias, Proarchia 26. Whose status as a full-fledged Roman citizen was in dispute. The best persons are the ones most led by glory, Maxime Gloria Ducitur. Even the philosophers who write books condemning glory inscribe their own names. For Cicero not only did glory serve as a kind of secular immortality, in particular through his attempt to secure his standing among the great Roman literary and political figures, but the very speech from which Spinoza quotes 36 has, as do most of Cicero's speeches, a highly charged dramatic quality. In this instance, the theater was the Roman open-air forum where trials customarily took place. 37 In the TTP Spinoza even offers the disturbing image of the scaffold as a perverse kind of theater in which glory is sometimes displayed in extremis. In chapter 20 of that work Spinoza famously defends freedom of thought and expression and opposes laws that would seek to prescribe what everyone must believe and to prohibit speaking or writing against this or that opinion. For Spinoza such laws would be more than useless, inutile, they would only invite violation by those who love the virtues and the arts, virtuts et arts amant. At this point he wonders, what greater misfortune for a republic can be conceived than for honorable men to be exiled as rebels because they think differently and cannot dissimulate? What, I say, can be more pernicious than to see human beings who have committed no crime or misdeed regarded as enemies and put to death, simply because they have a liberal temperament? That the scaffold, the terror of evildoers, should, by a remarkable abuse of majesty become a most beautiful theatre for showing the highest example of tolerance and virtue? For those who know that they are just do not fear the death of a criminal, and shrink from no punishment, their minds are not distraught with remorse for any shameful act, on the contrary, they think that to die for a good cause is no punishment, but an honor, and that to die for freedom is glorious, TTP 20.12-13. As a point of departure, let us diagram glory as a two-part relation between two individuals X and Y, in which X performs some action and then imagines that Y praises it. Praises X, Y. Imagines, X. Figure 2. The structure of glory. Note that the structure of this two-part relation allows both for X wrongly, through over or underestimation, to imagine Y's praise, and for Y falsely, through over or under appraisal or even deception, to praise X's action. One could then generalize this analysis in order to conceive of the glory of the multitude as a complex set of trans-individual affective relations that emerge from a. How each individual imagines his or her actions to be praised by others, and b. The sum of how all individuals imagine their collective actions to be praised by others. However, precisely because of its theatrical nature, glory is liable to degenerate into mere grandstanding. Accordingly, Spinoza defines ambition, ambitio, as an excessive desire for glory, Def. F. 44, and cautions against what, following Hobbes, he calls vainglory, gloria vana. Vainglory is a self-contentment, acquiescentia in se ipso, that is fostered solely by the opinion of the vulgar. When that ceases, so does the contentment, that is, BYPP 52s, the highest good that each one loves. That is why one who glories in the esteem of the vulgar is made anxious daily, strives, acts, and schemes, in order to preserve his fame. For the vulgar are variable and inconstant. Fame, unless it is preserved, is quickly destroyed. Indeed, because everyone desires to gain the applause of the vulgar, each one willingly plays down the fame of another. And since the struggle is over a good thought to be the highest, this gives rise to a monstrous lust of each to crush the other in any way possible. The one who at last emerges as victor glories more in having harmed the other than in having benefited himself. This glory, or this contentment, then, is really vain, because it is nothing, E4P 58s. Just as vainglorious actors wind up playing to the applause of the vulgar, so too the multitude that revels in having overthrown an oppressive regime can lapse into a false sense of accomplishment. To see how, consider Spinoza's summary of the political lessons to be drawn from studying the rise and fall of ancient Israelite society, or what Spinoza terms, anachronistically, to be sure, but doubtless intended for rhetorical effect on his Dutch readers, 38, the Hebrew Republic. In Chapter 18 of the TTP, Spinoza offers 4 general observations based on his detailed case study of the Hebrew Republic, a case study intended to contribute to an understanding of what sovereign powers must principally concede to subjects in order to increase the security and prosperity of the state, TTP 17.3. First of all, it is disastrous, pernicosum, for both religion and the Republic to allow religious leaders to make decrees or handle affairs of state. Everything would be more stable, Constantius, if such leaders were not allowed to respond to anything unless asked, and to teach and practice only received ideas and customary beliefs. Secondly, it is dangerous, periculosum, to apply divine right to merely speculative matters and to establish laws concerning opinions about which citizens typically or even can have disagreements. The most violent regimes arise when opinions to which everyone has a right are regarded as illegal. In fact, Spinoza warns, whenever opinions are criminalized, as a general rule, solet, the anger of the common people, plebiscira, will reign supreme. Some Anglophone translators 39 have distorted Spinoza's point here, which is not that the greatest tyrant of all is mass rage and violence, but instead that tyrannies themselves breed mass rage and violence. Spinoza suggests that such evils can be avoided if piety, pietas, and religious worship, religion ionis cultus, become nothing but a matter of works, opers, and individual freedom of judgment is left alone. Spinoza's third generalization is that both the Republic and religion must grant to the sovereign power the right to decide what is right and wrong, fas nefasque, a theme Spinoza returns to at length in Chapter 19. In his fourth and final generalization based on the experience of the ancient Israelites, Spinoza contends 2 things: a. It is harmful, exicial, for a people not used to living under kings to establish a monarchy, and b. It is no less dangerous for a king to be deposed, even if he is obviously a tyrant. Let us take a close look at Spinoza's twofold argument in these closing paragraphs of chapter 18. First, why does he think it would be potentially harmful for a people unaccustomed to living under kings to establish a monarchy? The short answer is that the king and the people will ceaselessly be at odds with each other. The people will not tolerate, sustenere, a monarchical state, and the monarch will not endure, pati, the laws and rights of the people established by a lesser authority, much less defend these laws and rights, especially zinke were established not with the idea of maintaining monarchical rule but the rule of the people or an assembly. As a result, if the king were in fact to defend the ancient rights of the people, jura populi antiqua, he would seem to be more the people's servant, service, than its master, dominus. And thus a new king strives to establish new laws and to change the rights the state holds for his own benefit, in suum usum, and to subdue, redigere, the people so that they cannot as easily remove kings as install them. What, on the other hand, is the danger arising from a people's attempt to depose even a tyrant? A people accustomed, assuetus, to kings will tend to ridicule lesser authority. Consequently, if they remove one king, they will have to replace him with another, but this second one will become a tyrant not voluntarily but out of necessity, non sponticid necessario, because, a. he will fear the very people who have overthrown his predecessor, b. he will have to take measures to ensure his unquestioned rule, and c. he will consequently follow in the footsteps of the previous tyrant. Spinoza observes, then, that although peoples have been able to change, mutere, tyrants, they have not been able to abolish, tolera, them, nor have they been able to change a monarchical state into another forma. Perhaps more disturbing, though, they even misrecognize what they have accomplished and wind up confusing defeat with victory, glorying in parricide as if there were something to celebrate, parricidio, tanquam rebenigista, gloriare. Let us take stock of just what Spinoza is saying. He is not arguing that a people should not, in the sense of a moral imperative, try to change the form of their state, but instead that doing so is a risky undertaking and potentially harmful. Spinoza's motto was caught for good political as well as personal reasons. Perhaps this is easier to see in the extended fatal example, fatale exemplum, Spinoza offers of the danger inherent in regicide, a case he takes from recent English history. Spinoza observes that the English people, populus Anglicanus, sought causes, with the appearance of right, specie juris, for deposing the monarch. However, after he had been removed they were utterly unable to change the form of state, imperium. But after much bloodshed they only brought it about that a new monarch was called by a different name, as if the whole question was only of the name. This new monarch could only persist by completely destroying the royal family, by killing the king's friends or those suspected of friendship and by disturbing with wartheasa pisipto generate rumors, so that the common people, plebs, preoccupied with and intent on new things, might be diverted from thinking about the king's murder. At last, therefore, the people realized that they had done nothing for the welfare of the country other than violate the right of the lawful king and change everything into a worse state, in pregerum statum mutere. They therefore decided to retrace their steps when it was possible, and they did not rest until they saw everything restored to its former state, in pristinum suum statum restaurata, ttp 18.8. What should we make of this strenuous critique of the course of the English Civil War from the execution of Charles I in 1649, through Oliver Cromwell's protectorate, to the restoration of Charles II in 1660? Here is Spinoza's conclusion. It is clear that the form of every state, uniusque imperii forma, must be retained, and it cannot be changed without danger of its complete downfall. Some commentators would have us believe that such a passage indicates Spinoza's political conservatism 40, but this claim appears to me unfounded for four reasons. First of all, in political terms, Spinoza's position on the English Civil War bears a striking resemblance to those advanced at various times by such radicals as Levellers, Diggers, and Ranters after Oliver Cromwell had begun to consolidate power as Lord Protector of the newly instituted Commonwealth. These political currents had come under increasing harassment, persecution, and, finally, violent repression during Cromwell's tenure because of their desire to broaden the franchise and their willingness to challenge the sanctity of private property rights. For example, consider a December 1649 appeal by Digger leader Gerard Winstanley, Watha-Coletti's New Year's gift, to Parliament and the revolutionary New Model Army that had defeated and executed King Charles I. Winstanley commends these two forces for assisting the common people to cast out the head of oppression which was kingly power seated in one man's hand. However, he immediately adds that kingly power is like a great spread tree, if you lop off the head or top bough, and let the other branches and root stand, it will grow again and recover fresher strength. 41 Secondly, on a more general theoretical level, recall that for Spinoza right is always coextensive with power, as he argues in chapter 16 of the TTP, each individual thing has the sovereign right to do all that it can do, that is, the right of each thing extends as far as its determinate power does. TTP 16.2. Thus, to criticize the English people, or at any rate their parliamentary and military leadership, is to say that they did not go far enough, that they did not in fact change the form of the English state, despite the surface change in name from kingdom to commonwealth. In other words, Spinoza's objection could just as easily be regarded as to an incomplete or unfinished revolution than to revolution tout court. Such an interpretation finds further support in chapter 17 when Spinoza makes essentially the same point regarding the prophets' attempt to rid the Israelite theocracy of corruption. Even though the prophets deposed a tyrant, the causes of tyranny nonetheless remained, and so they merely succeeded in purchasing a new tyrant at the cost of much citizen blood. There was no end, then, to discord and civil wars, but the causes that led to the violation of divine right were always the same and could be destroyed only along with the entire state, imperium. Moreover, in the Tractatus Politicus Spinoza returns to this theme of the dangers involved in changing the form of a state, but now enlists the most acute, acutissimus, Machiavelli in his defense. According to Spinoza, Machiavelli had shown with how little foresight have been many attempts to remove a tyrant, while yet the causes that have made the prince a tyrant have not been removed. On the contrary, they become much more firmly established as the prince is given more cause to fear, which happens when the multitude has made an example of its prince and glories in the parricide as if there were something to celebrate. Parricidio, quasi rebenigusta, gloriator, TP 5.7. Spinoza's reference, as editors have regularly noted, is undoubtedly to Machiavelli's discourses, example 1.1 and 1.26.42. Yet Machiavelli's perspective throughout that work is arguably not on the impossibility of removing tyrants from power but simply on the difficulty of doing so. 43. Thirdly, it is crucial to note the political conjuncture in which Spinoza was writing. In 1670 the Dutch Republic was in grave danger. Despite his opposition to the Republic's aristocratic distortions, Spinoza did not want to shrink from its defense in the face of Orangist reaction. Indeed, he wanted to do his part to help consolidate and reinforce Republican rule along more democratic lines. Moreover, he was well aware that the Orangists had no such democratic aspirations. On the contrary, they sought to re-establish monarchy and clamp down on freedom of religion, thought and speech. As Gilles de Lausanne insightfully observed, the Dutch Republic remained a republic by surprise and by accident more for the lack of a king than by preference, and poorly accepted by the people. When Spinoza speaks of the harmfulness of revolutions, one must not forget that revolution is thought of in terms of the disappointment that Cromwell's revolution inspired, or the anxieties caused by a possible coup d'état by the House of Orange. During this period revolutionary ideology is permeated with theology and is often, as with the Calvinist party, in the service of a politics of reaction. 44. With this in mind, it would be more accurate to say that Spinoza primarily feared not a democratic revolution but a monarchical counter-revolution. Unfortunately, though, Just such a counter-revolution was to occur in 1672, a mere 2 years after the publication of the ttp.45. Fourthly, let me return to, and re-emphasize, the drama of the triumphant multitude that Spinoza tries to capture by means of an apparently innocuous qualifying Latin phrase, tanquam rebene gesta, as if there were something to celebrate. This phrase occurs in TP 5.7 as quaesire bene gesta, but both passages echo line 775 of Terence's play Adelphi, The Brothers. Quasi rebene gesta. 46. If Spinoza is indeed quoting Terence, several of whose works he had probably memorized as a young man 47, much is explained. The plot of Adelphi involves a complex series of humorous reversals in fortune and the moral lessons to be learned from them. Near the end of that play, a Roman master uses the phrase quasi rebene gesta in order to chastise his drunken slave. Consequently, Spinoza's use of this qualifying phrase would again seem to indicate that he regards the multitudes glorying in regicide as misguided, or at least premature. Thus far we have considered the collective expression of glory as a passion. Yet Spinoza interestingly proposes in E4p 58 that glory can take the form of not only a passive but also an active affect, for, as he says, glory is not repugnant to reason but can arise from it. As transmitted between and among individuals, active glory generates what one could call common glory, through which the multitude actively rejoices in its own creative powers. If there is a theater in this limit case of political action, it is perhaps the theater of the entire world, since Spinoza's conception of the multitude exceeds, and cuts across, national boundaries. Common glory would no longer be confined to a particular place but would radiate outward to include as many human beings as possible, in the direction of what Linnebaugh and Riediker have memorably called an internationale of glory. 48. In sum, the glory of politics is none other than the glory of the multitude in action as it imagines itself and its activities, and rejoices in its own collective powers on the stage of what Maurizio Virali has called the great theater of politics. 49. Yet a final question remains: is there a mode of rebellion in accordance with which on could Arnis redirect and sustain atonli such passions as indignation and passive glory, but also, or especially, active glory? In this case, it is not prophetic imagination but ethical meditation that comes to the fore. For a political therapy of the affects. In Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza famously proposes a kind of cognitive therapy by means of which human passional servitude can partially be overcome by the power of reason to redirect bad affects. 50. Let us follow closely and carefully Spinoza's detailed discussion of such an effective transition of the second kind in E5p10s. Spinoza begins with the general claim that human beings have the ability to order and connect bodily affections and thereby to reduce the influence of bad affects. Since we lack a complete knowledge of our affects, however, the way to carry out this task is to conceive a correct rule of living, that is, sure principles of life, rectam vivendi rationem, seu certa vitae dogmata concipere, to commit them to memory, and to apply them constantly to the particular things frequently encountered in life. In this way our imagination will be largely affected by these principles, and we shall always have them ready. Spinoza has in mind what we could call common ethical notions by which we can guide our daily conduct. Through imaginative exercises involving these rules, he argues, we can overcome such negative affects as hate, fear, and anger. Consider first how we might reduce the power of hatred. For Spinoza, the best way to proceed would be to repay hatred not with hate but with love in the form of generosity, generositas. This is easier said than done. Spinoza goes on to suggest that, in order that we may always have this prescription of reason, rationis prescriptum, ready when it is needed, we ought to think about and meditate often on the common injuries of humanity, communes hominum injuriae, and how they may warded off best by generosity. For if we join the image of an injury to the imagination of this principle, it will always be ready for us, by 3p18, when an injury is done to us. Another way to overcome hatred is to rely on the principle of our own true usefulness, utilitas, and also of the good that follows from mutual friendship and common society, and keep in mind, moreover, that the highest serenity of spirit, summa animae acquiescentia, arises from the correct rule of living, by 4p. 52, and that human beings, like others, act from the necessity of nature, then the injury, that is, the hate usually arising from it, will occupy a minimal part of the imagination, and will easily be overcome. Spinoza next turns to anger, which he argues that we can also control, at least in part. He maintains that if the anger that usually arises from the greatest injuries is not so easily overcome, it will still be overcome, though not without some fluctuation of spirit, quam vis non sine animae fluctuatione. And it will be overcome in far less time than if we had not meditated on these things beforehand in this way. Finally, Spinoza contends that we can minimize fear by strengthening the active affect of courage, animositas. In other words, he suggests that we should enumerate and often imagine the common dangers of life, and how they can best be avoided and overcome by the presentio of spirit and fortitude, quomodo animae praesentia, et fortitudine optimi videri, et superare possunt. Yet another means by which Spinoza thinks that we can reduce the influence of bad affects is to pay attention to what good there is in each thing, so that in this way we are always determined to act from an affect of joy, ut sic semper ex laetitia affectu ad agendum determinamur. He then offers an example to which we shall return shortly. If someone sees that he pursues glory too much, he should think of its correct use, the end of which it ought to be pursued, and by what means it can be acquired, not of its abuse and vanity, and the inconstancy of human beings, or other things of this kind, about which no one thinks unless out of a sick spirit, nisi ex animae gratudine. For it is by such thoughts that those who are most ambitious are most upset when they despair of attaining the honor they seek, and then they vomit forth anger. Wanting to seem wise, sapiens videri volunt. It is certain that those who most desire glory are those who cry out most against its abuse and the vanity of the world. After having identified other cases of ethical ressentiment that arise among those whose fortune is adverse and whose spirit is weak, namely, the resentful poor and scorned lovers, Spinoza concludes this extraordinary scholium by proposing that one who seeks to moderate his affects and appetites from the love of freedom alone, ex solo libertatis amore, will strive, as much as he can, quantum potest, tocnotha virtuis and their causes, and to fill his mind with the gladness of spirit, animum gaudio, that arises from their true knowledge, and as little as possible to contemplate human vices, to denigrate human beings, and to enjoy a false appearance of freedom, falsa libertatis specie gaudere. And one who diligently observes these things, for they are not difficult, and practices them, will in a short span of time be able to direct most of one's actions under the command of reason, spatio actions suas ex rethi one's imperio plurum dirigere poterit. Let us take stock of Spinoza's therapy of the affects by considering how he might advise that we overcome the bad affects of indignation and vainglory. We should not try directly to suppress or purge either affect, but should instead try to reconstruct their complex underlying causes in as precise and complete a manner as possible. Since indignation is a complex kind of hatred, it is necessary to counter its effect by strengthening the affect of generosity by reflecting on the usefulness of social solidarity. Consider the case of a tyrannical ruler. The point of Spinoza's imaginative exercise would not be to alter our beliefs in such a way that we could somehow come to regard a tyrant as in fact a just ruler, or just misunderstood, but to comprehend how and with a ruler governs in such an oppressive manner, the better to find an alternative to blind, incapacitating, and ineffective rage. As Locke has noted, by strengthening the active affect of fortitude, of which tenacity and generosity are the two varieties, we can strive to counteract passionate fluctuations. 51 The affect of glory especially fluctuates between active and passive forms. In the worst cases, as we have seen, glory degenerates into outright ambition and vainglory. At the level of the individual, this would be bad enough, although perhaps merely amusing or pathetic. However, when a process of effective imitation has led the pursuit of political glory to seize the imagination of the multitude, the results of such fluctuation could well prove to be fatal, fatalis, as Spinoza believed had occurred during the English Civil War when the multitude gloried in its achievement of removing Charles I but stopped short of uprooting all vestiges of monarchy and failed to establish a durable republic. How is it possible to avoid such a danger? Recall that Spinoza urges us to pay attention to what good there is in each thing, so that in this way we are always determined to act from an affect of joy. As a result, he cautions that we should think about the correct use of glory, the end of which it ought to be pursued, and by what means it can be acquired. Above all, as Spinoza reminds us, it is certain that those who most desire glory are those who cry out most against its abuse and the vanity of the world. Again, this doesn't mean that, for example, the English multitude should not have risen up against the abuses of King Charles I, but a certain political humility could have helped premature glorying over incomplete results. The multitude's pursuit of glory is not the problem. On the contrary, Spinoza warns only against the false allure of ambition and vainglory and so advocates a historical modesty about goals, means, and accomplishments. This is most assuredly not, as certain commentators would have it, an instance of Spinoza's political conservatism. 52 It is simply an indication of his high regard for the virtue of prudence. 53. 5. Serenity at last. Beyond the therapeutic operation of reason to direct and control the passions in general and indignation and glory in particular, we can glimpse an effective transition of the third kind leading toward the philosophical cultivation and expansion of wise persons, sapiens, among the multitude. At the intellectual core of such a political project would be a greater and greater desire to understand more and more of reality, what Spinoza regards as the fullest realization of reason in its effort to attain an intuitive science or knowledge of the third kind. As Pierre Macquarrie explains, such knowledge constitutes the supreme good and supreme virtue for human beings and is accompanied by indestructible certainty, through which the soul attains the summit of its power and of the exercise of its power, in complete tranquility, therefore, calm and serene. 54 How then would a wise person react to tyrannical rule or some other form of oppression? Beyond the effective fluctuations of indignation and the pursuit of glory lies the prospect of a rebellious serenity, acquiescentia. 55 For Spinoza, serenity implies neither passivity nor ascetic retreat from political engagement. As Macquarrie again puts it well, the sage is one who adopts an essentially active attitude regarding all of life's problems. He doesn't allow himself to be carried along by the flow of events, as if the latter constituted a blind fatality, but, from the fact that he manages to understand the necessity of these events, by considering them according to their actual causal genesis, he accepts them as they are produced, to the extent that they don't depend on his own goodwill, without allowing himself to be dominated by them. 56. In short, serenity is an essentially active joyous affect in contrast both to indignation, which is a passive sad affect, and to glory, which is a joyous affect but one that fluctuates between passive and active forms. In E5 p27d Spinoza offers a dense, chain argument for the experience of the greatest serenity of the soul, mentis acquiescentia, that arises from knowledge of the third kind. Because of its compactness, allow me to reconstruct Spinoza's demonstration with the detail it deserves. Here is the full argument in standard form, with an implicit premise provided in brackets. 1. The greatest virtue of the soul is to know God, E4 p28. 2. But knowing God is the same as knowledge of the third kind, E5 p25. 3. Therefore, the greatest virtue of the soul is knowledge of the third kind. 4. The more the soul knows by the third kind, the greater its virtue, E5 p24. 5. Therefore, anyone who knows by the third kind undergoes a transition to the greatest human perfection. 6. Joy is a human being's transition from a lesser to a greater perfection, def af 2. 7. Therefore, anyone who knows by the third kind experiences the greatest joy. 8. Whoever has a true idea at the same time knows that he or she has a true idea, and cannot doubt the truth of the thing, E2 p43. 9. Therefore, this greatest joy is accompanied by the idea of oneself and one's virtue. 10. A human being's virtue as thesomia she's or her power of acting, E2p 43. 11. Assurance in oneself, acquiescentia in se ipso, is the joy that arises from the fact that a human being considers himself or herself and his or her own power of acting, def af 25. 12. Therefore the greatest serenity, summa acquiescentia, there can berises from knowledge of the third kind. However much Spinoza may emphasize the power of reason to restrain and moderate the passions and convert them into active affects, his argument does not entail that such power is unlimited. On the contrary, in his preface to Part 5 of the Ethics he takes his distance from what he regards as Stoic and Cartesian exaggerated claims about the ability of the mind to acquire an absolute command, imperium absolutum, over our passions through force of will alone. Nonetheless, as Spinoza argues in E5p 42s, the wise person is undoubtedly capable of doing more and is much more powerful than one who is ignorant and is agitated only by lust, qui sola libidine agitur. Indeed, an ignorant person is agitated in many ways by external causes, and unable ever to possess true serenity of spirit, vera animae acquiescentia. And lives as if he knew neither himself, nor God, nor things, and as soon as he ceases to be acted on, he ceases to be. In striking contrast, a wise person insofar as he is considered as such, quae nos ut talis consideratur, is hardly troubled in spirit, but being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, he never ceases to be, but always possesses true serenity of spirit, vera animae acquiescentia. It is worth highlighting Spinoza's qualifying phrase insofar as he is considered as such, quae nos ut talis consideratur, which reminds us that no human being can attain a condition of self-mastery in accordance with which he or she could establish a personal imperium in imperio, and permanently restrain the power of fortune from disrupting the stability of his or her life. All human beings remain a part of nature, and are to a greater or lesser extent acted on by forces beyond their control, forces that give rise, in turn, to the fluctuation of affections and affects. In short, wisdom must forever remain a matter of degree, not of kind. Although a wise person would experience less mental agitation and greater calm, Spinoza as noten vision the Orschwuter could pursue a contemplative retreat far from the madding crowd. As Del Luckes has compellingly argued, serenity has nothing to do with mysticism, contemplation, or isolation, but instead implies a continued active engagement in the passionate life of human beings. 57 For Spinoza, politics rooted in knowledge of the third kind would not be abstract and formal but would be qualitative, concrete, and would concern the order of everyday existence. As a result, persons who cultivated the affect of serenity would strive to extricate themselves from fear of failure and death, and to understand that freedom is a constant struggle whose path is arduous. Along the way, victories are invariably mixed with defeats. A serene individual would not only persist in his or her desire for socio-political transformation over the long run, but in the very midst of social upheaval he or she would also seek to adopt, and sustain, what Spinoza memorably called the perspective of eternity, species aeternitatis. In a surprising, even startling allusion to Spinoza, John Rawls sincere remarked that the perspective of eternity is not a perspective from a certain place beyond the world, nor the point of view of a transcendent being, rather it is a certain form of thought and feeling that rational persons can adopt within the world. Purity of heart, if one could attain it, would be to see clearly and to act with grace and self-command from this point of view. 58. As far apart as a Spinozist philosophical orientation may otherwise be from a Rawlsian 1,59, Rawls's conception of purity of heart clearly echoes what Spinoza intended be serenity. One so grasped the latter not as a devotional exercise but as a distinctive form of political engagement. 6. Conclusion. Spinoza sought neither to praise nor to condemn resistance to oppressive regimes but instead to understand why political rebellion occurs and how it can all too easily fall short of its objective, namely, to change the form of state. The main problem with which Spinoza was concerned was not strategic but effective, how to transform a vulgar multitude dominated by sad passions into amori active multitude dominated not only by joyous passions but also, and esp. Caeli, such active affects as fortitude, generosity, tenacity, and glory. However, as we have seen, this problem is not easily solved, its difficulty endures. And yet, beyond fear and even hope, remains the prospect of an active multitude whose constituent power would be capable of achieving freedom from domination. 60 Spinoza's conception of democracy as both process and goal endures. But there is no other way for philosophers to lend assistance to democratic processes and goals than by conceptual, and even physical, laboring within, among, and through the multitude. 61 Each of the three affective transitions we have considered, prophetic imagination, ethical meditation, and the perspective of eternity, presumes that there is, and can be, no privileged position outside of the multitude from which to operate. Such a place was, and remains, merely a fantasy of elites, apologists for absolutist regimes in Spinoza's day. 62 and their modern counterparts. Chapter 7. Alexander Matheron on Militant Reason and the Intellectual Love of God. The contemporary proletariat is Spinoza's only genuine heir. A.M. de Boron. In the introductory remarks to what he had intended in 1972 to be a course on Spinoza's conception of right and politics, Louis Althusser apologized and announced that he would lecture instead on Jean-Jacques Rousseau. This was because, Althusser explained, Alexander Matheron's book Individu et Communit chez Spinoza, Individual and Community in Spinoza, had been recently published, in 1969, and he could hardly add anything to what Matheron had already written. 1 Yet over 40 years later, Anglophone Marxists have scarcely engaged with Matheron or his major work, which is widely regarded as one of the landmarks of Spinoza's scholarship. Such neglect has doubtless largely persisted because Matheron's massive book, 647 pages in French, remains to be translated into English. 2 Although the book continues to be duly, but selectively, referenced by Spinoza scholars, it has yet studied carefully and fully appreciate das Agestained Marxist intervention in die Historie of Philosophie. To be precise, Matheron was deeply influenced by the early Marx and sought to apply Marx's concepts of alienation and ideology in order to understand Spinoza. Moreover, he reconstructed Spinoza's political thought along lines that owed much to Jean-Paul Sartre's account of collective action in the Critique of Dialectical Reason. 3 For example, he proposed an analogy between the Sartrean problematic of the passage from series to group and the classical problematic of the passage from the state of nature to the civil state. 4 But for Antonio Negri, such influences were highly problematic. In The Savage Anomaly, his own great book on Spinoza, Negri observed that Matheron had introduced into the study of Spinoza dialectical or paradialectical schemes, characteristics of the existentialist Marxism of the 1960s, but then complained that Matheron had substituted for Spinoza's constructive continuity a determinate dynamism fueled by a process of alienation and recomposition. 5 Let us take Negri's complaint as a provocation and point of departure for engaging in a close reading of Individu et Communit chez Spinoza and reassessing the value of Matheron's project for contemporary Marxist theory and practice. Matheron's approach to the history of philosophy has not been narrowly historicist. For example, although Matheron has carefully considered the historical background to Spinoza's philosophy, he has chiefly reconstructed the development of Spinoza's philosophy in its own terms as a complex system of thought and has rarely quoted directly from Spinoza's writings or situated his own interpretation in relation to other commentators. 6 Ariel Suhami offers a striking analogy, just as Lucretius sought to convey the essence of Epicurus' philosophy in poetic form. Sotoa has Matheron sufter read Spinoza's meticulous light hat even if the latter's works were to disappear from the earth, his argumentative reconstruction could nonetheless replace them. 7 But what is the value for Marxists in encountering Matheron's reconstruction of Spinoza's philosophical system? It is not to envision Spinoza as a kind of precursor to Marx but to approach Marx himself as a successor to problems that were already raised by Spinoza. 8 Indeed, Pierre-François Moreau observes that Matheron has been interested less in formulating a Marxist explanation of Spinozism than in posing to Spinoza the questions that Marx posed to himself. For example, how do individuals enter into relations among themselves, and at what cost? This latter question, Moreau observes, demanded in the 17th century that a philosopher defend a theory of the passions. 9. What I would like to do in this chapter is to contribute to a Marxist theory of the passions by exploring the question of the trans-individual pursuit of collective action, but perhaps in an unexpected way for Marxists. I shall focus in Mathurin swarm embrace of Spinoza's conceptions of eternity and the intellectual love of God as laid out in Part 5 of the Ethics, that part which especially Anglophone Spinoza commentators have ignored, ridiculed, or quickly passed over in embarrassment along the way to their own reconstructions or evaluations of Spinoza's political thought. 10 For his part, Mathurin has admitted that he once had a tendency to think that Spinoza's eternity prefigured the life of a militant which seemed Tope the best example of the adequation of our existence to our essence. 11 I share that tendency, even though obviously Spinoza himself never said anything explicitly along these lines. 12 Yet, as successors to Spinoza, Marxists today can and should consider Part 5 of the Ethics to culminate the adventure of militant reason. 13 Recounted in the Ethics. From the very constitution and composition of individuals to their being estranged from their own mental powers to understand and physical powers to act through the impact of such reactive forces as superstition and sad passions, to the countervailing influence of active affects, to the precarious enlargement of reason, from the level of duration to the level of eternity, from individual liberation to the prospect of collective emancipation. 1 Spinoza on Love. Part 5 of the Ethics consists of two main sections or argumentative movements, Propositions 1 to 20 and Propositions 21 to 40.14. The first movement concerns the attempt to discover remedies for the affects, effectuum remedia, 15 and culminates, in Propositions 14 to 20, with a discussion of love toward God. Amor erga deum. The second movement concerns the pursuit of the highest human happiness and culminates, in Propositions 32 to 7, with an account of the intellectual love of God, amor intellectualis Dei. Spinoza's distinction between these two kinds of love not only lies at the heart of Part 5 but also serves as the highest expression of the emancipatory project detailed in the Ethics as a whole. However, before launching into a full investigation of the political stakes involved in this distinction, we should briefly consider the nature and dynamics of each kind of love. This requires that we return for a moment to Spinoza's treatment of love in Part 3, in which love is defined as joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. 16 Here, of course, Spinoza is concerned with love for a finite object or person. Such passional love has at least three distinctive features. First of all, it can become partially contaminated with hatred. 17 Or even fully replaced by hatred. 18 Secondly, it requires some degree of reciprocity by others. 19 In fact, too little reciprocity will typically unleash the pathology of jealousy and result in loathing for what was previously loved. 20 Finally, love for a finite object or person can be destroyed by a contrary and more powerful affect. 21 Yet this does not mean that one's body itself will be destroyed, for the same individual can successively pass through several contrary passions, and from one moment to the next the most powerful or the most lively passion will replace the previous light-dominant passion. 22 In summary, we can say that a love of finite objects is precarious, it is both highly variable and inconstant. 23 By way of contrast, love toward God manifests the highest degree of constancy possible under duration. Feature by feature, we can distinguish between love having a finite external cause and love having an, absolutely, infinite external cause. Firstly, love toward God cannot turn into hatred, since this would require that one both know something and be passive, and thus feel not joy but sadness accompanied by the idea of God. 24 Secondly, there can be no question of reciprocity in such love, since God cannot be affected by anything human beings do. 25 For this reason, Spinoza argues, neither envy nor jealousy can taint this love toward God. Instead, the more human beings we imagine to be joined to God by the same bond of love, the more it is encouraged. Finally, love toward God cannot be destroyed by a contrary or more powerful affect but can only cease when the body dies. As Spinoza summarizes, there is no affect that is directly contrary to this love and by which it can be destroyed. So we can conclude that this love is the most constant of all the affects, and insofar as it is related to the body, quatenus ad corpus refertur, cannot be destroyed, unless it is destroyed with the body itself. Point 26. In the second half of Part 5, Spinoza shifts direction to consider those things which pertain to the mind's duration without relation to the body, sine relatione ad corporis. Point 27. He sets forth and defends a conception of the intellectual love of God that goes beyond the constancy evident in love toward God. This is because, as we have just seen, love toward God still occurs on the level of duration and involves conceiving of God as the causal principle of bodily affections of images or things. Point 28. The intellectual love of God, by contrast, requires that one develop the so-called third kind of knowledge, tertium cognitionis genus, and, through a process of abstraction, focus exclusively on what constitutes the eternal part of love toward God. Point 29. Consequently, godis nalanger consivetus. The causal principio of images of things affecting God's body thus become the orienting principle of how one can come to know the body and mind from the perspective of eternity, subspecie eternitatis. Point 32. The three chief features of love toward God are extended with intellectual love of God. 31. As was true of love toward God, the intellectual love of God cannot be tainted or undermined by hatred. More strikingly, though, the intellectual love of God cannot even be destroyed by the death of one's body. Yet there is a crucial difference between these two kinds of love. Whereas love toward God is not reciprocal, the intellectual love of God is indeed reciprocal, albeit in a way unlike love for finite things. That is to say, God is capable of an intellectual love of both human beings and himself. 32. As I shall argue below, it is precisely the return of such reciprocity of love, no longer at the level of duration but at the level of eternity, that allows for the possibility of collective life beyond the need for an imperium, Spinoza's term for state or state apparatus. 33. Consider now a 1664 letter in which Spinoza consoled his distraught friend Peter Balling on the recent illness and death of the latter's young son. 34. Spinoza's letter largely concerns the extent to which the imagination can in a confused way generate an omen of a future event, in this case Balling's premonition of his child's death. However, toward the end of the letter Spinoza also discusses the question of the extent to which one's love for another can bind two individuals. To take an example like yours, a father so loves his son that he and his beloved son are, as it were, one and the same. According to what I have demonstrated on another occasion, there must be in thought an idea of thes incessans its affections and its consequences. Because of this and because the father Bethunion hehis withus and is part of the said son, the father's mind must necessarily participate in the son's ideal essence, its affections and consequences. Spinoza contends that, as a result of his love for his son, a father can in some sense become part of his son, as his mind comes to participate in the latter's ideal essence, its affections and consequences. To say the least, it is not clear what Spinoza means by such participation of the father's mind in his son's essence. Balling or any other father could hardly have what Spinoza calls knowledge of the third kind of his incessance. It would seem that Tatmastone's love for another could be based on either knowledge of the first or second kind. But neither can Spinoza mean the effective imitation associated with love he discusses in Part 3 of the Ethics 35, since effective imitation allows separation between two persons to persist. On the level of duration, the father's mind only perceives his son through the ideas of the affections the latter has generated in his body. Spinoza possibly intends something intermediary between these two kinds of identification, which would permit an eventual transition from one to the other. This possibility cannot be ruled out, since Spinoza writes a few lines earlier in his letter that the mind can confusedly be aware, beforehand, of something that is future. For Spinoza, passional joys have as their eternal condition of possibility an unconscious, or barely conscious, beatitude. 36. Likewise, one's passional identification with others has as its eternal condition of possibility an implicit intellectual communion among the eternal parts of all our minds. Thus, the intellectual communion established by the third kind of knowledge only makes explicit the eternal foundational redi implicitina viri form of interpersonal love. 37 We might say that access to eternal life realizes for human beings that toward which they have never ceased to strive. Throughout passional individual and collective life, whose travails Spinoza recounts in parts 3 and 4 of the Ethics, human beings endeavor as much as possible to agree with other human beings, not out of mere pursuit of self-interest but in order to rejoice in others' love and thereby to love themselves better. Next, at the level of reasonable individual and collective life, human beings come to desire to communicate their knowledge with other human beings in order to share their joy in knowing. But this is still only an abstract truth. They have to grasp that this activity leads them toward an interpenetration of individualments through the mediation of God's love. Lastly, Matheron notes, after having moved from the level of duration to eternity itself, we assimilate ourselves to other human beings regarding what is singular in us, without ceasing to be ourselves, we coincide with them, their beatitude is ours. This would result in a complete transparency that, while suppressing alterity without abolishing ipseity, offers us at last, in its finished form, the glory to which we have always aspired. 38 On the level of duration my love toward God will indeed cease when I die and my body decomposes. 39 However, not even death can destroy my intellectual love of God. 40 For it belongs to the nature of my mind insofar as the latter is the eternally true idea of the singular essence of my body. For Spinoza no true idea can ever become false, its truth persists within God's eternal and infinite intellect. 2 Collective eternal life. Finally, let us consider the nature of what Matheron has termed collective eternal life. In a note to E5p40 Spinoza concludes his discussion of the intellectual love of God by alluding to the interpersonal relations that are now possible between a wise person and other human beings. He writes that, "These are the things I have decided to show concerning the mind, insofar as it is considered without relation to the body's existence. From then, it is clear that our mind, insofar as it understands, is an eternal mode of thinking, which is determined by another eternal mode of thinking, and this again by another, and so on, to infinity, so that together, they all constitute God's eternal and infinite intellect." 41 As Matheron has argued, Spinoza makes 3 claims in this note. 42 First of all, he argues that the mind, insofar as it understands, is an eternal mode of thought. This is another way of saying that to the extent that one has clear and distinct ideas, one's mind coincides with the eternal idea by which God, as manifested through the attribute of thought, conceives of the essence of one's body from the perspective of eternity. Spinoza's second claim, however, is that this eternal mode cannot be actualized by itself. Its eternity follows from the fact that it exists simply because God exists, independent of every influence of fortune. But, as E1p21 shows, to which Spinoza refers here, the existence of this eternal mode does not derive from the absolute nature of God, otherwise it would be infinite. If God, simply because of God's existence, forms the idea of the eternal essence of my body, it is because at the same time God forms eternal ideas of the essences of others' bodies. As a result, each finite eternal mode can exist only in relation to other finite modes. Spinoza's third claim is that the horizontal order of causal interaction among modes is grounded in a vertical order of divine causal determination. Just as all corporeal essences are logically realizable combinations of motion and rest, so Tortheodesophthesian sexualiralis et consequence of the eternal idabemians of which God thinks himself. 43 The we every idea can be said to incorporate others since they derive from the same principle that permits them to communicate with the eternal idea of God. The ontological interconnection of these ideas, then, does not exclude their logical independence but, on the contrary, presupposes it. God directly conceives of every singular essence without the mediation of other singular essences. But insofar as God's knowledge of each singular essence refers to the knowledge of their common foundation, which itself refers to the knowledge of all other singular essences, God cannot conceive of a given singular essence without immediately conceiving of all other singular essences. It is because God conceives of all singular essences collectively that at the same time God conceives of the horizontal order according to which they are mutually determined to exist and operate. Thus, the eternal finite modes of the attribute of thought interpenetrate but do not become identical. They mutually imply one another through the mediation of their unique source in God, mutually condition each other through the mediation of this mutual implication, and together wind up forming a single idea, God's eternal and infinite intellect. However, contrary to hate, Spinoza's detractors often assume this does not mean that in Part 5 he is advocating a kind of mysticism. Point 44 At most we should say that he engages in a non-mystical use of certain mystical intellectual influences. Point 45 Essentially, Spinoza is arguing for an indefinite enlargement of collective beatitude, or what we could call a politics of the third kind. A wise person is able to form a community of minds not only with a small number of privileged individuals but potentially with all of humanity. Indeed, such a community of all minds has always already existed in itself. This community to come only needs to be revealed to each of its members and thereby to be realized for itself. This requires the recomposition of finite modes and the establishment of enhanced communication among individuals. Point 46 It is worth noting that for Spinoza a community of wise persons would not be simpler than societies with imperia but would embody complex social political institutions and would promote robust democratic debate. Perhaps such a community to come will never be fully realized, but for the wise person it nonetheless serves as an immanent norm, or what Matheron has called the regulative idea in the Kantian sense. Point 47 To the extent that human minds know themselves to be identical to the ideas through which God conceives of their respective bodies, they can acquire at least a partial awareness of their union within the eternal and infinite intellect. Consequently, as Matheron writes, a wise person strives as much as possible to enlighten other human beings. His or her objective is to ensure that as many minds as possible eternalize themselves as much as possible by enlightening themselves as much as possible. Point 48 Just as a wise person seeks to increase indefinitely the eternal part of his or her mind, so too should he or she seek to increase indefinitely the eternal part of everyone else's mind. Of course, the success of this project requires that certain external conditions continue to be satisfied. Point 49 As Spinoza writes in E4p40, things that are conducive to the common society of human beings, that is, bring it about that human beings live harmoniously, are useful; those, on the other hand, are evil that bring discord to the commonwealth. Consequently, a wise person would extend around himself or herself a realm of social peace and friendship in compliance with Spinoza's recommendations at the end of Part 4 concerning the free human being's temperament and way of life, avoiding unnecessary dangers. 50 Declining others' favors. 51 Showing gratitude. 52 Acting honestly. 53 And obeying legitimate civil laws. Point 54 In sum, a wise person would strive as much as possible to act well and rejoice. Point 55 Yet Spinoza does not claim that the power of militant reason to restrain and moderate passions and convert them into active effects is unlimited. On the contrary, in his preface to Part 5 he distances himself from Stoic and Cartesian exaggerated claims about the ability of the mind to acquire an absolute command, imperium absolutum, over our passions through force of will alone. At any rate, as Spinoza argues in E5p42s, a wise person is undoubtedly capable of doing more and is much more powerful than one who is ignorant and is agitated only by lust, qui sola libidine agitur. Indeed, an ignorant person is agitated in many ways by external causes, and unable ever to possess true serenity of spirit, vera animae acquiescentia, whereas a wise person, insofar as he or she is considered as such, quae nos ut talis consideratur, is hardly troubled in spirit, but always possesses true serenity of spirit, vera animae acquiescentia. It is worth highlighting Spinoza's qualifying phrase insofar as he or she is considered as such, quae nos ut talis consideratur, which reminds us that no human being can attain a condition of self-mastery in accordance with which he or she could establish a personal imperium in imperio, and permanently restrain the power of fortune from disrupting the stability of his or her life. All human beings remain a part of nature, and to a greater or lesser extent are acted on by forces beyond their control, forces that give rise, in turn, to the fluctuation of affections and affects. Wisdom only exists as a matter of degree. Although a wise person would experience less mental agitation and greater calm than an ignorant person, Spinoza does not envision that he or she would or could pursue a quiet retreat far from the madding crowd. Serenity has nothing to do with contemplation or isolation but instead implies a continued act. I've engagement in the passionate life of human beings. 56. Although, as Roger Poldroyd observes, to a certain extent Spinoza revives here an ancient figure of the sage, his perspective is solidly grounded in modernity, for he envisioned no renunciation of the world, no separation from life, the body, or matter. On the contrary, sages would live in the fullness of the world. 57. As a result, politics rooted in knowledge of the third kind would not be abstract and formal but would be qualitative, concrete, and concern the order of everyday existence. As a result, persons who had cultivated the affect of serenity would strive to extricate themselves from fear of failure and death and to understand that freedom is a constant struggle whose path is arduous. Along the way victories are invariably mixed with defeats. A serene militant would not only persist in his or her desire for socio-political transformation over the long run but in the very midst of social upheaval would also seek to adopt, and sustain, a perspective of eternity. However, as Matheron contends, a wise person is involved in a much vaster meta-historical venture 58 than even a free human being living under the external authority of an imperium. Beyond the various kinds and forms of imperium, beyond the transitional stage of an external collective life based on reason, a wise person does all that he or she can to establish an internal communism of minds, to deepen and enrich the struggle for, and transition to, an egalitarian society of freely associated individuals. 59 Indeed, for Matheron Spinoza's ethical political project has as its ultimate goal to enable all of humanity to exist as a totality conscious of itself, a microcosm of the infinite understanding, in the heart of which every soul, although remaining itself, would at the same time become all the others. This is an eschatological perspective, which would be somewhat analog us to certain Kabbalists. If the final outcome were not in Spinoza pushed back to infinity, this result will never actually be attained, but at least we can always approach it. Thus we shall wind up at a partial solution to the ontological drama, the origin of the human drama, infinite understanding, separated from itself by the necessity in which it finds itself to think the modes of extension in their existence hic et nunc here and now, will all the better overcome this separation as humanity more and more reconciles itself with itself. 60. What is more, Matheron cites the Soviet philosopher A.M. Deborin, who insisted early in the 20th century that a communism of minds implies a communism of goods. 61 Indeed, Spinoza envisioned a complete satisfaction to our individual and interhuman conatuses, surpassing all alienations and divergences, an actualization of the I in the most complete lucidity, an actualization of the we in the most complete of communions. 62. The result would be a complete and definitive individual liberation in a community without restriction. 63 Moreover, such a community would have no need of juridical laws or institutional constraints based on violence. The imperium would wither away after having fulfilled the conditions of its own usefulness. 64. Let us conclude this estimation of the theological political value of Matheron's scholarship on Spinoza for contemporary Marxist theory and practice. Laron. Bove has noted that between Matheron and Spinoza something happens. 65 Not least of what happens, we have seen, is a revitalization of the ethical political immanent norm of a classless society, a compelling exemplar 66 of the serene militant, and a stark reminder of the rare, difficult, but excellent path ahead. 67 Perhaps more than ever, that path beckons. Interlude. An Ethics for Marxism, Spinoza on Fortitude *. The question, of courage and resolve, is not a personal matter, but a question of which class is capable of manifesting courage and resolve. The only class capable of this is the proletariat. V.I. Lenin, one of the fundamental questions of the revolution, September 1917. In interviews with Fernando Navarro that took place in the early 1980s, at the depth of his personal and political misfortune, Louis Althusser proposed a new task, namely, to seek what kind of philosophy corresponds best to what Marx wrote in Capital. He added that whatever such a philosophy turns out to be, it will not be a Marxist philosophy. It will simply be a philosophy that takes its place in the history of philosophy. It will be capable of accounting for the conceptual discoveries that Marx put to work in Capital, but it will not be a Marxist philosophy, it will be a philosophy for Marxism. 1. As a way to test Althusser's proposal, let us explore how the 17th century philosopher Baruch de Spinoza offers not only a philosophy for Marxism but also a distinctive way for Marxists to persevere as socialists. What is more, as we shall see, Spinoza's philosophy provides the basis for developing a distinctively normative outlook or ethics for Marxism. Warren Montag is correct that Spinoza described a world without transcendence. 2 Spinoza's philosophy allows for no divine lawgiver or transcendent guarantor of moral values or rules. But even an entirely immanent world has room for, and need of, norms of belief and conduct, provided that, as Montag notes, there exists no norm external to that which exists, providing the standard against which a thing might be judged perfect or imperfect, adequate or inadequate. 3 Norms continue to serve as objective criteria by which to distinguish whether or not an individual's encounters with the external world go well or badly, agree or disagree with one's nature, increase or decrease one's ability to act in the world, or foster greater or lesser degrees of well-being. In short, Spinoza was neither a moral relativist nor a subjectivist. 4 As a result, I part company with Althusser's position that moral ideology operates as a mere supplement to law, a matter of fact but not of value. 5 As Ivan Quiniu has shrewdly observed, moral inquiry is unavoidable and essential to the Marxist critique of capitalism. Marx tells us that communism must arrive historically on the basis of a necessitate si manen historis sau hate. One can object us, why should this be good for humanity? Or again, to speak of the present, you maintain, an imaginary interlocutor tells me, that capitalism rests on the exploitation of human labor. That is true, but why should I find that bad? Exploitation, he will perhaps add in a provocative manner, contributes positively to the production of wealth and therefore to material progress. Why should I condemn it? 6. Nor, Quiniu observes, does it suffice to reiterate Marx and Engels' famous lines in the German ideology that communism is for us not a state of affairs still to be established, not an ideal to which reality will have to adjust, but is instead the real movement which abolishes the actual state of affairs. 7 Not only is this formulation of communism amoralistic, it is unacceptably teleological. Indeed, it presumes without argument that such real movement entails an a priori emancipatory orientation and would objectively lead on its own to the abolition of the actual unjust state of affairs without any need, as Quiniu puts it, to mobilize moral subjects. 8 Yet without moral subjects, however conceptualized. 9 It is difficult to imagine how a socialist alternative to capitalism could ever be realized. At any rate, it is high time to abandon the notion that Marx was hostile to all normative discourse as being little more than pernicious moralism. 10 Roland Bohr has rightly observed that ethics is a hotly contested terrain for the left today, but it simply won't do to claim, as he does, that Marx saw ethics as a mystifying ideology that justifies the status quo and keeps the ruling class in position. 11 On the contrary, over the course of his intellectual and political activism, Marx consistently argued and acted on the basis of what early in his life he had designated as the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, neglected, and contemptible being. 12 Indeed, the mature author of Capital indicted not just the economic inefficiency of capitalism but also its structural violence. For example, in Chapter 15 of Capital, Machinery and Large-Scale Industry, 13 Marx exhaustively describes and fiercely denounces the moral degradation 14 resulting from the organized system of machinery in the factory. 15 Marx returns to this theme in Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, when he argues that within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productivity of labor are put into effect at the cost of the individual worker, all means for the development of production undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become means of domination and exploitation of the producers, they distort the worker into a fragment of a man, they degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, they destroy the actual content of his labor by turning it into a torment, they alienate from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They deform the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness, they transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. Marx concludes this remarkable passage by insisting that accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. 16 Note that Marx is addressing here only ordinary accumulation of capital at the point of production. Perhaps an even stronger case for Marx as an impassioned moral critic of capitalism can be made based on his account in Part 8 of the so-called primitive accumulation, during which the peasantry was driven off the land, commons were expropriated, and colonies established. Such was, for Marx, a history written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. 17 and during which conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force, played the greatest part. 18 In such passages of Capital it is hard not to see Marx engaged in strenuous moral criticism and justifying why the working class should build a movement to expropriate the expropriators. But even if Marx had utterly rejected ethics as mystifying ideology and sought to provide only a value-free scientific investigation of capitalism, why should this worry anyone today? Contemporary Marxists ought to develop their research program beyond what Marx himself happened to see or do. So I shall proceed with my own exercise in normative Marxism. Yet a qualification is in order. I am not going to provide a general survey of Marxism and the demands of morality. Here Kant or Rawls would perhaps be more useful conversation partners than Spinoza. 19 My concern, instead, will be with ethics in a restricted sense. Gilles Deleuze famously draws attention to what he called Spinoza's ethical vision of the world. 20 Whereas morality appeals to transcendent rights and duties, ethics engages in the concrete analysis of immanent norms of life, relating to the soul's strength and its power of action. Deleuze grants that for Spinoza, such norms can coincide with the laws of ordinary morality, but such coincidences are on the one hand not particularly numerous, and on the other, when reason enjoins or denounces something analogous to what morality orders or prohibits, it is always for reasons very different from those of morality. The ethics judges feelings, conduct and intentions by relating them, not to transcendent values, but to modes of existence they presuppose or imply. There are things one cannot do or even say, believe, feel, think, unless one is weak, enslaved, impotent, and other things one cannot do, feel, and soon unless one is free or strong. A method of explanation by immanent modes of existence thus replaces the recourse to transcendent values. The question is in each case, does, say, this feeling, increase our power of action or not? Does it help us come into full possession of that power? In a word, he concludes, our ethical task properly so called is simply to do all we can. 21 Yet Deleuze exaggerates and makes too sharp a distinction between ethics and morality, privileging the former's emphasis on singularity at the expense of the latter's universalizing perspective. 22 Ethics and morality are better conceived as existing within a creative dialectical tension of mutual interaction, or what Jean-Paul Sartre once called a singular universal. 23 In other words, what enables flourishing for each individual has a bearing on what might enable all members of society to flourish. Likewise, morally legitimate social institutions that function as freely as possible from domination, oppression, exploitation, and ecological destruction tend to open up a space for individuals to lead less alienated lives. 24 and morpholito exercise their concrete human capacities and capabilities. Point 25 Dennis Collin has observed that if freedom is not capital that one puts to work as a sensible capitalist but is fundamentally a dynamic of life, an effort to liberate oneself from the multiple alienations within which the individual continually loses himself or herself, then it is a matter of constructing an ethics that can be shared by the greatest number. The details of such an ethics are laid out with the greatest clarity in Spinoza's work. Point 26. Since there is already an impressive body of scholarly work on the topic of Marxism and morality. 27 Let us shall restrict the scope of our discussion here to the importance of Spinoza's ethics for Marxism with respect to the concept of fortitude. Point 28 I do so with apprehension. As Louis Althusser once pointed out regarding his own debt to Spinoza, there is nothing riskier for Marxists than to borrow concepts from another theoretical problematic, one way or another, he insisted, you have to pay for it. Point 29 So let us proceed with caution and hope that the theoretical risk we are going to incur will be worth the practical benefit. 1. The education of socialist desire. First of all, let us pose a practical question for Marxists who embrace what Hal Draper called socialism from below. Point 30 How do socialists remain socialists over the course of their lives and continue to enlarge and deepen their beliefs, practices, and virtues, viz., by embracing a more thoroughly and consistently egalitarian ethos along feminist, anti-racist, and ecological lines? Posing such a question for socialists is also intended to spur them to reflect concretely on why it is not enough simply to make a general case for socialism. 31 No doubt, as most Marxists have espoused, elementary facts and sound arguments about the varied ills of capitalism have played, and should continue to play, a key role in persuading people to become socialists. However, facts and arguments do not stand on their own but are always infused with emotive force. For example, many readers of the first volume of Marx's Capital have been as shocked by that book's graphic depiction of 19th-century English factory life as they have been impressed by its intricate analysis of circuits of capital. Likewise, artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers today can convey through their various media something about the horrors of global capitalism that the most exhaustive empirical research and the most rigorous argumentation cannot. 32 Yet there is the danger that too much reliance on emotion can degenerate into haranguing. For example, venting one's anger at injustice does not necessarily diminish the anger. 33 Moreover, as Eric Olin Wright observes, it is not enough to create an inspiring vision of a desirable alternative, grounded in anger at the injustices of the world in which we live and infused with hope and passion about human possibilities. Wright acknowledges that at times, such charismatic wishful thinking has been a powerful force, contributing to the mobilization of people for struggle and sacrifice. However, he cautions, it is unlikely to form an adequate basis for transforming the world in ways that actually produce a sustainable emancipatory alternative. The history of human struggles for radical social change is filled with heroic victories over existing structures of oppression followed by the tragic construction of new forms of domination, oppression, and inequality. Here we should emphasize the need to adopt, in Jacques Bidet's words, a kind of revolutionary prudence to guide socialists in their political action that would be neither resigned nor impatient but rather would inspire the multiform and plural association of the exploited and oppressed, the movement of their emancipation. 35 As we shall soon see, Spinoza's ethics provides a basis for a kind of prudence or practical reasoning that Marxists would do well to incorporate into their theoretical framework. But whoever becomes a socialist, and why? First and foremost, one might suggest, nascent socialists reject what Herbert Marcuse termed the sheer obscenity of capitalist society. According to Marcuse's stinging indictment, this society is obscene in producing and indecently exposing a stifling abundance of wares while depriving its victims abroad of the necessities of life, obscene in stuffing itself and its garbage cans while poisoning and burning the scarce foodstuffs in the fields of its aggression, obscene in the words and smiles of its politicians and entertainers, in its prayers, in its ignorance, and in the wisdom of its kept intellectuals. 36. Along similar lines, but more systematically than Marcuse, the anthropologist James Scott has identified moral outrage against perceived social indignities as the basis of resistance. 37 Scott provides ample comparative evidence to illustrate that resistance originates not simply from material appropriation but from the pattern of personal humiliations that characterize that exploitation. This is not to ignore appropriation but to enlarge the field of our vision by providing greater cultural specificity and nuance. As Scott puts it, just as traditional Marxist analysis might be said to privilege the appropriation of surplus value as the social side of exploitation and resistance, our analysis privileges the social experience of indignities, control, submission, humiliation, forced deference, and punishment. The choice of emphasis is not to gainsay the importance of material appropriation in class relations. Appropriation is, after all, largely the purpose of domination. The very process of appropriation, however, unavoidably entails systematic social relations of subordination that impose indignities of one kind or another on the weak. These indignities are the seedbed of anger, indignation, frustration, and swallowed bile. 38. Likewise, the historian Th. Breen has recently urged a greater appreciation of the kinds of passions that have energized insurgencies throughout world history and recommended that our revolutionary lexicon should include popular anger and rage, a desire for revenge, and a feeling of betrayal, harsh concepts, perhaps, but ones that better reflect the actual revolutionary process than do those encountered in abstract histories of political thought. 39 In the spirit proper la philosophical claim saris. For example, Simon Critchley has proposed that anger is the first political emotion. According to Critchley, it is often anger that moves the subject to action. Anger is the emotion that produces motion, the mood that moves the subject. But such anger at the multiple injustices and wrongs of the present provokes an ethical response. 40 Similarly, while drawing up a genealogy of rebellion, and following Spinoza's own terminology, Antonio Negri and Michael Hart have argued that indignation is the ground zero, the basic material from which moments of revolt and rebellion develop. 41 Let us identify indignation against oppression, then, as the first effective moment of resistance. Yet an initial burst of outrage at social injustice may not last long, for anger is an unstable and unreliable emotion. 42 Faced with the prospect of prolonged and seemingly intractable institutional obstruction to social change, one's indignation could well collapse into despair or resignation. As a result, we should speak of the need for a second, more affirmative, moment of radicalization, a utopian, or perhaps romantic. 43 Desire for a profoundly different world. Eric Hobsbawm once explained the emergence of political radicalization along such lines. Why do men and women become revolutionaries? In the first instance mostly because they believe that what they want subjectively from life cannot be got without a fundamental change in all society. There is of course that permanent substratum of idealism, or if we prefer the term, utopianism, which is part of all human life and it can become the dominant part for individuals at certain times, as during adolescent and romantic love, and for societies at the occasional historical moments which correspond to falling and being in love, namely the great moments of liberation and revolution. All men, however cynical, can conceive of a personal life or society which would not be imperfect. All would agree that this would be wonderful. Most men at some time of their lives think that such a life and society are possible, and quite a number think that we ought to bring them about. During the great liberations and revolutions most men actually think, briefly or only momentarily, that perfection is being achieved, that New Jerusalem is being built, the earth liberatus within reach. 44. Hobsbawm immediately qualifies his observation with the recognition that most people for most of their adult lives, and most social groups for most of their history, live at a less exalted level of expectation. 45 Moreover, not all nascent revolutionaries are even initially attracted to socialism. For these reasons, he suggests, the function of a revolutionary ideology such as socialism in mass movements is to liberate their members from dependence on, fluctuations in their personal expectations. 46 Hobsbawm wonders not just how raw anti-capitalist desire arises, he poses E.P. Thompson's crucial question of how, and to what degree, such a desire can be educated. 47 In other words, is it possible to modulate, reinforce, and refine a critical commitment to socialism over the course of one's life? In terms of a remixed slogan, how might socialists keep calm and stay radical? 48 This is where Spinoza enters the picture. 2 Affects of resistance. Consider Spinoza's well-known formula: the natural right of each person extends as far as his or her desire and power. The radical implication of this formula is that we always have the right to resist oppression as long as we have the power and the desire to do so. 49 But what for Spinoza underlies such resistance? Perhaps even more importantly, what does he think best sustains resistance over the long run? The 2 main effective sources for resistance we find in Spinoza's writings are indignation and the pursuit of glory. Following Laurent Beauvois could call these effects of resistance, of which indignation is a negative source and glory a positive source to confront oppression. 50 However, Spinoza argues that both affects have disadvantages. Indignation is a sad passion, and glory fluctuates between being a joyous passion and an active affect. 51 In short, they are unstable and unreliable effective means to the end of liberation. The question then becomes how to reorient and stabilize resistance to oppression in terms of what Spinoza calls the joyous active affects of fortitude, courage, and generosity. In the Ethics, Spinoza defines fortitude, fortitudo, as all actions that follow from affects related to the soul insofar as it understands. In Pierre Mauchery's succinct and elegant expression, fortitude is none other than our human internal power. 52 After having defined fortitude, Spinoza next identifies its constituent affective parts, courage and generosity. He characterizes courage, animositas, as the desire by which each one strives, solely from the guidance of reason, to preserve one's being. Generosity, generositas, is the name he gives to the desire by which each one strives, solely from the guidance of reason, to aid other human beings and join them in friendship. 53 It is hardly surprising that Spinoza introduces the concept of fortitude at the end of the third part of the Ethics, for here he concludes his treatment of the precarious situation of human beings under the influence of passions and begins to anticipate the means by which they can at least partially free themselves from passional servitude. As Henry Locke has argued, Spinoza identifies an alternative between fluctuation, fluctatio, of the passions and fortitude, fortitudo, for these are 2 antagonistic systems, whose distance composes the ethical field of the individual and societies. The opposition is that of weakness and force, inconstancy and stability, powerlessness and power, passion and action. In other words, Locke proposes the logic of fortitudo is opposed to that of fluctatio, not only in a restrictive way, in the sense that reason and passion are contrary, but in the sense that the former can realize fully the power that only remains approached in the composition of the latter, thus, of its proper usefulness. 54. We can observe this fluctuation especially well in the affects of fear and hope, which for Spinoza are not good in themselves but are associated with sadness. This is because both fear and hope show a defect of knowledge and a lack of power in the soul. For this reason also confidence and despair, gladness and remorse are signs of a soul lacking in power. For though confidence and gladness are affects of joy, they still presuppose that sadness has preceded them, namely, hope and fear. Therefore, the more we strive to live according to the guidance of reason, the more we strive to depend less on hope, to free ourselves from fear, to conquer fortunes much as we can and to directo euractions with certain cause of reason. 55 Human beings acting under the guidance of reason strive to preserve their being as much as they can, and this desire is precisely what Spinoza means by courage. Spinoza subdivides courage into 3 types: moderation, temperantia, sobriety, sobrietas, and presence of spirit in dangerous situations, animi in periculis praesentia, each of which, as an active affect, can be distinguished, just like passive affects, by the function of its objects and relations. Finally, Spinoza is careful not to confuse courage with rashness. He allows that in a free human being, a timely flight testifies to as much courage as fighting. In other words, a free human being demonstrates the same courage, that is, presence of spirit, in choosing to flee as in choosing to struggle. 56 By contrast to the inward orientation of courage, generosity radiates outward and has to do with willing the joy and power of others. It is the desire by which individuals tend to join others to themselves in friendship. 57 Spinoza further divides generosity into modesty, modestia, 58 and clemency, clementia. Generosity poses, in Locke's words, the conditions of the reality of the social bond and stabilizes interpersonal relations by accentuating their respective powers, not by a neutralization of passions. 59 Such bonds of friendship form the basis not just of morality but also of religion and the state. 60 Let me conclude this sketch of fortitude by pointing out that there is nothing sentimental about Spinoza's ethics. Despite his insistence that one who lives according to the guidance of reason strives, as far as possible, to repay the other's hatred, anger, and contempt toward him, with love, that is, with generosity. 61 Spinoza famously criticizes expressions of pity. A person who lives according to the dictates of reason, namely someone with fortitude, will strive not to be touched by pity, since he or she knows that all things follow from the necessity of the divine nature, and happen according to the eternal laws and rules of nature. 62 Indeed, pity represents a serious form of affective weakness, for it falsely implies inferiority on the part of a victim of misfortune and superiority on the part of one who pities. Consider a case of suffering due to social injustice. The preferable, but still problematic, emotional response would not be pity but indignation, love for the victim and hatred for the oppressor, and a determined effort to free the victim from this unjust situation. In the last instance, then, fortitude has to do with what Spinoza calls true human freedom. For example, Spinoza writes that he does not seek to demonstrate separately all the properties of fortitude, much less that a person with fortitude hates no one, is angry with no one, and is not at all proud. And above all considers that all things follow from the necessity of the divine nature, and hence, that whatever he thinks is troublesome and evil, and moreover, whatever seems immoral, dreadful, unjust, and dishonest, arises from the fact that he conceives the things themselves in a way which is disordered, mutilated, and confused. For this reason, he strives most of all to conceive things as they are in themselves, and to remove the obstacles to true knowledge like hatred, anger, envy, mockery, pride, and thirst of the things we have a note in the preceding pages. And so, he strives, as far as he can, to act well and rejoice. 63. To act well and to rejoice is not simply a private affair but has political implications. It is no accident that Spinoza's discussion of the relationship between fortitude and freedom occurs in a note to a proposition in which he is arguing that a person who is guided by reason is freer in a state, where he or she lives according to a common decision, than in solitude, where he or she obeys only himself or herself. 64 What then is the relevance of Spinoza's analysis of fortitude for radical political theory and practice? First of all, courage and generosity can emotionally bind persons together in pursuit of a collective project. As Macari has argued, courage is a force of character that is mutually reinforced and strengthened by generosity. 65 Moreover, since fortitude, courage, and generosity are active and joyous affects, their cultivation and stabilization can help groups avoid the pitfalls of passive and sad affects, namely such passions as fear and hope. They can bolster what Hassan Sharp has termed Spinoza's strategy of anti-fear. 66 Finally, although Spinoza does not explicitly say as much, these affects can be, and are, imitated. Those who find themselves in the company of courageous or generous persons are frequently led as well to take on these qualities. But the question remains, given the human tendency to affective fluctuation and weakness, wherein lies the source of our internal power? As Spinoza famously observes in his preface to the fourth part of the Ethics, human powerlessness to regulate and control the affects I call servitude. For persons who are subject to the affects are under the control, not of themselves, but of fortune, in whose power they so greatly are that often, though they see the better for themselves, they are still forced to follow the worse. In a subsequent proposition, Spinoza offers a more precise and complete formulation of this ethical problem: I see and approve the better, but I follow the worse, video meliora, provoci, deteriora secor. 67 Scholars have traced this quote to the Roman poet Ovid, one of Spinoza's favorite classical authors. 68 But the underlying issue goes back even further to the philosophers Epictetus. 69 And especially Aristotle. 70 Namely, a contradiction in practical reasoning that arises in the case of a person who apparently knows what is in his or her best interest but nonetheless fails to act accordingly. 71 This is akrasia, or what philosophers have traditionally called incontinence or weakness of the will. 72 In the Marxist tradition, scant attention has been paid to the problem not of the ideological obscuring of what is in one's class interest, but why even if one does know, one might still fail to act upon this interest. 73 It is true enough that class interests often conflict with those based for example on race, gender, and nationality, but a deeper analysis of human morale psychology suggests that there is an effective undercurrent to political decision-making and acting. And this undercurrent is difficult to navigate successfully. In light of Spinoza's rejection of absolute or free will. 74 The solution to the problem of ethical weakness cannot be found in simply consciously vowing to maintain sound judgment now and in the future. What is needed is more akin to the concrete exercises that Spinoza designated as remedies, remedia, for the affects. 75 It is to these remedies that I now turn. 3 Remedies for the affects. In the fifth part of the Ethics, Spinoza famously describes the means by which human passional servitude can partially be overcome by the power of reason to redirect bad affects. 76 As Bernard van de Waal has compellingly argued, Spinoza conceived of philosophical activity as a kind of therapeutics of the body and mind in both individual and trans-individual respects. 77 Let us follow closely and carefully Spinoza's detailed discussion of this effective transition in his note to Proposition 10.78. Spinoza begins with the general claim that human beings have the ability to order and connect bodily affections and thereby to reduce the influence of bad affects. Since we lack a complete knowledge of our affects, however, the way to carry out this task is to conceive a correct rule of living, that is, sure principles of life, to commit them to memory, and to apply them constantly to the particular things frequently encountered in life. In this way our imagination will be largely affected by these principles, and we shall always have them ready. Spinoza has in mind what we could call common ethical notions by which we can guide our daily conduct. Through imaginative exercises involving these rules, he argues, we can overcome such negative affects as hatred, fear, and anger. Essentially we should engage in ethical rehearsals prior to acting in order to maintain our resolutions to carry out what we intend to do by resisting, and thereby avoid succumbing to countervailing inclinations or temptations that weaken our capacity for effective practical reasoning. 79 Consider first how we might resist and so weaken the power of hatred. For Spinoza, the best way to proceed would be to repay hatred not with hatred but with generosity. This is easier said than done. Spinoza goes on to suggest that, in order that we may always have this prescription of reason ready when it is needed, we ought to think about and meditate often on the common injuries of humanity, and how they may be warded off best by generosity. For if we join the image of an injury to the imagination of this principle, it will always be ready for us, when an injury is done to us. Another way to overcome hatred is to rely on the principle of our own true usefulness, and also of the good that follows from mutual friendship and common society, and keep in mind, moreover, that the highest serenity of spirit, summa animae acquiescentia, arises from the correct rule of living, and that human beings, like others, act from the necessity of nature. Then the injury, that is, the hatred usually arising from it, will occupy a minimal part of the imagination, and will easily be overcome. Spinoza next turns to anger, which he argues we can also control, at least in part. He maintains that if the anger that usually arises from the greatest injuries is not so easily overcome, it will still be overcome, though not without some fluctuation of spirit. And it will be overcome in far less time than if we had not meditated on these things beforehand in this way. Finally, Spinoza contends that we can minimize fear by strengthening the active affect of courage. In other words, he suggests that we should enumerate and often imagine the common dangers of life, and how they can best be avoided and overcome by the presence of spirit and fortitude. Yet another means by which Spinoza thinks that we can reduce the influence of bad affects is to pay attention to what good there is in each thing, so that in this way we are always determined to act from an affect of joy. He then offers an example to which we shall return shortly. If someone sees that he pursues glory too much, he should think of its correct use, the end of which it ought to be pursued, and by what means it can be acquired, not of its abuse and vanity, and the inconstancy of human beings, or other things of this kind, about which no one thinks unless out of a sick spirit. For it is by such thoughts that those who are most ambitious are most upset when they despair of attaining the honor they seek, and then they vomit forth anger, wanting to seem wise. It is certain that those who most desire glory are those who cry out most against its abuse and the vanity of the world. After having identified other cases of ethical resentment that arise among those whose fortune is adverse and whose spirit is weak, namely, the resentful poor and scorned lovers, Spinoza concludes this extraordinary passage by proposing that one who seeks to moderate his affects and appetites from the love of freedom alone will strive, as much as he can, to know the virtues and their causes and to fill his mind with the gladness of spirit that arises from their true knowledge, and as little as possible to contemplate human vices, to denigrate human beings, and to enjoy a false appearance of freedom. And one who diligently observes these things, for they are not difficult, and practices them, will in a short span of time be able to direct most of one's actions under the command of reason. Let us take stock of Spinoza's remedies for sad and passive affects by considering how he might advise that we overcome indignation and vainglory. We should not try directly to suppress or purge either affect, but should instead try to reconstruct their complex underlying causes in as precise and complete a manner as possible. Since indignation is a complex kind of hatred, it is necessary to counter its effect by strengthening the affect of generosity through reflection on the usefulness of social solidarity. Consider the case of a tyrannical ruler. The point of Spinoza's imaginative exercise would not be to alter our beliefs in such a way that we could somehow come to regard a tyrant as in fact a just ruler, or just misunderstood, but to comprehend how and why the ruler governs in such an oppressive manner, the better to find an alternative to blind, incapacitating, and ineffective rage. As Locke has noted, by strengthening the active affect of fortitude, of which courage and generosity are the two varieties, we can stabilize and redirect passionate fluctuations. 80 The affect of glory especially fluctuates between active and passive forms. In the worst cases, as we have seen, glory degenerates into outright ambition and vainglory. At the level of the individual, this would be bad enough, although perhaps merely amusing or pathetic. However, as we saw in the previous chapter, when a process of affective imitation has led the pursuit of political glory to seize the imagination of the multitude, the results of such fluctuation could well prove to be fatal, as Spinoza believed was the case during the mid-17th century English Civil War, when the multitude gloried in its achievement of removing Charles I but stopped short of uprooting all vestiges of monarchy and failed to establish a durable republic. How is it possible to avoid such a danger? Recall that Spinoza urges us to pay attention to what good there is in each thing, so that in this way we are always determined to act from an affect of joy. As a result, he cautions that we should think about the correct use of glory, the end of which it ought to be pursued, and by what means it can be acquired. Above all, as Spinoza reminds us, it is certain that those who most desire glory are those who cry out most against its abuse and the vanity of the world. This doesn't imply, then, that the English multitude should not have risen up against the abuses of King Charles I. The multitude's pursuit of glory is not the problem. On the contrary, Spinoza warns only against the false allure of ambition and vainglory, and so advocates a historical modesty about goals, means, and accomplishments. This is most assuredly not, As many commentators would have it, an example of Spinoza's political conservatism. 81 It is simply an indication of his desire to shore up and strengthen the faulty exercise of practical reasoning. For conclusion, there remains an ideological struggle over Spinoza's possible political legacies for the 21st century. For example, Stephen Smith has also highlighted Spinoza's concept of fortitude. Smith argues that the willingness to view the human situation without recourse to either metaphysical comfort or to despair constitutes a new kind of bravery, what Spinoza calls fortitudo or strength of character. Above all, fortitudo is the virtue of the free individual, someone who certainly understands the causal context of his or her situation but who uses this knowledge to act resolutely and responsibly. Spinoza underscores especially the inner quality of this virtue. It is not dependent on the recognition or good opinion of others, but derives from the good opinion we have of ourselves. It could be called self-esteem properly understood. This is the first virtue of the new democratic individual. 82. Smith certainly is right to emphasize the political relevance of fortitude for Spinoza. Nonetheless, he unjustifiably restricts the horizon of possible futures to liberal democracy. What I have tried to do is instead realign Spinoza with revolutionary Marxism. Spinoza would readily agree with the latter that individuals must continue to lack complete freedom apart from their collective emancipation. 83 But what Spinoza adds to this perspective is crucial: there can be successful collective emancipation without widespread participation of courageous and generous individuals. In this light, it is worth recalling the provisional rules drafted by Marx himself and that would be formally adopted in 1866 by the International Working Men's Association, or First International. We can clearly see in this document that the defining feature of Marx's mature politics was that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule. 84 Etienne Balibar has built on Marx's all too often forgotten principle of self-emancipation. 85 And insisteth natanly. Does everyone in society have a fundamental right to politics, but also that no one can be properly emancipated from outside or from above, but only by his or her own collective activity. 86 Self-emancipation is a laudable ideal. Indeed, it provides a normative foundation for Marxist politics. But let me return one last time to the ethical question I have raised: what internal power enables socialists and other activists to overthrow oppressive conditions by fostering working-class self-emancipation? How can they overcome their various effective forms of internal weakness? How can they best wrong? Spinoza's concept of fortitude offers no simple answer to these questions but only indicates the need to supplement concrete political analysis and strategic assessment of the balance of class forces with ethical practice. For, as the Marxist sociologist and Spinoza scholar Georges Friedman once proposed in a journal entry dating from the period of the French resistance to German occupation, this effort upon oneself is necessary, this ambition, just. Many are those who are completely absorbed in militant politics, preparation for the social revolution. Rare, very rare are those who to prepare for the revolution, want to make themselves worthy of it. 87. In the last instance, of course, socialist transition is not a personal matter, but a question of which class is capable of manifesting courage and resolve. Moreover, Lenin advanced a hypothesis: the only class capable of this is the proletariat. Capable, yes, one can agree with Lenin, but not without internal struggle by each for the external liberation of all. Part 2: Marxism and Contemporary Philosophy. Chapter 8. Death and Life in Marx's Capital, an Ethical Investigation. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Le mort sizet levif. Karl Marx 1. Unlike humanity, which, according to Marx, poses only the problems which it can solve, life multiplies beforehand the solutions to problems of adaptation which could present themselves. Georges Canguilhem 2. In this chapter I would like to consider a missed encounter between Karl Marx and his French contemporary, Claude Bernard, the leading physiologist of the 19th century and the discoverer of the key biological concept of what has come to be known as homeostasis. Point 3 Bernard was also arguably the first systems biologist. Point 4 I also seek to build on recent research into Marx's ecological thinking undertaken by John Bellamy Foster, Paul Burkett, Ian Angus, and Naoki Sato. Point 5 However, these eco-socialists have stressed the importance of Marx's own concept of metabolism in order to reconstruct and defend a Marxist theory of value and to better explain capitalist crisis in terms of metabolic rift, whereas in what follows I want to extend Marx's accounts of human alienation and exploitation biologically in terms of what I shall call the homeostatic disruption of living labor. Rather than pursue Marx's economic analysis and critique of capitalism, then, I am going to undertake a narrower and specifically ethical investigation of life and death in Volume I of Capital. In this respect I strongly take exception to Sato's contention that those who emphasize the necessity of a normative critique of capitalism, miss Marx's point. For Sato, after 1845 Marx was solely concerned to demonstrate that capitalism is not sustainable due to its destruction of the labor force and nature and only aimed to understand the social and material relations of capitalism that structurally produce the misery of workers and exhaustion of natural resources. Point 6 But there is no need for such a stark counterposition of theoretical objectives. Why not allow that the task of theory, to use Sato's terminology, is both to understand capitalism, its historical emergence, laws of development, and tendency to periodic crises, but also to evaluate its rightness or wrongness in terms of whether it enhances or frustrates human self-development and exercise of their capabilities. Even if Marx did not engage in such normative theory, although that is subject to debate, there is no reason why contemporary Marxists should shy away from it. The very terms that Sato uses, sustainable, destruction, misery,